excellence through perseverance. Only your best is good enough. By Rohan Villiers. Chapter 1. Marcus Gavey, a black man's prayer. Send thy peace to all this world, Lord of nations and of man, where blood banners are unfurled. In their wicked sinful den, sin may reign upon the throne. In man's way of seeing right, thou art Lord in truth, alone. Thou canst set all sin to flight. Black men crushed to earth each day, raise a voice of pleading now. Come, good Lord, we all do pray. Make the tyrants humbly bow. For since God is God alone, and vile man is man for that, and will not of self atone, treat him, Lord, as virus rat. White is great upon the earth, greater than the King of Kings. This is sin of human birth, that the white man daily sings. Thou art made to be so white, that no black man has a claim. Couldst this, God, be ever right, that you made us all of fame? Thou art God in every way, caring not for black nor white. Then, zero Lord, look down this day, turn the wheel man low the right. Chapter 2. Marcus Gavey, a black man's speech to a white man in America. I'm not as educated, sir, as thee, but God Almighty's son I see. And you may treat me very hard o'er this, but I his holy hand shall kiss. I have no nation, none as great as yours that kills and grabs beyond the stores. I have no selfish laws to keep men down and then upon them ever frown. You have the wealth of land and sea and sky, you boast as if you'd never die. How great you are, my mighty earthly king, so great that I must tribute bring. But, sir, one day you'll surely be in hell, and then a story I will tell. As dives asked for quenching water then, so will you all from that hot pit. Your gilded pride is much in this your day, it's time for you to gather bay. And so you feed upon my sorry life, and rob me of my home and wife. My lands you say are yours, and minerals too. How sweet it is, dear sir, to you. You kick me down and lash me on my back, and when I cry there's one more whack. But one good day will surely come for me, when God of men will speak to thee. And then the awful thunderclap will tell, how far down you will be in hell. Chapter 3. Marcus Gavey, a place in the sun. We have no animus against the white man. All that we have, as a race desired, is a place in the sun. 4,000,000 people are too numerous not to have a place in the sun. Applause and cries of hear, hear. If 60 million Anglo-Saxons can have a place in the sun, if 60 million Germans can have a place in the sun, if 60 million Japanese can have a place in the sun, if 7 million Belgians, groans and hisses, can have a place in the sun, I cannot see why, under the same principles, 400 million black folks cannot have a place, a big spot in the sun also. Great applause. If you believe that the Negroes should have a place in the sun, if you believe that Africa should be one vast empire, controlled by the Negro, then arise, and sing the national anthem of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. At this juncture, the entire audience stood up and sang the anthem suggested by the speaker. On concluding his speech, President General Garvey took over the chairmanship of the meeting, and said, "It now gives me great pleasure present to you the Rev. Dr. J.W.E. Son, Chaplain General of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League." Great applause. Chapter 4. Marcus Gavey, a rallying song. 1. O glorious race of mighty men, the homeland calls to you. Our fathers wrought with faith divine, so let us march in line. Refrain. 2. If we meet across the way, our courage hold on high, for victory is near at hand, so march ye with the band. Refrain. O glorious race, etc. 3. Old Africa is calling you, so wave the banner high. No foe shall win the glorious day. Shout ye, and march and pray. Refrain. O glorious race, etc. 4. Our God is leading us away, and land and seas divide, for hosts are here in royal form. March on and fear no storm. Refrain, O glorious race, etc. 5. New Africa beholds the sight. The world will tremble then. Good men of might will worship God, and bless the heaving sod. Refrain, O glorious race, etc. 6. Tell the people everywhere you go. The day is here again. The Ethiopian's God appears, to deal with all affairs. Chapter 5. Marcus Garvey, a recitative song. For Julius Winston Garvey. 1. I am a little soldier, fighting hard for a life. I came upon the scene of cruel human strife. My father taught me to be always good and true, and in the battle ever try to be a blue. 2. I've met so many hard and awful blows, you know, but friends, I heard that we shall reap just what we sow. So I shall hear a Negro man of courage be, and work with other noblemen who will toil with me. 3. One promised to engage in what is good and right, and for the cause of race to make a manly fight. The world shall be my cautious battle stage, for I shall follow wisely footprints of old age. 4. The endless fight of men for right against the wrong shall steel my youthful courage on and make me strong. But I shall need God's help all seasons of the year, to safely fight for you with heart that's void of fear. 5. The Negro's cause is not beset with many darts, but we can win if we act true and loyal hearts. Young W.E.B, I'll stand and march with you, if you will serve and hold the line, like men true blue. Chapter 6. Marcus Garvey, A Summer's Dream. February 24, 1927. As I lay asleep at midnight, a thought came stealing over me. A shadow of a great disaster. The passing of my love at sea. I heard the chimes of angels. It sounded sad but ringing clear. I had a glimpse of dear heaven, for my love was a-going there. The ship was lost in the ocean, as the storm had raged and passed. Every soul was clothed in sadness, but my love was firm to the last. I stretched my arms out to rescue, but my love was already gone. A burning light stopped my vision. It was like shining glare at morn. There were angels in the heavens, and sunny flowers strewn around. The singing of royal cherubs had a pleasing heavenly sound. I can almost see how clearly. There is a passage made above. The angels are a-welcoming the spirit of my dearest love. I am left with my dreams, alone, in a cold world of sin and care. For my love has gone forever, with happy angels, bliss to share. I tried to enter into heaven, but the gates were closed to me. The guardian of my destiny had not then set my spirit free. I struggled still with the vision, for it was torturing me. My love was taken to heaven, and the sweet face I could not see. At last I came to my senses. I found it was a summer's dream. My love was still right beside me, a creature perfect as could seem. Chapter 7. Marcus Garvey, Africa for the Africans, April 18, 1922. Fellow men of the Negro race, greeting. For 4.5 years the Universal Negro Improvement Association has been advocating the cause of Africa for the Africans, that is, that the Negro peoples of the world should concentrate upon the object of building up for themselves a great nation in Africa. When we started our propaganda toward this end, several of the so-called intellectual Negroes who had been bamboozling the race for over half a century said that we were crazy, that the Negro peoples of the Western world were not interested in Africa and could not live in Africa. One editor and leader went so far as to say at his Pan-African Congress that American Negroes could not live in Africa, because the climate was too hot. All kinds of arguments have been adduced by these Negro intellectuals against the colonization of Africa by the black race. Some said that the black man would ultimately work out his existence alongside of the white man in countries founded and established by the latter. Therefore, it was not necessary for Negroes to seek an independent nationality of their own. The old-time stories of Africa fever, African bad climate, African mosquitoes, African savages, have been repeated by these brainless intellectuals of ours as a scare against our people in America and the West Indies taking a kindly interest in the new program of building a racial empire of our own in our motherland. A program, at last. I trust that the Negro peoples of the world are now convinced that the work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is not a visionary one, but very practical, and that it is not so far-fetched, but can be realized in a short while if the entire race will only company operate and work toward the desired end. Now that the work of our organization has started to bear fruit, we find that some of these doubting Thomases of the 3 and 4 years ago are endeavoring to mix themselves up with the popular idea of rehabilitating Africa in the interest of the Negro. They are now advancing spurious programs and in a short while will endeavor to force themselves upon the public as advocates and leaders of the African idea. It is felt that those who have followed the career of the Universal's Negro Improvement Association will not allow themselves to be deceived by these Negro opportunists who have always sought to live off the ideas of other people. The dream of a Negro empire. It is only a question of a few more years when Africa will be completely colonized by Negroes, as Europe is by the white race. It is for us to welcome the proffered help of such men as Senators McCallum and France. Though their methods are a little different to that of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, yet it is felt that the same object will be achieved. What we want is an independent African nationality, and if America is to help the Negro peoples of the world establish such a nationality, then we welcome the assistance. It is hoped that when the time comes for American and West Indian Negroes to settle in Africa, they will realize their responsibility and their duty. It will not be to go to the natives, but it shall be the purpose of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to have established in Africa the brotherly company operation which will make the interest of the African native and the American and West Indies Negro one and the same. That is to say, we shall enter into a common partnership to build up Africa in the interest of our race. Chapter 8. Marcus Gavey, African Fundamentalism, June 6, 1925. Fellow men of the Negro race, greeting. The time has come for the Negro to forget and cast behind him his hero worship and adoration of other races, and to start out immediately, to create and emulate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own saints, create our own martyrs, and elevate to positions of fame and honor black men and women who have made their distinct contributions to our racial history. Sojourner Truth is worthy of the place of sainthood alongside of Joan of Arc. Crispus Attucks and George William Gordon are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than that of the martyrs of any other race. To St. L. Ouverture S brilliancy as a soldier and statesman outshone that of a Cromwell, Napoleon and Washington, hence, he is entitled to the highest place as a hero among men. Africa has produced countless numbers of men and women, in war and in peace, whose luster and bravery outshine that of any other people. Then why not see good and perfection in ourselves? Ours the right to our doctrine. We must inspire a literature and promulgate a doctrine of our own without any apologies to the powers that be. The right is ours and God's. Let contrary sentiment and cross opinions go to the winds. Opposition to race independence is the weapon of the enemy to defeat the hopes of an unfortunate people. We are entitled to our own opinions and not obligated to or bound by the opinions of others. A peep at the past. If others laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they mimic you, return the compliment with equal force. They have no more right to dishonor, disrespect and disregard your feeling and manhood than you have in dealing with them. Honor them when they honor you, disrespect and disregard them when they vilely treat you. Their arrogance is but skin deep and an assumption that has no foundation in morals or in law. They have sprung from the same family tree of obscurity as we have. Their history is as rude in its primitiveness as ours. Their ancestors ran wild and naked, lived in caves and in the branches of trees, like monkeys, as ours. They made human sacrifices, ate the flesh of their own dead and the raw meat of the wild beast for centuries, even as they accuse us of doing. Their cannibalism was more prolonged than ours. When we were embracing the arts and sciences on the banks of the Nile, their ancestors were still drinking human blood and eating out of the skulls of their conquered dead. When our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, they were still running naked and sleeping in holes and caves with rats, bats and other insects and animals. After we had already unfathomed the mysteries of the stars and reduced the heavenly constellations to minute and regular calculus, they were still backwoodsmen, living in ignorance and blatant darkness. Why be discouraged? The world today is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. They stole our arts and sciences from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Their modern improvements are but duplicates of a grander civilization that we reflected thousands of years ago, without the advantage of what is buried and still hidden, to be resurrected and reintroduced by the intelligence of our generation and our prosperity. Why should we be discouraged because somebody laughs at us today? Who do tell what tomorrow will bring forth? Did they not laugh at Moses, Christ and Muhammad? Was there not a Carthage, Greece and Rome? We see and enact changes every day, so pray, work, be steadfast and be not dismayed. Nothing must kill the empire urge. As the Jew is held together by his religion, the white races by the assumption and the unwritten law of superiority, and the Mongolian by the precious tie of blood, so likewise the Negro must be united in one grand racial hierarchy. Our union must know no clime, boundary, or nationality. Like the great Church of Rome, Negroes the world over must practice one faith, out of confidence in themselves, with one God, one aim, one destiny. Let no religious scruples, no political machination divide us, but let us hold together under all climes and in every country, making among ourselves a racial empire upon which the sun shall never set. Allegiance to self first. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own raise you in time of peace and time of war. Hear all, but attend only that which concerns you. Your first allegiance shall be to your God, then to your family, race and country. Remember always that the Jew in his political and economic urge is always first a Jew. The white man is first a white man under all circumstances, and you can do no less than being first and always a Negro, and then all else will take care of itself. Let no one inoculate you for their own conveniences. There is no humanity before that which starts with yourself. Charity begins at home. First to thyself be true, and thou canst not then be false to any man. We are arbiters of our own destiny. God and nature first made us what we are, and then out of our own creative genius we make ourselves what we want to be. Follow always that great law. Let the sky and God be our limit, and eternity our measurement. There is no height to which we cannot climb by using the active intelligence of our own minds. Mind creates, and as much as we desire in nature we can act through the creation of our own minds. Being at present the scientifically weaker race, you shall treat others only as they treat you, but in your homes and everywhere possible you must teach the higher development of science to your children, and be sure to develop a race of scientists par excellence, for in science and religion lies our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. Never forget your God. Remember, we live, work and pray for the establishing of a great and binding racial hierarchy, the rounding of a racial empire whose only natural, spiritual and political limits shall be God and Africa, at home and abroad. Chapter 9. Marcus Garvey, barefaced colored leader. W.E.B. Du Bois is the most brazen fellow that one knows in Negro leadership. Because of the unfortunate mental condition of the masses of Negroes, this man, who secured many free scholarships to obtain his education, has consistently used his white education to mislead and humbug the millions of his race in the United States. The Negroes in America, since emancipation, have ever been looking for honest and upright leaders to point them to the way of political, economic, social and general development. Du Bois offered himself immediately after he left Harvard and the people were glad to receive him, but jealous as he was of every other Negro leader, his first effort was to attack the honest, upright and full leader Booker T. Washington. By so doing he divided American Negro opinion, and the confusion springing therefrom has continued up to the present. But Du Bois took pride and pleasure not only in attacking Booker Washington, but he has attacked and tried to discredit every one other Negro leader of importance who sprang up in America. The history of the struggle of the American Negro upward will record that Du Bois was one of the greatest enemies of the greatest industrial, political, commercial and nationalistic movements that was ever founded in the United States. He never rested openly and by intrigue to discredit and destroy this movement until he had, along with others, succeeded in having its leader framed up and imprisoned and then deported from the United States. After he succeeded in killing that movement in the United States and having the field almost entirely to himself, as no doubt he intended, he kept the race without a program, and up to recently he and Kelly Millard have been debating as to what kind of a program would be best suited to the American Negro at this late hour of his national distress. The very fact that the man up to now has no program shows that he never intended any, and his profession of being a leader from the time he left Harvard was only to deceive the American Negro and at the same time satisfy his white patrons who had the scheme to suppress any independent development of his race. Chapter 10. Marcus Garvey Battle Hymn of Africa. Africa's sun is shining above the horizon clear, the day for us is rising, for black men far and near, our God is in the front line, the heavenly battalion leads. Onward, make your banners shine, ye men of noble deeds. There's a flag we love so well, the red, the black and green, greatest emblem tongues can tell, the brightest ever seen. When pandemonium breaks, the earth will tremble fast. Nor oceans, seas nor lakes shall save the first or last. Our suffering has been long, our cries to God ascending. We have counted every wrong which calls for an amending. So into battle let us go, with the cross before, the angels, great, from high to low, watch forevermore. We see the enemy scatter, and watch their ranks divide. With God there is no fetter for whom he doth provide. All God's children, in trouble, or burdened down with care, no matter where, how humble, his love is ever there, so cheerful let our courage be and rally for the King, the Savior, Christ, the Lord, is he, whom angels tidings bring. Oh, Africa, victorious, see, the foe goes down. The Christ and Simon lead us to wear the triumphant crown. Jesus remembers dearly the sacrifice with the cross, so raise those banners gladly never to suffer loss. And so the war is ending, the victor's palm is ours, crushed neath the sorry bending, like dead, fallen flowers. Us lay the proud men of the day, all lost, forever, where the demons never say to God, we'll deliver. Chapter 11. Marcus Garvey be king of circumstances, the rise of nations and of men. Record their struggles passed and won, but none may tell just where and when the urge did come and thus begun. It might have been through glorious deeds performed by earlier men of fame, whose inspiration often leads to visions that remake a name. A Constantine, Alexander, too, a Hannibal and Caesar great, may change the thought of even you, and give a hero to the state. To read the deeds of men renowned, will make you choose a given course, that often strikes tire note profound, revealing us the man of force. The deeds we do must make the race, and force the nation to the top. And when we gain the honor place, we forge ahead and never stop. Keep winning more and still some more, and set a pace for a fainter heart. Your deeds shall spread from shore to shore, and worlds shall know you played your part. Though black of race you are, my friend, your part in life is ever here. There's work for you, the human trend calls for each one to have his share. Go then and play your part today, and think that you are king of all circumstances that come your way, before which you must never fall. Chapter 12. Marcus Garvey Bearers, October 26, 1927. We are the bearers of the world's bright torch to light our civilization as we go. No one should fall or lodge at darkness porch. Right well we teach the people all to know There's much for us to do in toil of love, in helping others as we climb the heights. It is for us to reach and lift above those who are struggling up through gloomy nights. Our beaming standard is the cross of Christ, the same that Simon bore, and fainted not. Up through the age we will this emblem hoist, to falter neither a tittle nor a jot. The cause of men is dear to us always. For right and truth we stand, most firm, as one, and so we'll battle on from day to day, in fighting for the noble aims of man. 'Tis true the world is reckless, vile and tough, but there is always room for doing good. There never can of goodness be enough, in blessing nature's wanton brotherhood. Will you now join the faithful, sturdy band, to make a better home for man to live? Will you now stretch to me the other hand, and state double quote as freely I receive, I give. Chapter 13. Marcus Gavey. Black and white. I'm black not white, which is no crime. To have all things makes one so great. If blacks did have, all whites would crave more black to be for all that time. The whites have all, in regal state, and blacks do think them more sublime, but whites would think the blacks so great if they had greater wealth all time. Chapter 14. Marcus Gavey. Black mother. Where can I find love that never changes, smiles that are true and always just the same, caring not how the fierce tempest rages, willing ever to shield my honored name? This I find at home, only with mother, who cares for me with patient tenderness. She from every human pain would rather save me, and drink the dregs of bitterness. If on life's way I happen to flounder, my true thoughts should be of mother dear. She is the rock that ne'er rifts asunder, the cry of her child, be it far or near. This is love wonderful beyond compare, it is God's choicest gift to mortal man. You, who know mother, in this thought must share, for she, of all, is angel of your clan. My mother is black, loveliest of all. Yes, she is as pure as the new-made morn, her song of glee is a clear rhythmic call to these arms of love to which I was born. I shall never forget you, sweet mother. Wheresoe'er in life I may happen to roam, I shall always be the fairy charmer to turn my dearest thoughts to things at home. Chapter 15. Marcus Gavey. Blackman. What is in thy bosom? Pluck it. Always a genius, is a talent, for something. Let's have it. Chapter 16. Marcus Gavey. Bravest soul. August 22, 1927. The toil of life is never ending. It passes from one stage to others. We live beneath its somber bending, and ape the customs of our fathers. We glory in its radiant joys, and smile with the everlasting sun. This eternal change that man employs, has been so from Adam's day begun. The bravest soul truly conquers all, in seeing God in our fellow man. This planet is just a spinning ball, of God's wondrous spiritual plan. In this life we may know no better, but in death we pass to spirit land, where the soul is free from all fetter, to join God in his creative hand. Chapter 17. Marcus Gavey. Broken hearts. Broken hearts are flung to hell's outpost, death and desolation tease the land. This is due to fascists' wildest boast, that has plagued mankind on every hand. Down with Mussolini's grade of greed, down with all his forms of Rome pride, up with love and charity, indeed, and with all that's true and should abide. War is threatened everywhere we turn, people's hearts are sad in mad despair, millions work on steel with hands that burn, all to cause the deadly things we fear. Kill, and still go killing more, is the order of the fascist crew. Kill them all on every foreign shore. Kill them now, and not a paltry few. Now we have the crew of men of might, blessed by church and holy Roman state. All they want are men to always fight, just to make their class forever great. Stop the crew that seeks to wreck all life, stop the mad dogs at their Roman game. They who love the blood of human strife must be stopped in God Almighty's name. Chapter 18. Marcus Gavey. Brutal crime. The beast of Rome sent forth his might against Ethiopia's silent hosts, and in battle went the men, who haunt the hills and plains like ghosts, askaris, grinning soldiers, like April fools at summer play, did shoulder arms for Italy, to give the beast of Rome the day. When blacks fight blacks in white men's wars, they're fools for all their valiant pain, for they shall never hope for right, in whatsoever is the gain. Rosgoodsa, ignoble of fame, betrayed the emperor's goodwill. His head should be upon the block, for Negroes then to curse at will. When Mussolini challenged us, he knew the weakness of the men. To feed and pat them on the back was all, to get them in the pen. The cursed fool who fell for Rome, and marched against the motherland, should never live to tell the tale of his unholy traitor hand. The psalmist sung of days to come, and God himself did bless the time, and yet the grinning fool of race betrays the cause that is sublime. When all is o'er, and God prevails, the curse of all the world shall be upon the heads of traitor blacks, who failed to make their country free. Chapter 19. Marcus Garvey, Brutus History. When years have passed to shaded memory, and all reflect on things of yore, the name of Benito Mussolini shall haunt good men on every shore. Like John, the devil, to the saintly soul, the Duce shall flash his fangs of flame, and every child will find a hiding hole in fear of Roman with his name. Chapter 20. Marcus Garvey, Call of Heaven. October 8, 1927. I've come to learn the story of Jesus in his bright glory, at home for sinners set so free, by love for you and L.O.V.E for me. I bow to thee, Son most holy, in truth thou art King of glory. So save my soul and make me good, that I may be where your life stood. Thy journey through grim Bethany led to the cross sad agony. But now thou art the Lord of hosts, the Father, Son and Holy Ghost. Now send to me, light of glory, the message good, true and holy. For I am ready now for home, no longer in this vale to roam. Chapter 21. Marcus Garvey, Christ the Way. October 8, 1927. Oh, with the Spirit as of old, I chant a prayer to my God, the being, precious, more than gold, that graces has ever had. I lift my soul to him above, and sing the angels' happy praise, the song of life and joy of love, that men from earth to heaven raise. There's joy in paradise for me, although a weary child of sin. The penitent on Calv's single quote tree may find the way to enter in. My hopes are good, in Christ, the Lord, on him I rest my cares of heart. He will so bridge the heavenly ford, to show the way ere I depart. Chapter 22. Marcus Garvey, City Storm. February 25, 1927. I stood at attention to see there was an angry thunderclap, a natural manifestation of the ugly clouds above. Proud man was all in excitement, questioning the meaning of darkness that surrounded him on every side, from Mother Earth to heaven. Men were looking through closed windows with stares of anxiety. Mothers were seeking their children for closer union of love. All motive power in the city had come to a sudden stop. There was nothing cheerful, only gloom and prehistoric weirdness. It was not the end of all time, nor the hour for Gabriel's horn. It was atmospheric change, caused through elemental moodiness, that sometimes makes us feel that our sciences are but speculations, and the majesty of man, feeble, as his finite intellect, yet, there was a fear and trembling as I observed it all around. Hearts were searched and prayers were offered in devout holiness. Everyone thought it was the end of the world, the great judgment morn, the final visitation of God upon man's vain damnations. I wondered to myself when I saw the weakness of my brother, in the moment of apparent danger and infinite distress. How is it he finds heart to enslave the rest of his fellow men, when conscience must tell him withal, we are in reality one? Those heavy clouds or roaring heaven did not gather all in vain. On that day millions saw the evil of their fellows to oppress. the commonness of love and punishment from the everlasting Father, who saves cities, nations and peoples for even the righteous 10. After several blasts of thunder had shaken the trembling earth, the rain from the very clouds burst through in torrential showers. Again there was a sudden breaking of the angry elements. A stillness, as of death, seemed to reign on every hand and shadow. The sun, in munificent glory, shone radiantly once more. Everything was refreshed, from the green grass to the rosy flowers. It was as if nature had served her elemental sacraments, to give new life to the ancient hill, dale, mountain and meadow. But I was satisfied that in the approach of death, men unite, to shield themselves by thought and deed from the dread and ominous terror. This was only a storm with its currents of electricity, yet the whole populace was aroused to see man's finite weakness, to realize that in the midst of life we are subjects of death, children of an understanding source, hidden beyond nature's mirror. Whether of men we be divided in yellow, brown, black or white, we shall pass from life to the mysterious eternity. Chapter 23. Marcus Garvey, Conquering Race. I heard a cry from underneath. It was the death pang of a slave. A white man's sword was from its sheath, and he to all the world was brave. He slew the black man for his wealth, although the victim had no arms. At home his friends all drink his health, for deeds of courage he performs. This is the boasted pride of men, who wrong the world for selfish gain. The earth shall be the devil's den, so long as evil spirits reign. The cinemas delight the crowd, in deeds of hellish human crime. Of this the nations now are proud, as bandits rove from clime to clime. Chapter 24. Marcus Garvey, Conspiracy of the East Street, Louis Riots, July 8, 1917. The East Street, Louis Riot, or rather massacre, of Monday, July 2nd, will go down in history as one of the bloodiest outrages against mankind for which any class of people could be held guilty. Here, this is no time for fine words, but a time to lift one's voice against the savagery of a people who claim to be the dispensers of democracy. Cheers. I do not know what special meaning the people who slaughtered the Negroes of East Street, Louis had for democracy of which they are the custodians, but I do know that it has no literal meaning for me as used and applied by these same lawless people. Here, America, that has been ringing the bells of the world, proclaiming to the nations and the peoples thereof that she has democracy to give to all and sundry. America that has denounced Germany for the deportations of the Belgians into Germany. America that has arraigned Turkey at the bar of public opinion and public justice against the massacres of the Armenians, has herself no satisfaction to give 12 million of her own citizens except the satisfaction of a farcical inquiry that will end where it begun, over the brutal murder of men, women and children for no other reason than that they are black people seeking an industrial chance in a country that they had labored for 300 years to make great. Cheers. For 300 years the Negroes of America had given their lifeblood to make the Republic the first among the nations of the world, and all along this time there has never been even 1 year of justice but on the contrary a continuous round of oppression. At one time it was slavery, at another time lynching and burning, and up to date it is wholesale butchering. This is a crime against the laws of humanity, it is a crime against the laws of the nation. It is a crime against nature, and a crime against the God of all mankind. Cheers. Somewhere in the book of life we are told that God created of one blood all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth, and after mankind, in scattered groups, had for thousands of years lived in their own spheres without trouble or molestation, promoting in their own way the course of peace and happiness. The white race, a party of this group, went out to enslave, conquer and rob the rights of the peaceful. Through that system of enslavement, conquest and robbery, the black man was taken into this country where he was forced against his will to labor for the enrichment of the white man. Millions of our people in the early days of slavery gave their lives that America might live. From the labors of these people the country grew in power, until her wealth today is computed above that of any two nations. With all the service that the Negro gave, he is still a despised creature in the eye of the white people, for if he were not to them despised, the 900 million of whites of this country would never allow such outrages as the East Street Louis massacre to perpetuate themselves without enforcing the law which provides justice for every man, be he black or white. The black man has always trusted the white man. He has always clung to him as a brother man, ever willing to do service for him, to help him, to succor him. Yet with all this the white man has never found it convenient to live up to the principles of brotherhood which he himself teaches to all mankind. Here, from the time of Livingstone to the present day, the black man has always been kind to the white man. When there was no white man in Africa to help the sickly and dying Livingstone, the black man, ever true, even as Simon the Cyrenian was true, in bearing the cross of the despised Jesus, came to the rescue of the suffering Englishman, and when he was dead, faithful as they were, they bore his body for hundreds of miles across the desert and plains of Africa until they deposited his remains at a place where other white men could reach him to convey him to England and inter his bones in the Cathedral of Westminster Abbey. The Negro in American history from the time of Crispus at Boston, the 10th Cavalry at San Juan Hill which saved the day for Roosevelt, up to the time when they stuck to Boyd at Carrizal, has demonstrated to the American nation that he is as true as steel. Cheers. Yet for all his services he receives the reward of lynching, burning and wholesale slaughter. Here. It is even strange to see how the real American white people, the people who had direct left square bracket as right square bracket sentence from the Pilgrim Fathers, allow the alien German, the Italian and other Europeans who came here but yesterday to lead them in bloody onslaught against the Negroes who have lived here for over 300 years. When I say that the aliens are leading the descendants of the Pilgrim Fathers against the Negroes in this country, I mean to support it with as much facts as possible. Mayor Malman of East, as right square bracket E. Louis, if no right square bracket himself a German, descendant of German immigrants, he is the man to be blamed for the recent riots in East Street Louis. I say so because I am convinced that he fostered a well-arranged conspiracy to prevent black men migrating from the South, much the loss of Southern farmers who for months have been moving heaven it seems to prevent the exodus of the labor serfs of the South into the North. 2 months ago I was in New Orleans completing a lecture tour of the United States, and on the 26th of April Mayor Fred W. Muffleman arrived in the city on a trip from St. Louis. In New Orleans he was met by Mayor Bierman and the New Orleans Board of Trade. For months the farmers of Louisiana were frightened out of their wits over the everyday migration of Negroes from great farming centers of the state. They wrote to the papers, they appealed to the governor, the mayor and the legislature and the Board of Trade to stop the Negroes going away, but up to the 26th of April nothing was done to stop the people excepting the railway companies promising to use certain restraint on the rush of people obtaining passages on the trains by railway orders sent to them from the north. At this time Mayor Malman arrived and the farmers and Board of Trade met him and asked his help in discouraging the Negroes from going north and especially to East Street Louis. In an interview given out to the New Orleans press he said that the Negroes from the South were reaching St. Louis at the rate of 2,000 per week, and that they were creating a problem there. He said that some of the largest industries in the country were established in East Street Louis and there were strikes for the last few months. He believed the labor conditions in East Street Louis were responsible for the number of Negro laborers going to that city. When the strikes started, he said, United States District Judge Wright issued an injunction restraining the strikers from intimidating the laborers who took their places. This order prevented uprisings and riots. Conditions are very bad in East Street Louis, he said, because many plants are suffering for the want of labor. However, our city is growing and we have a population of 85,000 persons. During 1916 we gained 1,600 in population. His interview did not make pleasant reading for the farmers and others interested in labor in New Orleans and Louisiana, so that the very next day he appeared at the Board of Trade, where he met the farmers and others, and in discussing the labor exodus with them, he promised that he would do all he could to discourage Negroes from Louisiana going into East Street Louis, as the city did not want them. His interview on the first day was an encouragement to the Negroes to go to East Street Louis, as there was work for them, owing to the inability of the various plants to get labor. On the second day, when he was approached, he said East Street Louis did not want the Negroes, and he then promised to do all in his power to prevent them going there. His remarks to the people whom he met were published under big headlines in the newspapers, so that the Negroes could read that they were not wanted in East Street Louis. But that did not deter the black men of Louisiana who were looking for better opportunities in the land of their birth, going about the country looking for better conditions than the South offered with lynching and Jim Crowism. The Negroes still continued their migration north. The mayor of East Street Louis returned to the city after making his promise to the farmers, Board of Trade and others who were interested in Negro labor. On the 5th of May, the New Orleans Board of Trade elected Mr. N.J. Sanders its president, and Mr. W.P. Ross as delegates to attend a transportation conference at Street Louis to be held on May 8 to 9. You will remember that Ma left square bracket Y right square bracket or Malman appeared before the Board of Trade on Friday the 27th of April, where he made his statement of promise. The transportation conference was held at Street Louis on the 8th and 9th of May, at which several prominent men interested in the labor condition of the South were present, as also Messrs. Sanders and Ross, from New Orleans. It isn't for me to suggest that Mayor Malman met these gentlemen again. It is for you to imagine what further transpired while these gentlemen from the South, who were so deeply interested in keeping the Negro below the Mason and Dixon lines, said and did among themselves while in that vicinity where Mayor Malman held sway, so much so as to be able to make a promise to keep out citizens of the United States who were not born in Germany, but in the Southland. One thing I do know, left square bracket W. No, the first riot started on May 28th after a conference of labor leaders with Mayor Malman. On that day, May 28th, crowds of white men, after leaving the city council, stopped streetcars and dragged Negroes off and beat them. Then the night following, 3 Negroes and 2 white men were shot. An investigation of the affair resulted in the finding that labor agents had induced Negroes to come from the South. I can hardly see the relevance of such a report with the dragging of men from cars and shooting them. The city authorities did nothing to demonstrate to the unreasonable labor leaders that they would be firmly dealt with should they maltreat and kill black men. No threat was offered to these men because Mayor Malman himself had promised to do all he could to drive the Negroes out of East Street Louis, and to instill fear in the hearts of the people in the South so as to prevent them coming north. On the 29th of May, a day after the first disturbance, and when 3 Negro men had been killed, Mayor Malman sent a dispatch to Governor Pleasant of Louisiana advising the Negroes of Louisiana to remain away from East Street Louis. This news item from the call of May 31st, which I will read, will speak for itself. Negroes asked to stay away. Right square bracket Baton Rouge, Lagat, May 30th. An order advising all Louisiana Negroes to remain away from East Street Louis, Lagat, was issued today by Governor Pleasant, following a request from Mayor Malman of the Illinois City. I had not seen the Louisiana papers that published that order, but you can imagine for yourselves how the papers made prominent news of it so as to bring home to the Negroes of the state the very discouraging situation which the mayor of East Street Louis helped to create. Because nothing was done to crush the originators and leaders of the first riot, the Negro haters of East Street Louis took fresh courage and made their final attack on our defenseless men, women and children on Monday, July 2nd, and which resulted in the wholesale massacre of our people. When we read in the white press a report like what I will read to you, we can conjure to our own minds the horror of the whole affair. East Street Louis, July 2nd. Negroes are being shot down like rabbits and strung up to telegraph poles. The official police estimate at 9 o'clock put the number of dead at 100. They reached this total partly through reports that many victims had been pursued into creeks and shot, burned in buildings or murdered and thrown into the Mississippi. The exact number of dead will probably never be known. 6 Negroes were hanged to telegraph poles in the south end of the town. A reliable white man reports having counted 19 Negro corpses on a side street. A reign of terror prevails. The police and the tow companies of the National Guard are powerless. The companies of soldiers were powerless as they had orders not to shoot. The whites took their rifles from them, telling them they might hurt someone, whilst these very whites took the rifles and shot Negroes. The whole thing, my friends, is a bloody farce, and that the police and soldiers did nothing to stem the murder thirst of the mob is a conclusive proof of conspiracy on the part of the civil authorities to condone the acts of the white mob against Negroes. Here, in this report we further read that as the flames of fire would drive a Negro man, whom left square bracket a right square bracket and or child from a dwelling, their clothes burning, the mob would set up a great shout and rifles and pistols would be fired. So far no Negro was known to escape, as the whites had a merciless net about the Negroes, and the cry was, "Kill 'em all." Negro faces were seen at frames of windows, and when they say what happened to those who flew from the burning structures, they dropped back into the fire rather than tempt a similar fate. Deep groan, an example of what the guardsmen encountered, and themselves enjoyed, was the beating of colored women by white girls. This sort of thing was common. It resulted in the death of several Negro women. 6 girls, according to the report, pursued a colored girl around the main railway station. Hummel formed behind the girls, who were screaming frantic epithets at the terrified black girl. "Send them back to Africa. Kill them all. Lynch them," shouted the young Amazons. Suddenly the crowd swept from the trail of the girl. A yell then arose. "There is one." It was a Negro walking on the railroad track. Before he realized his peril he was killed. Half a dozen pistols cracked and the man dropped without a chance to run. Groans, 2 white girls, neither more than 17 years old, the report said, were cheered when they dragged a colored girl from a streetcar, removed her slippers and beat senseless with the sharp wooden heels. Some reports said black women were stripped by white women for the amusement of the crowd. Cries of shame. The mob and entire white populace, right square bracket F East Street. Lewis had a Roman holiday. They feasted on the blood of the Negro, encouraged as they were by the German-American mayor who 2 months ago went to New Orleans and promised to keep the Negroes out of East Street. Lewis, that this man did absolutely nothing to let the people know that the law would be enforced to preserve order and ensure the peaceful lives of the black people is amply demonstrated by a report which comes from East Street. Lewis, and was published in the New York Tribune of Saturday, July 7th. Under the caption, "Citizens blame long reign of lawlessness for riots," the paper published this bit of news. East Street. Lewis, yelled out, July 6. Resignation of Chief of Police Payne of East Street. Lewis and of Cornelius City Night Chief of Police or of radical reforms will be demanded of Mayor Mullan by the Citizens Committee of the Chamber of Commerce. This determination is a result of the race riots here Monday in which 37 persons lost their lives. Morris Joyce, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, declared today the rioting was the direct result of the long reign of lawlessness in East Street. Lewis, we have a police department that is incompetent and inefficient, if not worse. Not only was the word sent out that law would not be rigidly enforced, but the impression was allowed to spread that law violations would be winked at. This gallant vice chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, who knew this even before one Negro was shot, never said a word and did nothing to bring the delinquent mayor who rules the city to a realization of these facts until great property damage was done to the Southern Railway Company. When their warehouse of over 100 carloads of merchandise was consumed by the flames, causing a loss to the company of over $500,000, and a white theater of over $100,000 was destroyed. It was not until property was destroyed, in which the Chamber of Commerce was most interested, that the officers of the body let the mayor know that he must do his duty. It was not through overpopulation or through scared left square bracket I right square bracket of work why East Street. Lewis did not want Negroes. It was simply because they were black men. For Mayor Malman himself said months ago that East Street. Lewis was badly off for laborers as many of the plants could not get hands to operate them. I can hardly see why black men should be debarred from going where they choose in the land of their birth. I cannot see where from Mayor Malman got the authority to discourage black men going into East Street. Lewis, when there was work for them, except he got that authority from mob sentiment and mob law. It was because he knew that he could gain a following and support on the issue of race why he was bold enough to promise the white people of Louisiana that he would keep Negroes out of East Street. Lewis, he has succeeded in driving fully 10,000 in one day out of the city, and the South has gone wild over the splendid performance in so much so that the very next day after the massacre the legislature of Georgia sent out the message that their good Negroes must come home as they will treat them better than East Street. Lewis did. Can you wonder at the conspiracy of the whole affair? White people are taking advantage of black men today because black men all over the world are disunited. Loud and prolonged cheers. Chapter 25. Marcus Garvey Death's Pleasure. November 10, 1927. Death is no terror, friend. It's a sublime sleep that lulls the weary home. To rest not to wait. It is the solace of God. A message for you. From those friends, gone before. Those whose love is true. The dream called death is not the pain that you fear. It's an ecstasy beyond man's compare. 'Tis life's joy that's called the eternal fair. Chapter 26. Marcus Garvey Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples, August 15, 1920. Preamble. Be it resolved, that the Negro people of the world, through their chosen representatives in convention assembled in Liberty Hall, in the city of New York and United States of America, from August 1st to August 31st, in the year of our Lord, 1920, protest against the wrongs and injustices they are suffering at the hands of their white brethren, and state what they deem their fair and just rights, as well as the treatment they propose to demand of all men in the future. We complain, that nowhere in the world, with few exceptions, are black men accorded equal treatment with white men, although in the same situation and circumstances, but, on the contrary, are discriminated against and denied the common rights due to human beings for no other reason than their race and color. We are not willingly accepted as guests in the public hotels and inns of the world for no other reason than our race and color. In certain parts of the United States of America our race is denied the right of public trial accorded to other races when accused of crime, but are lynched and burned by mobs, and such brutal and inhuman treatment is even practiced upon our women. That European nations have parceled out among themselves and taken possession of nearly all of the continent of Africa, and the natives are compelled to surrender their lands to aliens and are treated in most instances like slaves. In the southern portion of the United States of America, although citizens under the federal constitution, and in some states almost equal to the whites in population and are qualified landowners and taxpayers, we are, nevertheless, denied all voice in the making and administration of the laws and are taxed without representation by the state governments, and at the same time compelled to do military service in defense of the country. On the public conveyances and common carriers in the southern portion of the United States we are Jim Crowed and compelled to accept separate and inferior accommodations and made to pay the same fare charged for first-class accommodations, and our families are often humiliated and insulted by drunken white men, who habitually pass through the Jim Crow cars going to the smoking car. The physicians of our race are denied the right to attend their patients while in the public hospitals of the cities and states where they reside in certain parts of the United States. Our children are forced to attend inferior separate schools for shorter terms than white children, and the public school funds are unequally divided between the white and colored schools. We are discriminated against and denied an equal chance to earn wages for the support of our families, and in many instances are refused admission into labor unions, and nearly everywhere are paid smaller wages than white men. III. In civil service and departmental offices we are everywhere discriminated against and made to feel that to be a black man in Europe, America and the West Indies is equivalent to being an outcast and a leper among the races of men, no matter what the character and attainments of the black man may be. In the British and other West Indian islands and colonies, Negroes are secretly and cunningly discriminated against, and denied those fuller rights in government to which white citizens are appointed, nominated and elected. And our people in those parts are forced to work for lower wages than the average standard of white men and are kept in conditions repugnant to good civilized tastes and customs. Size. At the many acts of injustice against members of our race before the courts of law in the respective islands and colonies are of such nature as to create disgust and disrespect for the white man's sense of justice. XII. Against all such inhuman, unchristian and uncivilized treatment we here and now emphatically protest, and invoke the condemnation of all mankind. In order to encourage our race all over the world and to stimulate it to a higher and grander destiny, we demand and insist on the following Declaration of Rights. 1. Be it known to all men that whereas all men are created equal and entitled to the rights of life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness, and because of this we, the duly elected representatives of the Negro peoples of the world, invoking the aid of the just and almighty God, do declare all men, women and children of our blood throughout the world free citizens, and do claim them as free citizens of Africa, the motherland of all Negroes. 2. That we believe in the supreme authority of our race in all things racial, that all things are created and given to man as a common possession, that there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things, and in consideration of the fact that as a race, we are now deprived of those things that are morally and legally ours, we believe it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. 3. That we believe the Negro, like any other race, should be governed by the ethics of civilization, and, therefore, should not be deprived of any of those rights or privileges common to other human beings. 4. We declare that Negroes, wheresoever they form a community among themselves, should be given the right to elect their own representatives to represent them in legislatures, courts of law, or such institutions as may exercise control over that particular community. 5. We assert that the Negro is entitled to even-handed justice before all courts of law and equity in whatever country he may be found, and when this is denied him on account of his race or color, such denial is an insult to the race as a whole and should be resented by the entire body of Negroes. 6. We declared it unfair and prejudicial to the rights of Negroes in communities where they exist in considerable numbers to be tried by a judge and jury composed entirely of an alien race, but in all such cases members of our race are entitled to representation on the jury. 7. We believe that any law or practice that tends to deprive any African of his land or the privileges of free citizenship within his country is unjust and immoral, and no native should respect any such law or practice. 8. We declare taxation without representation unjust and tyrannous, and there should be no obligation on the part of the Negro to obey the levy of a tax by a law-making body from which he is excluded and denied representation on account of his race and color. 9. We believe that any law especially directed against the Negro to his detriment and singling him out because of his race or color is unfair and immoral, and should not be respected. 10. We believe all men entitled to common human respect, and that our race should in no way tolerate any insults that may be interpreted to mean disrespect to our color. 11. We deprecate the use of the term nigger as applied to Negroes, and demand that the word Negro be written with a capital N. 12. We believe that the Negroes should adopt every means to protect himself against barbarous practices inflicted upon him because of color. 13. We believe in the freedom of Africa for the Negro people of the world, and by the principle of Europe for the Europeans and Asia for the Asiatics, we also demand Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. 14. We believe in the inherent right of the Negro to possess himself of Africa, and that his possession of same shall not be regarded as an infringement on any claim or purchase made by any race or nation. 15. We strongly condemn the cupidity of those nations of the world who, by open aggression or secret schemes, have seized the territories and inexhaustible natural wealth of Africa, and we place on record our most solemn determination to reclaim the treasures and possession of the vast continent of our forefathers. 16. We believe all men should live in peace one with the other, but when races and nations provoke the ire of other races and nations by attempting to infringe upon their rights, war becomes inevitable, and the attempt in any way to free oneself or protect one's rights or heritage becomes justifiable. 17. Whereas, the lynching, by burning, hanging or any other means, of human beings is a barbarous practice, and a shame and disgrace to civilization, we therefore declared any country guilty of such atrocities outside the pale of civilization. 18. We protest against the atrocious crime of whipping, flogging and overworking of the native tribes of Africa and Negroes everywhere. These are methods that should be abolished, and all means should be taken to prevent a continuance of such brutal practices. 19. We protest against the atrocious practice of shaving the heads of Africans, especially of African women or individual of Negro blood, when placed in prison as a punishment for crime by an alien race. 20. We protest against segregated districts, separate public conveyances, industrial discrimination, lynchings and limitations of political privileges of any Negro citizen in any part of the world on account of race, color, or creed, and will exert our full influence and power against all such. 21. We protest against any punishment inflicted upon a Negro with severity, as against lighter punishment inflicted upon another of an alien race for a like offense, as an act of prejudice and injustice, and should be resented by the entire race. 22. We protest against the system of education in any country where Negroes are denied the same privileges and advantages as other races. 23. We declare it inhuman and unfair to boycott Negroes from industries and labor in any part of the world. 24. We believe in the doctrine of the freedom of the press, and we therefore emphatically protest against the suppression of Negro newspapers and periodicals in various parts of the world, and call upon Negroes everywhere to employ all available means to prevent such suppression. 25. We further demand free speech universally for all men. 26. We hereby protest against the publication of scandalous and inflammatory articles by an alien press tending to create racial strife and the exhibition of picture films showing the Negro as a cannibal. 27. We believe in the self-determination of all peoples. 28. We declare for the freedom of religious worship. 29. With the help of Almighty God, we declare ourselves the protectors of the honor and virtue of our women and children, and pledge our lives for their protection and defense everywhere, and under all circumstances from wrongs and outrages. 30. We demand the right of unlimited and unprejudiced education for ourselves and our posterity forever. 31. We declare that the teaching in any school by alien teachers to our boys and girls, that the alien race is superior to the Negro race, is an insult to the Negro people of the world. 32. Where Negroes form a part of the citizenry of any country, and pass the civil service examination of such country, we declare them entitled to the same consideration as other citizens as to appointments in such civil service. 33. We vigorously protest against the increasingly unfair and unjust treatment accorded Negro travelers on land and sea by the agents and employees of railroad and steamship companies and insist that for equal fare we receive equal privileges with travelers of other races. 34. We declare it unjust for any country, state or nation to enact laws tending to hinder and obstruct the free immigration of Negroes on account of their race and color. 35. At the right of the Negro to travel unmolested throughout the world be not abridged by any person or persons, and all Negroes are called upon to give aid to a fellow Negro when thus molested. 36. We declare that all Negroes are entitled to the same right to travel over the world as other men. 37. We hereby demand that the governments of the world recognize our leader and his representatives chosen by the race to look after the welfare of our people under such governments. 38. We demand complete control of our social institutions without interference by any alien race or races. 39. That the colors, red, black and green, be the colors of the Negro race. 40. Resolved, that the anthem, Ethiopia, now land of our fathers, etc., shall be the anthem of the Negro race. 41. We believe that any limited liberty which deprives one of the complete rights and prerogatives of full citizenship is but a modified form of slavery. 42. We declare it an injustice to our people and a serious impediment to the health of the race to deny to competent licensed Negro physicians the right to practice in the public hospitals of the communities in which they reside, for no other reason than their race and color. 43. We call upon the various governments of the world to accept and acknowledge Negro representatives who shall be sent to the said governments to represent the general welfare of the Negro peoples of the world. 44. We deplore and protest against the practice of confining juvenile prisoners in prisons with adults, and we recommend that such youthful prisoners be taught gainful trades under humane supervision. 45. Be it further resolved, that we as a race of people declare the League of Nations null and void as far as the Negro is concerned, in that it seeks to deprive Negroes of their liberty. 46. We demand of all men to do unto us as we would do unto them, in the name of justice, and we cheerfully accord to all men all the rights we claim herein for ourselves. 47. We declare that no Negro shall engage himself in battle for an alien race without first obtaining the consent of the leader of the Negro people of the world, except in a matter of national self-defense. 48. We protest against the practice of drafting Negroes and sending them to war with alien forces without proper training, and demand in all cases that Negro soldiers be given the same training as the aliens. 49. We demand that instructions given Negro children in schools include the subject of Negro history, to their benefit. 50. We demand a free and unfettered commercial intercourse with all the Negro people of the world. 51. We declare for the absolute freedom of the seas for all peoples. 52. We demand that our duly accredited representatives be given proper recognition in all leagues, conferences, conventions or courts of international arbitration wherever human rights are discussed. 53. We proclaim the 31st day of August of each year to be an international holiday to be observed by all Negroes. 54. We want all men to know we shall maintain and contend for the freedom and equality of every man, woman and child of our race, with our lives, our fortunes and our sacred honor. These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper for the protection of the Negro race at large, and because of this belief we, on behalf of the 400 million Negroes of the world, do pledge herein the sacred blood of the race in defense, and we hereby subscribe our names as a guarantee of the truthfulness and faithfulness hereof in the presence of Almighty God, on the 14th day of August, in the year of our Lord 1920. Chapter 27. Marcus Gavey, Devil and Mussolini. When God did make the world and all, he laid a righteous plan of things. He never meant to harbor sin among mankind with all their kings. He did establish holy law to rule the mighty universe, and everything that he did make was bound to follow such a course. But evil crept into man's life, and wasted all that goodness gave, and strife was stirred between the two, that pressed man into his sad grave. The devil and the Lord of hosts have fought upon the plains of life, and still we see the conflicts rage, with God on top in every strife. The Caesars came and went their way, with Alexander and his kind. Napoleon did also come, with Mussolini close behind. The latter devil raised his sword, to bleed a world of peaceful men. And Roman sin proclaimed him great, for his descent on God's children. This devil in mad human form performs his tricks and deeds with boast. He plays on Italy's great fame, and challenges the Lord of hosts. The fight goes on between the two, to end as did the rest before. For God must win in every cause, that man threatens on any shore. The time will come when every hand will smite the mad dog on the head, and he will pass away to hell, and leave his stain among the dead. This Mussolini devil man has come from out the darkest cave, and savage-like, in looks and deeds, he seeks to take the life God gave. No soul can this vile madman give, no creature can he ever make, yet he would bleed all men to death, and all for vanity's sole sake. He leads the march against black and white, to crown himself the Lord of earth. But whilst he gains, for just a while, his triumphs are just devil's mirth. The time will come to chain his feet and hands, like all the devils gone, and he will be just one more fool, who from satanic womb was born. Pray down the devil of the hills of Roman wickedness, and look to God, the King of Peace, who reigns for human blessedness. Chapter 28. Marcus Garvey Dissertation on Man. Dissertation on Man. Man is the individual who is able to shape his own character, master his own will, direct his own life and shape his own ends. When God breathed into the nostrils of man the breath of life, made him a living soul, and bestowed upon him the authority of Lord of creation, he never intended that that individual should descend to the level of a peon, a serf, or a slave, but that he should be always man in the fullest possession of his senses, and with the truest knowledge of himself. But how changed has man become since creation! We find him today divided into different classes: the helpless imbecile, the dependent slave, the servant and the master. These different classes God never created. He created man. But this individual acts so retrograde, as to make it impossible to find him a real man. As far as the Negro race is concerned, we can find but few real men to measure up to the higher purpose of the creation, and because of this lack of manhood in the race, we have stagnated for centuries and now find ourselves at the foot of the great human ladder. After the creation, and after man was given possession of the world, the Creator relinquished all authority to his Lord, except that which was spiritual. All that authority which meant the regulation of human affairs, human society, and human happiness was given to man by the Creator, and man, therefore, became master of his own destiny, and architect of his own fate. In process of time we find that only a certain type of man has been able to make good in God's creation. We find them building nations, governments and empires, as also great monuments of commerce, industry and education. These men, realizing the power given them, exerted every bit of it to their own good and to their posterities, while, on the other hand, 400 million Negroes who claim the common fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, have fallen back so completely, as to make us today the serfs and slaves of those who fully know themselves and have taken control of the world, which was given to all in common by the Creator. I desire to impress upon the 400 million members of my race that our failings in the past, present and of the future will be through our failures to know ourselves and to realize the true functions of man on this mundane sphere. Chapter 29. Marcus Garvey Dividing Line. There's a dividing line, call it what you may, it separates the whites from the blacks each day. Nature made no passing, shadowy blunder when by race different people set asunder. You may try to patch a broken fence between, but one oneness of aim shall e'er be seen. For peace and happiness, it is the best, to group them nationally, one from the rest. Angels are separated by groups and files, not because of superiority in lives, but to maintain heavenly rule and order, as desired by the great, Holy Father. So in this physical, material life, we are thus separated to prevent strife, not because we are better than the other, but for the sake of others not to bother. Everyone should obey this grand human rule, and not others to reduce to our footstool. Justice should be for everyone we meet, as with charity and fellowship we greet. This would make a better and happier world with the banner of peace and love unfurled. No fair mortal man can think this unkind if he appreciates the bond of mankind. Chapter 30. Marcus Gavey. Educate yourself. You must never stop learning. The world's greatest men and women were people who educated themselves outside of the university with all the knowledge that the university gives, and you have the opportunity of doing the same thing the university student does read and study. One must never stop reading. Read everything that you can that is of standard knowledge. Don't waste time reading trashy literature. That is to say, don't pay any attention to the 10-cent novels, Wild West stories and cheap sentimental books, but where there is a good plot and a good story in the form of a novel, read it. It is necessary to read it for the purpose of getting information on human nature. The idea is that personal experience is not enough for a human to get all the full knowledge of life, because the individual life is too short, so we must feed on the experience of others. The literature we read should include the biography and autobiography of men and women who have accomplished greatness in their particular line. Whenever you can buy these books and own them, and whilst you are reading them, make pencil or pen notes of the striking sentences and paragraphs that you should like to remember, so that when you have to refer to the book for any thought that you would like to refresh your mind on, you will not have to read over the whole book. You should also read the best poetry for inspiration. The standard poets have always been the most inspirational creators. From a good line of poetry, you may get the inspiration for the career of a lifetime. Many a great man and woman was first inspired by some attractive line or verse of poetry. There are good poets and bad poets, just like there are good novels and bad novels. Always select the best poets for your inspirational urge. Read history incessantly until you master it. This means your own national history, the history of the world social history, industrial history, and the history of the different sciences, but primarily the history of man. If you do not know what went on before you came here and what is happening at the time you live, but away from you, you will not know the world and will be ignorant of the world and mankind. You can only make the best out of life by knowing and understanding it. To know, you must fall back on the intelligence of others who came before you and have left their records behind left square bracket and right square bracket D. To be able to read intelligently, you must first be able to master the language of your country. To do this, you must be well acquainted with its grammar and the science of it. Every 6 months you should read over again the science of the language that you speak, so as not to forget its rules. People judge you by your writing and your speech. If you write badly and incorrectly, they become prejudiced toward your intelligence, and if you speak badly and incorrectly, those who hear you become disgusted and will not pay much attention to you, but in their hearts laugh after you. A leader who is to teach men and present any fact of truth to man must first be learned in his subject. Never write or speak on a subject you know nothing about, for there is always somebody who knows that particular subject to laugh at you or to ask you embarrass left square bracket as right square bracket in questions that may make others laugh at you. You can know about any subject under the sun by reading about it. If you cannot bushels left square bracket buy the books outright and own them, go to your public libraries and read them there or borrow them, or join some circulating library in your district or town, so as to get the use of these books. You should do that as you may refer to them for information. You should read at least 4 hours a day. The best time to read is in the evening after you have retired from your work and after you have rested and before sleeping hours, but do so before morning, so that during your sleeping hours what you have read may become subconscious, that is to say, planted in your memory. Never go to bed without doing some reading left square bracket. Never keep the constant company of anybody who doesn't know as much as you or isn't as educated as you, and from whom you cannot learn something or reciprocate your learning, especially if that person is illiterate or ignorant, because constant association with such a person will unconsciously cause you to drift into the peculiar culture or ignorance of that person. Always try to associate with people from whom you can learn something. Contact with cultured persons and with books is the best companionship you can have and keep. By reading good books you keep the company of the authors of the book or the subjects of the book when otherwise you could not meet them in the social contact of life. Never go down in intelligence to those who are below you, but if possible help to lift them up to you, and always try to ascend to those who are above you and be their equal with the hope of being their master. Continue always in the application of the thing you desire educationally, culturally, or otherwise, and never give up until you reach the objective and you can reach the objective if other s have done so before you, proving by their doing it that it is possible. In your desire to accomplish greatness, you must first decide in your own mind in what direction you desire to seek that greatness, and when you have so decided in your own mind work and seize L toward it. The particular thing that you may want should be before you all the time, and whatsoever it takes to get it or make it possible should be undertaken. Use your faculties and persuasion to achieve all you set your mind on. Try never to repeat yourself in any one discourse in saying the same thing over and over except when you are making new points, because repetition is tiresome and it annoys those who hear the repetition. Therefore, try to possess as much universal knowledge as possible through reading so as to be able to be free of repetition in trying to drive home a point. No one is ever too old to learn. Therefore, you should take advantage of every educational facility. If you should hear of a great man or woman who is to lecture or speak in your town on any given subject and the person is an authority on the subject, always make time to go and hear him. This is what is meant by learning from others. You should learn the two sides to every story, so as to be able to properly debate a question and hold your grounds with the side that you support. If you only know one side of a story, you cannot argue intelligently nor effectively. As for instance, to combat communism, you must know about it, otherwise people will take advantage of you and win a victory over your ignorance. Anything that you are going to challenge, you must first know about it, so as to be able to defeat it. The moment you are ignorant about anything, the person who has the intelligence of that thing will defeat you. Therefore, get knowledge, get it quickly, get it studiously, but get it anyway. Knowledge is power. When you know a thing and can hold your ground on that thing and win over your opponents on that thing, those who hear you learn to have confidence in you and will trust your ability. Never, therefore, attempt anything without being able to protect yourself on it, for every time you are defeated it takes away from your prestige and you are not as respected as before. All the knowledge you want is in the world, and all that you have to do is to go seeking it and never stop until you have found it. You can find knowledge or the information about it in the public libraries, if it is not on your own bookshelf. Try to have a book and own it on every bit of knowledge you want. You may generally get these books at second-hand bookstores for sometimes 1/5 of the original value. Always have a well-equipped shelf of books. Nearly all information about mankind is to be found in the Encyclopedia Britannica. This is an expensive set of books, but try to get them. Buy a complete edition for yourself, and keep it at your home, and whenever you are in doubt about anything, go to it and you will find it there. The value of knowledge is to use it. It is not humanly possible that a person can retain all knowledge of the world, but if a person knows how to search for all the knowledge of the world, he will find it when he wants it. A doctor or a lawyer, although he passed his examination in college, does not know all the laws and does not know all the techniques of medicine, but he has the fundamental knowledge. When he wants a particular kind of knowledge, he goes to the medical books or law books and refers to the particular law or how to use the recipe of medicine. You must, therefore, know where to find your facts and use them as you want them. No one will know where you got them, but you will have the facts, and by using the facts correctly they will think you a wonderful person, a great general (S), and a trusted leader. In reading it is not necessary or compulsory that you agree with everything you read. You must always use or apply your own reasoning to what you have read based upon what you already know as touching the facts on what you have read. Pass judgment on what you read based upon these facts. When I say facts, I mean things that cannot be disputed. You may read thoughts that are old, and opinions that are old and have changed since they were written. You must always search to find out the latest facts on that B left square bracket A right square bracket particular subject, and only when these facts are consistently maintained in what you read should you agree with them. Otherwise you are entitled to your own opinion. Always have up-to-date knowledge. You can gather this from the latest books and the latest periodicals, journals and newspapers. Read your daily newspaper every day. Read a standard monthly journal every month, a standard weekly magazine every week, a standard quarterly magazine every quarter, and by this you will find the new knowledge of the whole year in addition to the books you read, whose facts have not altered in that year. Don't keep old ideas, bury them as new ones come. How you read. Use every spare minute you have in reading. If you are going on a journey that would take you an hour, carry something with you to read for that hour until you have reached the place. If you are sitting down waiting for somebody, have something in your pocket to read until the person comes. Don't waste time. Any time you think you have to waste, put it in reading something. Carry with you a small pocket dictionary and study words whilst waiting or traveling, or a small pocket volume on some particular subject. Read through at least one book every week, separate and distinct from your newspapers and journals. It will mean that at the end of 1 year you will have read 52 different subjects. After 5 years you will have read over 250 books. You may be considered then a well-read man or a well-read woman, and there will be a great difference between you and the person who has not read one book. You will be considered intelligent and the other person be considered ignorant. You and that person therefore will be living into different worlds, one the world of ignorance and the other the world of intelligence. Never forget that intelligence rules the world and ignorance carries the burden. Therefore, remove yourself as far as possible from ignorance and seek as far as possible to be intelligent. Your language being English, you should study the English language thoroughly. To know the English language thoroughly you ought to be acquainted with Latin, because most of the English words are of Latin origin. It is also advisable that you know the French language, because most of the books that you read in English carry Latin and French phrases and words. There is no use reading a page or paragraph of a book or even a sentence without understanding it. If it has foreign words in it, before you pass over them, you should go to the dictionary, if you don't know the meaning, and find out the meaning left square bracket G. Never pass over a word without knowing its meaning. The dictionary and the books on word building which can be secured from booksellers will help you greatly. I know a boy who was ambitious to learn. He hadn't the opportunity of an early school education because he had to work 10 hours a day, but he determined that he would learn, and so he took with him to his workplace every day a simplified grammar, and he would read and me left square bracket and right square bracket or I's passages and the rules of grammar whilst at work. After 1 year he was almost an expert in the grammar of his language. He knew the different left square bracket key parts of speech. He could paraphrase, analyze and construct sentences. He also took with him a pocket dictionary, and he would write out 25 new words with their meanings every day and study these words and their modes, forms, and their meaning. After 1 year he had a speaking vocabulary of more than 3,000 words. He continued this for several years, and when he became a man he had a vocabulary at his command of over 15,000 words. He became an author because he could write in his language by having command of words. What he wrote was his experiences, and he recorded his experiences in the best words of his language. He was not able to write properly at the same age, and so he took with him to work what is called in school a copying book, and he practiced the copying of letters until he was able to write a very good hand. He naturally became acquainted with literature, and so he continued reading extensively. When he died he was one of the greatest scholars the world ever knew. Apply the story to yourself. There is nothing in the world that you want that you cannot have so long as it is possible in nature, and men have achieved it before. The greatest men and women in the world burn the midnight lamp. That is to say, when their neighbors and household are gone to bed, they are reading, studying and thinking. When they rise in the morning they are always ahead of their neighbors and their household in the thing that they were studying left square bracket, reading and thinking of. A daily repetition of that will carry them daily ahead and above their neighbors and household. Practice this rule. It is wise to study a couple of subjects at a time, as for instance a little geography, a little psychology, a little ethics, a little theology, a little philosophy, a little mathematics, a little science on which a sound academic education is built. Doing this week after week, month after month, year after year will make you so learned in the liberal arts as to make you ready and fit for your place in the affairs of the world. If you know what others do not know, they will want to hear you. You will then become invaluable in your community and to your country, because men and women will want to hear you and see you everywhere. As stated before, books are one's best companions. Try to get the left square bracket in and keep them. A method of doing so is every time you have 10 cents or 25 cents or $1 to spend foolishly left square bracket, either on your friends or yourself, think how much more full that 10 or 25 cents or $1 would be invested in a book and so invest it. It may be just the thing you have been looking for to give you a thought by which you may win the heart of the world. The 10 cent, 25 cent or $1, therefore, may turn out to be an investment of worth to the extent of $1 million. Never lend anybody the book that you want. You will never get it back. Never allow anybody to go to your bookshelf in your absence because the very book that you may want most may be taken from the shelf and you may never be able to get one of the kind again. If you have a library of your own, lock it when you are not at home. Spend most of your spare time in your library. If you have a radio, keep it in your own library and use it exhaustively to listen to lectures, recitals, speeches and good music. You can learn a lot from the radio. You can be inspired a lot by good music. Lines repeated. Good music carries the sentiment of harmony and you may think many a good thought out of listening to good music. Read a chapter from the Bible every day, Old and New Testaments. The greatest wisdom of the age is to be found in the scriptures. You can always quote from the scriptures. It is the quickest way of winning approval. Tragedy of White Injustice. 1. Read and study thoroughly the left square bracket in Tragedy of White Injustice and apply its sentiment and statements in connection with the historic character and behavior of the white man. Know it so well as always to be able to be on guard against any professions of the white man in his suggested friendship for the Negro. The poem exposed the white man's behavior in history and is intended to suggest distrust of him in every phase of life. Never allow it to get into the hands of a white man. I left square bracket if possible. 2. You can imp left square bracket row right square bracket view English as you go along by reading critically the books of the language. That is to say, you must pay close attention to the construction of sentences and paragraphs as you see them in the books you read. Imitate the style. Read with observation. Never read carelessly and recklessly. 3. In reading books written by white authors of whatsoever kind, be aware of the fact that they are not written for your particular benefit or for the benefit of your race. They always write from their own point of view and only in the interest of their own race. Never swallow wholly what the white man writes or says without first critically analyzing it and investigating it. The white man's trick is to deceive other people for his own benefit and profit. Always be on your guard against him with whatsoever he does or says. Never take chances with him. His school books in the elementary schools, in the high schools, in the colleges and universities are all fixed up to suit his own purposes, to put him on top and keep him on top of other people. Don't trust him. Beware. Beware. You should study carefully the subject of ethnology. It is the subject that causes races to know the difference between one race and another. Ethnic relationship is important as it reveals the characteristic of one people as different from another. There is no doubt that each race has different habits and manners of behavior. You must know them so as to be able to deal with them. There are books on this subject in the library. In your reading and searching for truth, always try to get that which is particularly helpful to the Negro. Every thought that strikes you, see how it fits in with the Negro, and to what extent you can use it to his benefit or in his behalf. Your entire obsession must be to see things from the Negro's point of view, remembering always that you are a Negro striving for Negro supremacy in every department of life, so that any truth you see or any facts you gather must be twisted to suit the Negro psychology of things. The educational system of today hides the truth as far as the Negro is concerned. Therefore, you must searchingly scan everything you read left square bracket, particularly history, to see what you can pick out for the good of the race. As for instance, you will read that the Egyptians were a great people, the Carthaginians, the Libyans, etc., but you will not be told that they were black people or Negroes. You should, therefore, go beyond the mere statement of these events to discover the truth that will be creditable to your race. You would, therefore, in a case like that ask, where did the Libyans get their civilization from, or the Carthaginians or the Egyptians? Following that kind of an investigation, you will come upon the truth that it was all original left square bracketly Negro and subsequently back left square bracket a right square bracket me Negroid. That is to say, subsequent people were mixed with other people's blood, who were no doubt conquered by the Negro. As a fact, the original Egyptians were black men and women, and so the Carthaginians and Libyans, but in the later centuries they became mixed in blood. Just as how, now, the blacks are being mixed in America and the West Indies by the infusion of white blood through the domination of the white man. Never yield to any statement in history or made by any individual left square bracket, caring not how great, that the Negro was nobody in history. Even if you cannot prove it, always claim that the Negro was great. Read everything you can get written by Negroes and their ancestry, going back 6,000 years. There are statements in the Bible in the Old and New Testaments to show that black was always an important color among the races of men. Abraham had company with a black woman, even though he had his wife Sarah, by whom he had Ishmael. All the original pharaohs were black. Tutankhamun, whose bones and body were dug up not very long ago at Luxor in Egypt, was a black pharaoh. The Sphinx, in Egypt, which has stood through the millenniums, has black features. It is evident that as art it was portrayed to teach us of the greatness of men. When you are dealing with Jews, let them know that they were once your slaves in Egypt if you have to say so. There is good ground to say that civilization started in Africa and passed from and through northern Africa into southern Europe, from which the Greeks and Romans and the people of Asia Minor made good copies. The swarthy color of the Asiatics and the brunette color of the South Europeans were due to the fact that the cultured and civilized blacks of Africa mixed their blood with them. Search all history and all literature and the Bible and find facts to support this argument, but hold to it with a grip that will never loosen. Things that may not be true can be made if you repeat them long and often enough. Therefore, always repeat statements that will give your race a status and an advantage. That is how the white man has built up his system of superiority. He is always telling you he is superior, and he has written history and literature to prove it. You must do the same. One of the great backgrounds for your argument, which cannot be disputed, is that you are older than any other man as a race because you are black. Your argument is that in nature everything by way of age darkens. That you are darker than the rest of men proves logically that you are older than the rest of men. Another proof of that is that even among white people they grow darker in skin as they grow older in age in a lifetime. If the one individual were to live for 6,000 years, he would surely be not white. If he were born white, he would be as dark as the darkest man. Therefore, the old argument that the black man is black because as man he is older than the other man is good. Use it everywhere you go to defeat the white man in his belief that you sprung from something else. Use the argument that the white man is white because most of the time when the black man was great in Africa and had succeeded in running him across the Mediterranean into South Europe, he had to hide himself in caves where there was very little light and air. He was almost covered up for most of the time in darkness. In natural creation, the child in the womb of the mother is almost white, even though it be a black child, and it is almost born white and doesn't change color until it comes in contact with light and air. Living in caves for so many centuries, the white man, therefore, became colorless, and the length of time always made it so that he was born naturally white. You must interpret anthropology to suit yourself. The thing for you to do is to refute every pertinent statement of the white man which tends to degrade you and to elevate him. Turn the tables on him and search for all reasons in the world you can find to justify it. That is how new thoughts are given out by creation. Never yield to the statement of your inferiority. In reading Christian literature and accepting the doctrine of Jesus Christ, lay special claim to your association with Jesus and the Son of God. Show that whilst the white and yellow worlds, that is to say the worlds of Europe and Asia Minor, persecuted and crucified Jesus the Son of God, it was the black race through Simon the Black C left square bracket Y right square bracket Rohan who befriended the Son of God and took up the cross and bore it alongside of him up to the heights of Calvary left square bracket A right square bracket B. The Roman Catholics, therefore, had no rightful claim to the cross, nor is any other professing Christian before the Negro. The cross is the property of the Negro in his religion, because it was he who bore it. Never admit that Jesus Christ was a white man, otherwise he could not be the Son of God and God to redeem all mankind. Jesus Christ had the blood of all races in his veins, and tracing the Jewish race back to Abraham and to Moses, from which Jesus sprang through the line of Jesse, you will find Negro blood everywhere, so Jesus had much of Negro blood in him. Read the genealogical tree of Jesus in the Bible and you will learn from where he sprang. It is a fact that the white man has borrowed his civilization from other peoples. The first civilization was the Negro --black people. The second civilization was the brown people Indians. The third civilization was the yellow people, Chinese or Mongols. The last civilization up to today is the white man, and all civilization goes back to the black man in the Nile Valley of Africa. In your reading, therefore, search for all these facts. Never stop reading and never stop until you find the proof of them. You must pay great attention to sociology. Get the best books on the subject that you can and read them thoroughly. Find out the social relationship among other races so, right square bracket, that you may know how to advise your people in their social behavior. Never admit that the Negro is more immoral than the white man, but try to prove to the contrary. Socially, the white man has debauched and debased all other races because of his dominant power. He is responsible for more legitimacy among races than any other race. He has left bastard children everywhere he has been, therefore, he is not competent to say that he is socially and morally purer than any other race. The mixed population among the left square bracket row right square bracket S from slavery to the present in certain countries is due to the right square bracket he white man's immorality. Therefore, if you should hear anyone talking about moral depravity of Negroes and the moral excellence of the whites, draw the above facts to their attention. When through reading and research you have discovered any new fact helpful to the dignity and prestige, character and accomplishment of the Negro, always make a noise about it. You should keep always with you a notebook and fountain pen or indelible pencil and make a note in that book of anything you hear or see that you would like to remember. Keep always at home a larger notebook to which you must transfer the thought or experience, so that it will not be lost to your memory. Once at least every 3 months read over that book, and as the book becomes more voluminous with facts, read it over at least once a year. By the constant reading of these facts they will be planted on your subconscious mind and you will be able to use them without even knowing that you are doing so. By keeping your facts registered and your very important experiences, at the end of a full life you may have a volume of great value such as Albert Hubbard's scrapbook. Get a copy of this scrapbook. Ask any publisher in your town to get it for you. It contains invaluable inspiration. Always have a thought. Make it always a beautiful thought. The world is attracted by beauty either in art or in expression. Therefore, try to read, think and speak beautiful things. Chapter 31. Marcus Garvey 8 Negroes vs. Marcus Garvey. I have to bring to your attention the greatest bit of treachery and wickedness that any group of Negroes could be capable of. This thing is so shocking, so vicious and murderous as to make it impossible for any self-respecting person to imagine that anyone, other than a culprit of the meanest kind, could be responsible for its authorship. Honor among thieves. It is said that there is honor even among thieves, but it is apparent that there is no honor and self-respect among certain Negroes, in that they would resort to the meanest and lowest methods possible, not only to pilfer the pockets of their brothers but to rob one of his fair name. Stealing a man's money is, as Shakespeare says, trash, but to injure a man's reputation, to tarnish his character, is a crime of the lowest kind, which not even ordinary thieves would indulge in. To further imagine that a group of colored men could be responsible for writing to the Attorney General of the United States of America and to the white people at large in endeavoring to prejudice them against fellow Negroes whose only crime it has been that of making an effort to improve the condition of the race is beyond the conception of the most fertile imagination. Nevertheless, the thing has been done by a group of New York Negroes who had written their names down everlastingly as enemies of their own race by maliciously, wickedly and treacherously endeavoring to so misrepresent their race, which represents the minority group in a majority civilization, as to cause that majority to unwillingly, and not of its own accord, impose such punishment upon the race as to make it harder for us to survive in the country of our common adoption. Writing to U.S. Attorney General, the following vicious and wicked letter was written by a group of men whose names are appended hereto and directed to the Honorable Attorney General of the United States of America. My comment will continue at the end of the communication. The letter to the Attorney General. 2305 7th Avenue, New York City, January 15, 1923. Fawn, Harry M. Doherty, United States Attorney General, Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. Dear Sir, 1. As the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the nation, we wish to call your attention to a heretofore unconsidered menace to harmonious race relationships. There are in our midst certain Negro criminals and potential murderers, both foreign and American-born, who are moved and actuated by intense hatred against the white race. These undesirables continually proclaim that all white people are enemies to the Negro. They have become so fanatical that they have threatened and attempted the death of their opponents, actually assassinating in one instance. 2. The movement known as the Universal Negro Improvement Association has done much to stimulate the violent temper of this dangerous element. Its president and moving spirit is one Marcus Gavey, an unscrupulous demagogue, who ceaselessly and assiduously sought to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred of all white people. 3. The official organ of the UNIA, the Negro World, of which Marcus Gavey is managing editor, sedulously and continually seeks to arouse ill feeling between the races. Evidence has also been presented of an apparent alliance of Garvey with the Ku Klux Klan. 4. An erroneous conception held by many is that Negroes try to cloak and hide criminals. The truth is that the great majority of Negroes are bitterly opposed to all criminals, and especially to those of their own race, because they know that such criminals will cause increased discrimination against themselves. 5. The UNIA is composed chiefly of the most primitive land-ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes. The so-called respectable element of the movement are largely ministers without churches, physicians without patients, lawyers without clients and publishers without readers, who are usually in search of easy money. In short, this organization is composed in the main of Negro sharks and ignorant fanatics. 6. This organization and its fundamental laws encourage violence. In its constitution there is an article prohibiting office holding by a convicted criminal, except such crime is committed in the interest of the UNIA. Marcus Gavey is intolerant of free speech when it is exercised in criticism of him and his movement, his followers seeking to prevent such by threats and violence. Striking proof of the truth of this assertion is found in the following cases. 7. In 1920 Garvey supporters rushed into a tent where a religious meeting was being conducted by Rev. A. Clayton Powell in New York City and sought to do bodily violence to Dr. Charles S. Morris, the speaker of the evening, who they had heard was to make an address against Garveyism, and were prevented only by action of the police. Shortly afterward, members of the Baltimore branch of the UMIA attempted bodily injury to W.E.B. Dawkins, one of the most distinguished colored attorneys in America, when he criticized Garvey in a speech. During the same period, in the anti-Garvey meeting held by Cyril Briggs, then editor of a monthly magazine, The Crusader, in Rush Memorial Church, New York City, on a Sunday evening, was broken up by Garveyites turning out the lights. 8. Several weeks ago, the Garvey division in Philadelphia caused such disturbance in the Salem Baptist Church, where attorney J. Austin Norris, a graduate of Yale University, and the Rev. J.W.E. Sung were speaking against Garvey, that the police disbanded the meeting to prevent a riot of bloodshed. Reports state the street in front of the church was blocked by Garveyites, who insulted and knocked down pedestrians who were on their way to the meeting. 9. In Los Angeles, Cal, Mr. Noah D. Thompson, a distinguished colored citizen of that city, employed in the editorial department of the Los Angeles Daily Express, reporting adversely on the Garvey movement as a result of his visit to the annual convention, was attacked by members of Garvey's Los Angeles division, who, it is alleged, had been incited to violence by Garvey himself, and only through the help of a large number of police officers, as Thompson saved from bodily harm. 10. A few months ago, when some persons in the Cleveland, Ohio, division of the UMIA asked Drive Leroy Bundy, Garvey's chief assistant, for an accounting of funds, a veritable riot took place, led, according to Pittsburgh, America, by Bundy himself. 11. In Pittsburgh, on October 23 last, after seeking to disturb a meeting conducted by Chandler Rohan, editor of the Messenger magazine, Garveyites who had lurked around the corner in a body rushed on the streetcar after the meeting, seeking to assault him, but were prevented by the intervention of the police. 12. When William Pickens, who had company operated in the expose of the Garvey frauds, was to deliver an address in Toronto, Garveyites met him on the steps of the church, with hands threateningly in their hip pockets, trying to intimidate he should further expose the movement. 13. In Chicago, after seeking to break up an anti-Garvey, a Garvey supporter shot a policeman who sought to him from attacking the speaker as he left the building. 14. In New York last August, during a series of meetings by the Friends of Negro Freedom to expose Garvey's schemes and methods, the speakers were threatened with death if Garveyites came into the meetings with the avowed intention of breaking them up. This they were prevented from the stern determination on the part of the leaders of the New York police and the great mass of West Indians and Americans, who clearly showed that they would not permit any cowardly ruffians to break up their meetings. 15. In fact, Marcus Gavey has created an organization which in its fundamental law condemns and invites to crime. This is evidenced by Section 3 of Article V of the Constitution of the UMIA, under the caption, Court Reception at Home. It reads, "No one shall be received by the potentate consort who has been convicted of felony, except such crime or felony was committed in the interest of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and the African Communities League." 16. Further proof of this is found in the public utterances of William Sherrill, one of the chief officials in the organization and Garvey's envoy to the League of Nations Assembly at Geneva. Speaking at the Goldfield Theater in Baltimore, MD. On August 18, 1922, he is quoted as saying, "Black folk as well as white who tamper with the UMIA are going to die." 17. What appears to be an attempt to carry out this threat is seen in the assault and slashing with a razor of one St. Saxon by Garveyites in Cincinnati, Ohio, when he spoke against the movement there last October. 18. On January 1st, this year, just after having made an address in New Orleans, the Rev. J.W.E. Sung, former American leader of the Garvey movement, who had fallen out with Garvey and was to be the chief witness against him in the federal government's case, was waylaid and assassinated, it is reported in the press, by the Garveyites. Rev. E. Sung identified two of the men as Frederick Deere, 42, a longshoreman, and William Shakespeare, 29, a painter. Both of them are prominent members of the UNIA in New Orleans, one wearing a badge as Chief of Police and the other as Chief of the Fire Department of the African Republic. Dr. Isung's dying words, identifying the men whom he knew from long acquaintance in the movement, were, 19. I had been speaking at Bethany and was on my way home when 3 men rushed out at me from an alley. I saw their faces and, pointing at Deere and Shakespeare, I am positive that these 2 men here are 2 of the 3. 20. The vicious inclination of these Garvey members is seen in their comments in an interview. 21. The NY Amsterdam News reports, both Deere and Shakespeare have denied the attack, but declared they were glad of it, as they said Isung richly deserved what he got. Isung, said one of them, was a sorehead. The association made him what he was. When he was expelled because of misconduct, he went up and down the country preaching against Marcus Gavey, who is doing great good for our race. Someone who evidently thought it was time to stop his lies took a crack at him. I don't blame the one that did it. Isung richly deserved what he got. 22. Isung says he knew the men who shot him were directed to do so. Insomuch, however, as the assassination of Mr. Isung removes a federal witness, we suggest that the federal government probe into the facts and ascertain whether Isung was assassinated as the result of an interstate conspiracy emanating from New York. It is significant that the UNIA has advertised in its organ, The Negro World, the raising of a defense fund for those indicted for the murder, seemingly in accordance with its constitution. 23. Not only has this movement created friction between Negroes and whites, but it has also increased the hostility between American and West Indian Negroes. 24. Further, Garvey has built up an organization which has victimized hordes of ignorant and unsuspecting Negroes, the nature of which is clearly stated by Judge Jacob Kenkin of the New York Municipal Court, before whom Garvey's civil suit for fraud was tried. Judge Kenkin says, "It seems to me that you have been preying upon the gullibility of your own people, having kept no proper accounts of the money received for investments, being an organization of high finance in which the officers received outrageously high salaries and were permitted to have exorbitant expense accounts for pleasure jaunts the country. I advise those dupes who have contributed to these organizations to go into court and ask for the appointment of a receiver." 25. For the above reasons we advocate that the Attorney General use his full influence completely to disband and extirpate this vicious movement, and that he vigorously and speedily push the government's case against Marcus Gavey for using the mails to defraud. This should be done in the interest of justice, even as a matter of practical expediency. 26. The government should note that the Garvey followers are the most part voteless, being either largely unnaturalized or refraining from voting because Garvey teaches that they are citizens of an African republic. He has greatly exaggerated the actual membership of his organization, which is conservative estimated to be much less than 20,000 in all countries, include the United States and Africa, the West Indies, Central and South America. The analysis of Garvey's membership has been made by W.E.B, a highly intelligent West Indian from Jamaica, Garvey's home, in the Crusader magazine, New York City, also by Dr. W.E.B, a well-known social statistician, in the Century magazine, February, 1922, New York City. On the other hand, hosts of citizen voters, native-born and naturalized, both white and colored, earnestly desire the vigorous prosecution of this case. 27. Again, the notorious Ku Klux Klan, an organization of white racial and religious bigots, has aroused much adverse sentiment, many people demanding its dissolution as the Reconstruction Klan was dissolved. The Garvey organization, known as the UNIA, is just as objectionable and even more dangerous, inasmuch as it naturally attracts an even lower type of cranks, crooks and racial bigots, among whom suggestibility to violent crime is much greater. 28. Moreover, since its basic law the very constitution of the UNIA, the organization condones and encourages crime, its future meetings should be carefully watched by officers of the law and infractions promptly and severely punished. 29. We desire the Department of Justice to understand that those who draft this document, as well as the tens of thousands who will endorse it in all parts of the country, are by no means impressed by the widely circulated reports which allege certain colored politicians have been trying to use their influence to get the against Garvey quashed. The signers of this appeal represent no particular political, religious or nationalistic faction. They have no personal ends or partisan interests to serve, nor are they moved by any personal bias against Marcus Garvey. They sound this tocsin only because they foresee the gathering storm of race prejudice and sense the imminent menace of this insidious movement, which cancer-like, is gnawing at the very vitals of peace and safety, of civic harmony and greater racial concord. The signers of this letter are Harry H. Pace, 2289 7th Avenue, New York City. W.E.B. S. Abbott, 3435 Indiana Avenue, Chicago, Ill. Johnny Mail, 145 West 135th Street, New York City. Drive, Julia P. Coleman, 118 West 130th Street, New York City. William Pickens, 75th Avenue, New York City. Chandler Owen, 2305 7th Avenue, New York City. W.E.B. ALL, 75th Avenue, New York City. George W. Harris, 135 West 135th Street, New York City. Harry H. Pace is president of the Pace Phonograph Corporation. Robert S. Abbott is editor and publisher of the Chicago Defender. Johnny Mayer is president of Mayer and Parker, Incorporated, Real Estate. Julia P. Coleman is president of the Hairvin Chemical Company, Incorporated. William Pickens is field secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Chandler Owen is company editor of The Messenger and company executive secretary of the Friends of Negro Freedom. Robert W. Bagsall is director of branches of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. George W. Ayers is a member of the Board of Aldermen of New York City and editor of the New York News. Address reply to Chandler Owen, Secretary of Committee, 2305 7th Avenue, New York City. Considering the letter, let us consider the above letter as written by these wicked Negroes and sent to the Attorney General of the United States of America and to the white press of the nation. In the first paragraph of the above communication, the writers, being Negroes, made use of the following statement, speaking to the Attorney General. They say, as Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the nation, we wish to call your attention to a heretofore unconsidered menace to harmonious race relationship. There are in our midst certain Negro criminals and potential murderers, both foreign and American-born, who are moved and actuated by intense hatred against the white race. These undesirables continually proclaim that all white people are enemies to the Negro. Good old darkies. To imagine that any group of Negroes could be so base as to attempt to impress upon not only the Attorney General of the United States of America but the white people at large that member of their own race, although this isn't true, are desirous of murdering members of the white race and of maintaining a hatred against them, knowing well the position of the Negro in America and his relationship to his white brother, is more than anyone would expect at this time in the struggle for race uplift. Everyone knows that the statement is false and only manufactured by these wicked and malicious individuals for the purpose of directing the hatred of the Attorney General and the white people of America against the Universal Negro Improvement Association and Marcus Garvey. Nevertheless, the statement reveals in these Negro men the lowest possible trait. Like the good old darky, they believe they have some news to tell and they are telling it for all it is worth the liars and fabricators that they are. For everyone who knows the Universal Negro Improvement Association and Marcus Garvey, white or black, knows well that there is absolutely no desire on their part to murder anybody, and that as far as criminals are concerned, more are to be found probably among those who signed the letter than could be found in the extensive membership of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. No hatred for white people. In paragraph 2 they stated that the President General of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is Marcus Garvey, an unscrupulous demagogue who acts ceaselessly and assiduously to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred among people. About being unscrupulous and a demagogue, we need pay no attention because the very villains who wrote such a letter are better able to interpret unscrupulousness and demagogy than anyone else, in that they seem to know more about it. But when it comes to the point of Marcus Garvey, assiduously seeking to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred for all white people, it is time for the white and black races to realize the truth about the Universal Negro Improvement Association and its president. At no time has the president of the Universal Negro Improvement Association preached hatred of the white people. That in itself is a violation of the Constitution of the organization, which teaches all its members to love and respect the rights of all races, believing that by so doing, others will in turn love and respect our rights. No ill feeling between races. In paragraph 3 they try to make out that the Negro world, sedulously and continually, seeks to arouse ill feeling between the races, yet in the same breath they further try to make out that there is an alliance between Garvey and the Ku Klux Klan. If these men were in the possession of their senses, and were actuated by truth rather than by a desire to do harm and injury, they would have realized that the Ku Klux Klan is a white organization and stands for white supremacy, so that Garvey would be illogical and foolish if on the one hand he preached ill feeling and hatred between the two races and then went back upon all this and allied himself with the Ku Klux Klan. Wicked maligners. These wicked maligners, above the protest of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association for over 100 times, are still endeavoring to make it appear as if there is some understanding between the president of this organization and the Ku Klux Klan. Bunch of selfish grafters. In paragraph 4 these men state that, an erroneous conception held by many is that Negroes try to cloak and hide their criminals. The truth is that the great majority of Negroes are bitterly opposed to all criminals and especially to those of their own race because they know that such criminals will cause increased discrimination against themselves. And here we have the high and lofty purposes of these so-called race leaders and race reformers. Other races try to reform and improve their criminals whilst these splendid Negro leaders of ours avow that they are bitterly opposed to them simply because they know that such criminals will cause increased discrimination against them. The selfish dogs that they are. It is not a question of improving the condition of the race, it is a question of how much they will benefit by being members of the race, and if there is a criminal in the Negro race it is preferable that he die rather than he should even exist. To be improved, because in so doing he may cause a discrimination against these selfish individuals. We will prove that these men are just what they state themselves to be in these paragraphs A bunch of selfish grafters who have been living off the blood of the race and who feel that the Universal Negro Improvement Association has come upon the scene to so change and improve conditions as to make it impossible for them to continue to suck the last drop of blood out of our people under the guise of race businessmen and race leaders. Primitive Negroes. In paragraph 5 they further state that the Universal Negro Improvement Association is composed chiefly of the most primitive land-ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes. Now we come to the crux of the matter. These fellows represent a small group of men led by Du Bois, who believe that the race problem is to be solved by assimilation, and that the program for the Negro is to make himself the best imitation of the white man and approach him as near as possible with the hope of jumping over the fence into the white race and be completely lost in another 100 years. Therefore they everything Negro and they haven't sense enough to hide it. Now, what do they mean by the most primitive and ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes? We will all remember that in the slave days the Negroes of America and the West Indies were taken from Africa, and that they then represented their tribal primitiveness. The emancipation, both in America and the West Indies, has brought us up to the present state, with the majority of our people still bearing resemblance of this tribal primitiveness, whilst a few endeavored to make themselves Caucasianized. These men regard it as a crime to be as nature made us, and for us to be as nature made us is to be ignorant. This shows how much love these would-be Negroes have for the motherhood of our the paragraph stating that the respectable element with the movement are largely professional men without calling, and that the organization is composed of Negro and ignorant Negro fanatics, again reveal to us of these so-called business and professional scoundrels in that they endeavor to make it appear that only professional men are respectable, and that the organization has no white sharks or ignorant fanatics in it. Were it not for the ignorant element of Negroes, these very fellows would have started long ago, because all of them earn their living either by selling out the race under the guise of leadership or by exploiting the race in business. We only hope that the so-called ignorant Negroes of America will get to know these fellows as they are and let them pay the price through their pocketbooks for insulting so large a number of people who are proud of their race and color. Forced companionship between races. These non-entities show us in paragraph 5 that they do not believe in or cannot tolerate any organization that is not made up of either respectable white people or white sharks and ignorant fanatics. These are the fellows who foment lynching by always endeavoring to encourage forced companionship between the two races. In paragraph 6 they depict Marcus Garvey as being intolerant of free speech, when, in fact, he has always advocated freedom of the universal kind. Again, in that paragraph they state that the laws of the Universal Negro Improvement Association encourage violence. That is a lie. In many of the succeeding paragraphs they further endeavor to make out that the Garveyites are members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association had on several occasions disturbed the peace of public meetings and individuals organized to speak against Garvey and the movement. The persons cited in the paragraphs who were alleged to be disturbed at the respective meetings are, with one exception, all members of the gang who had produced the letter now under criticism. They were all organized for the purpose of injuring the Universal Negro Improvement Association and Marcus Garvey. Nevertheless, at no time has the association or Mr. Garvey ever made any effort to check or embarrass them. Their unworthiness created in their meetings, no doubt, the displeasure of the people who attended them, and now they try to label the association and Garvey for it. Colored caste prejudice. It is strange that whenever anything is referred to derogatory to the race, the gentlemen use the term Negro, but whenever they want to impress either the Attorney General or the white people of the standing of any member of the race they refer to him as colored, such as paragraph 7. Where reference was made to W.E.B. Dawkins as one of the most distinguished colored attorneys in America, and to Noah D. Thompson as a distinguished colored citizen of Los Angeles, being employed, as he is in the editorial department of the white Los Angeles Daily Express. This reveals again the hidden motive or intention of these plotters who are endeavoring to set up social caste as distinct from Negro, which they claim to be primitive and ignorant. Socialist judge as propagandist. In paragraph 25 the writers state that Judge Jacob Kenkin of the New York Municipal Court made certain derogatory remarks against Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association in a case brought before him. They hadn't the honesty to tell the public and the Attorney General in their letter that Judge Jacob Kenkin is a socialist and that at the time the case was being tried the socialist group of Negroes in Harlem, New York, looked upon it as a splendid opportunity to get back at Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association, who had been against socialism, to have the socialist judge take advantage of the situation while hearing ease of Garvey by making use of such remarks as would be used by the socialist group as propaganda against Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Now they are making use of the statement of Kenkin, as they had hoped he would use certain remarks for propaganda purpose, and they still believe that all Negroes are foolish enough to follow the advice of a socialist judge against whom, as a socialist, Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association stand out. Hundreds of other cases have been heard before other judges of New York, and no one ever used the remarks of Kenkin's, hence everyone knows they were made for propaganda purposes. Negro voters will take keen notice of it. UNI controls thousands of votes. In paragraphs 27 they infer that the Garvey followers are for the most part voteless. This is another lie. because the Universal Negro Improvement Association can marshal 20 times as many voters in the United States of America as all other Negro organizations put together, and that will be proved in a short while for the good of the race. About the exaggerated membership of the organization, any reader of the letter has but to take for granted that some of the things said about the organization in different parts of the country were true, but even if they were only partly true they would at least reveal a membership in 3 or 4 sections larger than they claim it to be all over the world. No one will ever know accurately the membership of the Universal Improvement Association, because every second Negro you meet, if not an actual member, is one in spirit. A barbershop philosopher, in reference to W.E.B Domingo as an intelligent West Indian Negro of Jamaica, who made an analysis of the Garvey membership. All those acquainted with the Universal Negro Improvement Association know that Domingo was a dismissed employee of the association and that he represents no one but himself. He is what is commonly called a barbershop rat, who talks the kind of philosophy indulged in by frequenters of the tonsorial artist. He also is a socialist who has a desperate grudge against work and who has the dreamer's vision that one day all the rich people of the world will divide up their wealth with the loafer, thereby bringing into existence the tyranny of socialism. Crusader magazine out of business. The magazine, Crusader, referred to also will be remembered as the mouthpiece of Cyril Briggs, who collected donations from colored and white people to support the paper some years ago, and who up to 9 months ago published that he had received $5,000 for the purpose of starting another weekly paper called The Liberator, and that colored people were to subscribe $5,000 more. It is for me to state that the Crusader has long been out of business and the Liberator has never appeared. What has become of the $5,000 acknowledged and the subscription taken for the publication of the Crusader no one knows. W.E.B. is a colored man who hates the drop of Negro blood in his veins, and he is as much against the Universal Negro Improvement Association from a prejudiced viewpoint as the devil is against holy water. The demolition of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is asked for by the writers of the letter. In paragraph 27 they state that the organization is as objectionable and even more dangerous than the Ku Klux Klan. Take it for granted that the Ku Klux Klan sought black supremacy. If there was any such program, these Negroes would prefer the existence of the Ku Klux Klan to the Universal Negro Improvement Association is more dangerous. This shows they are illogical, foolish, wicked and malicious. They seek to destroy the Universal Negro Improvement Association as a Negro organization, not knowing that a precedent will be set for the destruction of all Negro organizations that seek in any way to improve the condition of the Negro race. These bigots believe they own the United States of America. They have no more right in America than other colored men, so that they will be very much disappointed if they believe that the Department of Justice and the Attorney General would, for the purpose of pleasing 8 Negroes, defeat the ends of the Constitution of the United States of America. But who are these Negroes? They themselves have told us what they are in their relationship to business. Group of unknown persons. Take them as they are. One is a business exploiter who endeavors to appeal to the patriotism of the race by selling us commodities at a higher rate than are charged in the ordinary and open markets. Another is a race defamer of Chicago who publishes in his newspaper week after week the grossest scandals against the race, showing up the crimes and vices of our people. He was the man who published in his newspaper for over 1 year a full-page advertisement showing the pictures of 2 women, a black woman and a very light woman, with the advice under the photograph of the black woman to lighten your black skin. The other is a real estate shark who delights, under the guise of race patriotism, to raise the rent of poor colored people even beyond that of white landlords, who are generally more considerate, knowing the economic condition of the colored race. Another is a hair straightener and face bleacher whose loyalty to race is to get the race to be dissatisfied with itself. Still we have another as a turncoat and lackey who has not enough manhood to stand up and defend his own cause in his relationship to others, but who was so mean and low down as to have approached Marcus Gavey for a job about 9 months ago, representing to him that he was unfairly dealt with because of his color, and after he was offered a berth he took that as an opportunity of going back to his old employers to get them to raise his salary, which he never would have gotten raised, but for the fact that he had secured new employment in a rival organization. Then we had the grafter socialist who started so many enterprises among colored people, such as the Elevator Men's Union, and has not been able to account for the funds. We had still another who maintained a Blue Vein Society church in Detroit, Mitch Dott, and who was subsequently relieved of his charge because of alleged immorality, and another unscrupulous politician whom everyone knows to be a man who has lost the respect of the ordinary members of the community. These are the angels and respectable citizens who had written this infamous letter to the Attorney General of the United States of America against Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Sinners to purge their souls. It is hoped that these sinners will purge their souls of the crime they have committed against their race, for surely in the accusation of their own consciences they shall not see salvation. Let me implore all members, divisions and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to now make every effort to push forth the cause of our great movement. Now is the time for every man and woman to stand loyally by this organization. Whatsoever might have been the difference of opinions in local divisions or your dissatisfaction, you must stand unitedly as millions of members throughout the world, for the enemy within our race is now knocking at the door. It is for us unitedly to stand together and meet the foe. The greatest weapon we can use at this time is stronger organization. Let all members come together more than ever everywhere and prove to the world that not by misrepresentation, but by fair play and justice shall the great problem of race be settled. It is hoped that the white people of America and of the world will take no cognizance of the vicious lies and misrepresentations of these wicked Negroes. Everyone will realize that the Universal Negro Improvement Association preaches the doctrine of human brotherhood and the love of all mankind. Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association, New York, Tuesday, February 6, 1923. P.S. The signers of the letter to the Attorney General are nearly all octoroons and quadroons. Two are black Negroes, who have married octoroons. One is a mulatto and socialist, a self-styled Negro leader, who had expressed his intention of marrying a white woman but was subsequently prevented from doing so by the criticism of the UNIA. With this lone exception, all of the others are married to octoroons. M.G. and me. Since the signing of the letter to the Attorney General, George Harris has been twice defeated for election as alderman. Keeping the Negro down. My enemies, and those opposed to the liberation of the Negro to nationhood, are so incompetent and incapable of meeting argument with argument and tolerance with tolerance that they have cowardly sought the power of government to combat and destroy me, and, even there they have failed, because government has no power to destroy the spiritual urge of men, but can only succeed through persecution to expose its acts of injustice in seeking to serve the interest of one class of its citizenry against that of another. The cowards have forced their friends and associates who happen to be a part of government to the use majesty of such a government against me. That shows their weakness and inability to stand up under the onward march of African redemption and real Negro freedom. They are all afraid of the black man. They try to hold him down and yet claim his inferiority. A large number will have to stay down, and if the show goes on, the white man preserves himself by a foul. He cannot, or will not, play a straight game. Chapter 32. Marcus Garvey, Eternal. It has happened December 6, 1919. Philomene of the Negro race. Greeting. The eternal. It has happened. For centuries the black man has been taught by his ancient overlords that he was nothing, is nothing, and never shall be anything. We black folks believe so much in the omnipotence of the white man that we actually gave in all hope and resigned ourselves to the positions of slaves and serfs for nearly 500 years. But, thank God, a new day has dawned and all black men of the 20th century see themselves the equal of all men. 5 years ago the Negro Universal was sleeping upon his bale of cotton in the South of America. He was steeped in mud in the banana fields of the West Indies and Central America, Seeing no possible way of extricating himself from the environments, he smarted under the lash of the new taskmaster in Africa. But alas! Today he is the new man who has proclaimed to the world that the despised and rejected shall rise, not only from his serfdom and slavery, but to rule and to teach man how to live. The new Negro has risen in the might of his manhood, and he has now determined within himself to hold fast to the material glories of life and play his part as a man. There is no going back today in the progress of mankind. The white man has been going forward for thousands of years. The yellow man within the last century made a sprint for commercial, industrial, political and scientific glory, and he is now regarded as the equal of his white brother on all lines. The Negro who slept and wallowed in the mire for centuries has just begun to turn, and he has now placed his hope in God and himself, and he is going forward to achieve. On the 31st of October, the Negro people of the world, acting through 6,000 of their representatives in New York, United States of America, purchased a steamship which they are rechristening the SS Frederick Douglass, and they said, "We are doing this because we desire to get our share of the world's goods, so long as creation lasts." The object was to run a line of steamships between the United States, Africa, Canada, the West Indies and Central America. Thousands of black men and white men said that it could not be done. They said that the Negro had no initiative, that he was not a businessman, but a laborer, that he had not the brain to engineer a corporation, to own and run ships, that he had no knowledge of navigation, therefore the proposition was impossible. Oh, ye of little faith! The eternal has happened. The Negro incorporated a steamship enterprise by the name of the Black Star Line. He placed $500,000 of common stock on the market at $5 a share, and in 10 weeks he sold so many shares to his own people that he was able on the 31st of October to take over the first steamship ever owned by the race in modern times. On the 23rd of November the ship sailed out of New York Harbor with a Negro captain and Negro crew, a sight that was witnessed by nearly 15,000 people, and at the time of writing she is now discharging a load of cement at Sigua, Cuba, in the West Indies. Verily the Negro has arisen, and today he has entered the race of life. He means to play his part and play it well. No more a lack of faith, no more a lack of confidence, no more belief in the omnipotence of others. The Negro is now a full-grown and wide-awake man. Sons and daughters of Ethiopia, I say unto you, arise. The hour has struck, and Ethiopia is now calling you to achievements and to glory. Let no other sound attract your notice. Heed not the call of any other voice, for Ethiopia has caught a new vision, and Ethiopia now says, "Come to glory." I beseech you, men and women of the race, to steel your hearts, your minds and your souls for the coming conflict of ideals. The whole world is in turmoil and a revolution threatens. Asia and Europe are preparing for this revolution. It will mean the survival of the fittest, and I now declare that Africa must also prepare, for in the triumph of the forces of white, yellow or black men in this coming revolution will hang the destiny of the world. Sons and daughters of Africa, scattered though you may be, I implore of you to prepare, preparing always to strengthen the hands of Mother Africa. Our mother has been bleeding for centuries from the injuries inflicted upon her by a merciless foe. The call is for a physician to heal the wounds, and there can be no other physician than the dark-hued son of the mother, and there can be no other nurse as tender and kind as the daughter of this afflicted mother. Let us not turn back in this determination of ours. Africa must be redeemed, but before her redemption we have to prove to the world that we are fit. The chance to make ourselves fit is now presented to every son and daughter of Africa. We must now achieve in commerce, science, education, art, industry and politics. The Black Star Line Steamship Corporation of 56 West 135th Street, New York, is leading the way for the success of the race in commerce and industry. This corporation desires the assistance of every black man, woman and child. The hope of this corporation is to have the ships of the Negro float on every sea. Our commerce shall extend to every nook and corner of the world, through the Black Star Line, It is therefore up to each and every one of the race to do his and her duty by buying shares in this corporation to make it a powerful agency for good. You may buy your shares today and help to found the empire of greatness for the race. Send in or call right now for your shares. Buy 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, or 200. Get busy, every man, for the eternal has happened. The biggest thing for the Negro today is the Black Star Line Steamship Corporation, 56 West 135th Street, New York, United States America. With very best wishes for your success, your fraternally, Marcus Garvey. Chapter 33. Marcus Garvey. Evolution and the result. Evolution brings us changes that sometimes make us fail to recognize ourselves even after a lapse of centuries. When the great white race of today had no civilization of its own, when white men lived in caves and were counted as savages, this race of ours boasted of a wonderful civilization on the banks of the Nile. It may sound good for some Negroes to say that they were born here or there, and they do not intend to go anywhere else but where they saw the light of day. But let me say to you men, the world is small and humanity in the many and various race groups is growing larger every day. A race that was 10 millions 50 years ago is today 60 millions. A race that was 30 millions 50 years ago is today 90 millions. How many will they be tomorrow? And the world is not growing larger. What will happen through the multiplication of all these various race groups, of those who are in power, of those who are strong, those who have at their command the forces of nature, through which they can exploit the weak and ultimately exterminate them? What will happen to you, the weak and unprepared, when the strong becomes more numerous even though the world remains at its present size? If you will but think down the future and compare the possibilities of that future with the happenings of the past, you will come to the conclusion that there is no other salvation for the Negro but through a free and independent Africa. Whilst geographically speaking the world has ever been in its natural divisions as we know it, and see it, yet, politically speaking, the world has changed, and is still changing. Yesterday we had the Roman Empire, we had the Grecian Empire, we had even before the Carthaginian, the Assyrian and the Babylonian empires. What has become of them? They had gone into the oblivion of the past, because of human progress, because of the development of certain races as against the stagnation of others. But even yesterday we also had the great German Empire, we had the Russian Empire, we had the Empire of Austria and Hungary. Where are they now? They too are traveling toward the oblivion of the past. Today we have the great French Empire, the British Empire and other great commonwealths. Will they stand? Methinks not, because evolution and human progress bring changes, and in the changes no man can tell what will happen tomorrow as against what exists today. Therefore, I say to the 400 million Negroes of the world, prepare yourselves for the higher life, the life of liberty, industrially, educationally, socially and politically. Chapter 34. Marcus Garvey. Fall of Slavery. The man who holds the slave and laughs at ease is devil with a heart of hardest stone. The man who also lives with pride to tease humanity should oft be left alone. All men should have the freedom of all rights, for nature made no sovereign but the soul, and all should look toward the glorious heights, to seek the sweet enjoyment of the whole. When selfish creature, void of love for a man, inflicts his will upon the helpless weak, all else should spurn him, as they can, to force him from the sovereign evil peak. The thoughtful man who loves his brothers well, is king to keep upon an earthly throne, but slavers all should go right down to hell, to sleep upon the stabs of burning stone. The precious life of man demands a will to fight to hold the trust of his defense, though tyrants would all manly freedom kill. True knights of love should guard the human fence. Let's set the human standard high for all, and see that pompous kings and lords obey, and when they fail through sin, proclaim their fall, and hasten for all the freedman's day. Chapter 35. Marcus Garvey. Far up the heights, who said the black man never lived, in history with his deeds most great. The liar, thief and cowardly man, who tries to boss the Negro's fate. He gave to Europe codes of laws, and took the Greeks from out their pen. He sent his gods to foreign lands, to show the light to other men. Let black men feel as proud men should, for they do have a past most bright. They gave out thoughts and made men think of them as gods far up the height. Chapter 36. Marcus Garvey, fascist brute, the gathering storm of hell let loose, is Mussolini's way of death. But sober men will ask God's truce, before they lose their fearful breath. A war today will but inflame, a world of thinking, waiting men. With white and black it's just the same. They, all, shall break from out the pen. And communism here and there, in Europe's land, America, too, shall all in the blood march everywhere, and make the world a hell for you. No horn shall stop the great melee. When shots have cleared the Roman guns, the mad shall shout, "Oh, we are free!" And death to all the blasted Huns. When changes come, the fascist brutes shall see his awful, foolish sin. The black shirts play upon the lute, but victories they shall never win. So stop them now and save the world, and let us march with reason on, the flag of love to be unfurled, among the tribes of hopeful man. Chapter 37. Marcus Garvey, find yourself. October 26, 1927. All men have troubles of their own, and burdens great to bear each day. So keep your tales of woe, and frown, at all the ills that come your way. You need not harbor sorry pain, and make the world a living hell. For there is naught in this to gain. The wisdom of the age will tell. The other fellow does not care a bit what ails and worries you. In life he has to pay his fare, in living right as you should do. He bears his burdens like a man, and smiles with every wind. There is a reason why he can thus master right his soul and mind. To conscience go in quiet mood, and find yourself each morning too. Feed now upon the psychic food that makes the gods immortal you. This is the way that men are great, all those who smile with nature's laws. So then, why brood and curse your fate? Brace up and strike against your flaws. Chapter 38. Marcus Garvey, firing the flint. Oh yes, there's fire in the heart of man. A beast is he whenso it pleases him. He frowns upon the members of his clan, and oft the lives of hosts and friends bedim. A child of God as he was made to be. He changes soul and character to boot, and now he hates and kills with license free, and smiles at all, to rob, to cheat and loot. Not only does he plunder men for gain, but prejudices practice against the weak. He thus inflicts upon them awful pain, and forces them to hope, in groanings meek. The whites are great offenders against the blacks. They steal, they rape, they kill and punish hard the sons of Ham, and whip them on their backs. In hope alone they trust their gracious Lord. To call it mortal sin, his mild rebuke. It's man's most wicked way of treating man. To gain the ends, his laws and ways impute that men are different beings, and not one clan. The centuries of life have left no sect, a goodly change toward the helpless weak. With all the pleas and woes, man fails to heed, but leaves the bending poor God's grace to seek. A life for a life, is not with men all true. The strong corrupts, destroys and murders all, and white men lynch the ones of darker hue, who have not rights nor laws on which to call. And should you doubt the story I do tell, I ask of you, investigate the facts. Go south and see the men who live in Bell who get the kicks with burdens on their backs. The mob will make the human skull a ball, and trample on the fetus of the child. Oh, this, of crime, is fun, yes, very small. But crackers think this sport but passing mild. The fire in the heart of man is hell. It's flint that burns throughout the night and day, yet with such creatures we must always dwell, and groan, and weep, and die. But have no say. Chapter 39. Marcus Garvey, for he is God. The eternal hills are green in tropic lands, and snowy white in temperate zones. At seasons of the year, when nature speaks, most changes come, as ocean sands. The planets and their suns betray a force that rules our mighty changing time. A time that had no beginning of day, the time that runs its fullest course. Almighty God is master over all, the crowning hills and valleys, too. The oceans move at his eternal will, and thus the terrestrial ball. When nature changes from her mood to mood and sparrows fall, and men do die, it's God alone who knows the mystery art, the art of life, the living food. No man can die, no hill can ever move, nor seasons come and fly and go, without the knowledge of the mighty Lord, who holds the universe in grove. The finite mind of men must always know that God supreme is really King. True wisdom we should everlasting seek, and in his grace do daily grow. For he is God, and God is God, and no more gods shall e'er be God. Chapter 40. Marcus Gavey found in you. God made each man with something great, the thing is to be found in you. Please search and find the stuff remote, and pine no more on awful fate. The genius of mind is there. It's hidden, yes, for each to find. Dive down, my man, and find yourself, and in the good of life to share. The Negro has an equal chance to make a world to suit himself. Go then and work your mental plan, your life and fortune to enhance. Chapter 41. Marcus Gavey. Function of man. God placed man on earth as the Lord of creation. The elements, all nature, are at his command. It is for him to harness them, subdue them, and use them. Edison harnessed electricity. Today the world reflects the brilliancy of his grand illumination. Stephenson, through experiments, has given us the use of the steam engine, and today the railroad train flies across the country at a speed of 60 miles an hour. Marconi conquered the currents of the air, and today we have wireless telegraphy that flashes news across the continents with a rapidity never yet known to man. All this reveals to us that man is the supreme Lord of creation, that in man lies the power of mastery, a mastery of self, a mastery of all things created, bowing only to the Almighty Architect in those things that are spiritual, in those things that are divine. Chapter 42. Marcus Gavey. George S. Schuyler again. George S. Schuyler is a joke. His brain must be like sausage pork, or he must be a nutty ass to bray at those he cannot pass. The man, if man he is crude. His very looks is mighty rude. Lie feeds on what his masters say, and acts like monkey all at play. I'll write his soppy stuff each week, the stuff of journalistic freak. No one should worry over him, but pass him with a good oof, him. A Negro man he claims to be, and that puts us up on a tree. If he should look at his old face, he'd see the libel of his race. Chapter 43. Marcus Gavey. Get up and do. You sit and quarrel all your life, and blame the moving world at large. You fail to enter in the strife, to sail in fortune's happy barge. Get up, my man, and do the stuff that leads to blazing glory's fame. Hold on, and be like good Macduff, and damn the man who'd foil your name. Chapter 44. Marcus Gavey. Get up and go. Please clear the way and let me pass. If you intend to give up here, it seems a shame that you should yield your life without its fullest share. You are a coward for your pains, to come this way, and then blow out. Real men are made of stuff to last, which they, themselves, would never doubt. Get up, you broken bits of flesh. Take courage and go fighting on. For every black man there's a day, which pride and race has well begun. Chapter 45. Marcus Gavey. Get up and work. The Negro sits and pines all day. His opportunities slip away. Get up and work your mind, my lord, and grasp the good the days afford. Chapter 46. Marcus Gavey. Go and win, ye Negroes of the world. Another day has come to test your worth and racial character. Your lives and homes, you see, are threatened everywhere. The time is now for you to do and then to dare. Your youth must struggle with the facts as they are seen, and blaze the trail for home and life redeemed. Your hope, I claim, is in the courage of the time, so go ye forth and win the battle that's sublime. Chapter 47. Marcus Gavey, God and Man. August 26, 1927. 0. Weary son of sorrow great, how apt art thou to bow and grieve, and count all things thy solemn fate, as if thou canst not self-retrieve. May I not tell the story true, of that eternal force that is, the force that makes the world and you, the force that rules and ever lives. Thou art the living force in part, the spirit of the mighty I, the God of heaven and your heart, his spirit that can never die. You're what you are in heart and mind, because you will it so to be. The man who tries himself to find is light to all, and great is he. In each and every one is God. In everything atomic life, there is no death beneath the sod. This fact, not knowing, brings the strife. Chapter 48. Marcus Gavey, going wrong. My God, the world is going wrong. Frail man has made a mess of things, and now the devil seems on top, confusing presidents and kings. Oh come, good Lord, with grace divine, and stem the tide of human sin. For left alone we'll ruin make, and close the gate to enter in. There's hell on every hand today, and man is raising Cain all round. There are curses, blasphemies, galore. Stop them, 0 Lord, and check the bound. The devil smiles at his good work, and men do dance with satisfaction. But hell let loose is sin on sin. Send Lord your benediction. In solemn notes the Negro cries, we are getting hell on every side. Come, Lord, and clean the dens of men, and make us with the good abide. Chapter 49. Marcus Gavey, great white man. Adam, Eve and all the rest of men, threw away the chart of holy life, and becoming Satan's cruel children, waste the world in ceaseless strife. Europe's sons are foremost now in craft. Man designs to crush the higher self. With their politics and racial graft, they sail o'er the world in hunt of pelf. Mussolini's creed grab and take was at first the Romans' highest law. But, right now all life is set to stake, if the brutal human stroke has flaw. Day by day we see the white man's sin making all the world a living hell. Not a place for good to enter in. No, except through burning shot and shell, when the God of all made thinking man, placing him on earth to dwell in love. Angels hoped to see the human clan, blessing God, the gracious King above. Fight to kill, his watchword of the day. White men had no other human urge, they have ceased to worship God, to pray, but they glory in the sinful surge. Robbing all the lands beyond the sea, making slaves and cheating children, too. White men claim that they are great and free, much more great than ravished me and you. Chapter 50. Marcus Gavey, hail, United States of Africa. Hail, United States of Africa free. Hail, motherland most bright, divinely fair, state in perfect sisterhood united. Born of truth, mighty thou shalt ever be. Hail, sweet land of our fathers' noble kin. Let joy within thy bounds be ever known, friend of the wandering poor, and helpless, thou, light to all, such as free Dorn's reigns within. From Liberia's peaceful western coast, to the foaming cape at the southern end, there's but one law and sentiment sublime, one flag, and its emblem of which we boast. The Nigerias are all united now, Sierra Leone and the Gold Coast, too. Gambia, Senegal, not divided, but in one union happily bow. The treason of the centuries is dead. All alien whites are forever gone. The glad home of Sheba is once more free, as o'er the world the black and tan raised his head. Bechuanaland, a state with Kenya, members of the Federal Union Grand, send their greetings to Sister Zanzibar, and so does laughing Tanganyika. Over in grandmother Mozambique, the pretty Union flag floats in the air. She is sister to good Somaliland, smiling with the children of Dahomey. 3 lusty cheers for old Basutoland, Timbuktu, Tunis and Algeria. Uganda, Cameroon, all together, are in the union with my assland. We wait long for fire in Morocco. Now with Guinea and Togo she has come, all free and equal in the sisterhood. Like Swazi, Sudaland and the Congo. There is no state left out of the union. The east, west, north, south, including central, are in the nation, strong forever. Over blacks in glorious dominion. Hail, United States of Africa free. Country of the brave black man's liberty, state of greater nationhood thou hast won, a new life for the race has just begun. Chapter 51. Marcus Garvey Halt, America. America of white men's rule. The God of heaven calls to you. You used a black man as a tool, and proved of faith and love and true. Your Christian faith is all a lie. If you do not some changes make, you brought us here to make us die. But God will save us for his sake. There is a call to make things right, and to your conscience we appeal. For peace we are, we want no fight. We ask you but the wound to heal. We've labored long in many fields, to clear your waste and barren lands. We fought your wars with manly shields, but you've cast us off your hands. America will flourish great, if love and truth abide within. And so we call upon the state, to free itself from deadly sin. The Negro's cause is holy word, and God proclaims the mighty truth. The angels speak with flaming sword, and it is so to man forsooth. Chapter 52. Marcus Garvey Have Faith in Self, October 27, 1927. Today I made myself in life anew, by going to that royal fount of truth, and searching for the secret of the few whose goal in life and aim is joy forsooth. I found at last the friend and counselor that taught me all that I in life should know. It is the soul, the sovereign chancellor, the guide and keeper of the good you sow. I am advised go ye, have faith in self, and seek once more the guide that lives in you, much better than the world of sordid pelf. Alas, I found the counsel to be true. Aha, I know right now that I shall see the good in life, and be a better man. I will by thought and deed pull all to me, in saving others, yea, everyone. Go down and search yourself awhile in part, and tell me all of what you see and hear. Isn't there something pulling at your heart? Tell me the truth and have ye then no fear. There is a voice that speaks to man, within. It is the soul that longs for you to know. There is no need for you to grope in sin, for you in truth and light may ever grow. Chapter 53. Marcus Garvey Hill's back door. The way we flutter through our span, and break the laws of loveliness, does show an open hell for a man, on earth, with all his naughtiness. The coming and the going out, are just the same, in sinfulness. Of all our ways, there is no doubt, for they do show our wretchedness. We've made a back door right to hell, and we do slip ourselves within. From Adam down, the records tell, that man is full of mortal sin. To close completely hell's back door, we have to turn our faces round, and this should be for rich and poor. If man's best virtues must be found, we'll have to change the hero's mark, and set examples good, indeed. No Alexander's deeds, most dark, nor Caesar's crimes should be our creed. Napoleon's should be tabooed, and cruel Mussolini's, too. The deeds of Jesus should be wooed, to make of life a course more true. To glorify the beast in man, and set it up in marble, tall, his way to crucify each one, who under tyrants often fall. When we do cease to honor sin, and praise but that of Christian love, we'll find a world worth living in, as pattern of the realm above. Yes, let us close our hell's back door, and burn the reptiles of the race, not flesh, but records praised before, but now to man a foul disgrace. In this your Mussolini's doom, no one will try to be as he, but seek to rest in peace, in tomb, that marks the love of liberty. Chapter 54. Marcus Garvey Il Duce the Brute, Tell all the world about the crime of Roman might against the right. Oh, tell it now, in every clime. The deeds as darkest night. From hell the thought of conquest came to Italy's most crafty son. Duce Mussolini is his name, and he a devil's crown has won. With all the elements of God, intended for a man's blessed use, he tore men's flesh and soaked the sod with blood, thus gifts of God abuse. A man of savage Roman tribe, Il Duce has done his brutal worst. To him will Roman fate ascribe the curse that comes in even course. Tell Abyssinians now to rise against Italians' mailed fists, and never sleep till each man dies, if he our freedom still resists. Chapter 55. Marcus Gavey. Keep cool. October 31st, 1927. Suns have set and suns will rise upon many gloomy lives. Those who sit around and say, nothing good comes down our way. Some say, what's the use to try? Life is awful hard and dry. If they bring such news to you, this is what you ought to do. Course, let no trouble worry you. Keep cool, keep cool. Don't get hot like some folk do. Keep cool, keep cool. What's the use of prancing high, while the world goes smiling by? You can win if you would try. Keep cool, keep cool. Throw your troubles far away. Smile a little every day, and the sun will start to shine, making life so true and fine. Do not let a little care fill your life with grief and fear. Just be calm, be brave and true. Keep your head and you'll get through. Course, let no trouble worry you. Keep cool, keep cool. Just be brave and ever true. Keep cool, keep cool. If they'd put you in a flame, though you should not bear the blame, do not start to raising Cain. Keep cool, keep cool. Chapter 56. Marcus Gavey. Last farewell. October 27, 1927. Goodbye, my friend, in death we part, to meet in realms more glorious. A void I feel deep in my heart, for much there was of love in us. To see you go is awful pain, for thou hast been a world to me. But we shall meet for good again, to see the light that hallows thee. This death is only transient, it leads to brighter and new vales, so wonderful, munificent, as prophets tell in holy tales. Go now and wait for me a while, and rest at God's fair borderland. There with the angels you will smile, in welcome to the saintly band. Goodbye, my love, my truest friend. All else in life for me to do was done ere I in grief attend, to say the last farewell to you. The sod has covered you from view, but memory dear shall finger still, and I shall think in heart more true of all your good, and not of ill. Chapter 57. Marcus Gavey. Let us know. October 29, 1927. 0. Thou profound, eternal blue, God's mystic arch of heaven land. Art thou not veiling spirit you, and hiding the angelic band? Jehovah, so move this veil, that we may see the throne of light, from which street Gabriel brought the hail to Mary on that holy night. We've slumbered much in darkness here, and now we seek more light from thee. We feel that peace is reigning there, beyond the clouds, o'er land and sea. The mystery of eternal life provokes the soul's sad tedium. We faint beneath this mortal strife, and long to join the angels' hum. Forgive us, Lord, if we have erred in asking this before our time. We only sought the light, and aired our souls to tunes of spiritual rhyme. For death has been a puzzle here. Some say we live forever young, some say we go from life nowhere. To tell us right, thou art the one. We wait on thee, great God above. But let the message come today. We sing thy praise, and thee we love. As to thee, Father, do we pray. Let Michael come in glory great, to teach us all that we should do. and then we'll know our rightful fate. In worship to the sun and you. Chapter 58. Marcus Gavey, Little Minds, October 26, 1927. The little minds that are in the world you know are makers of most troubles that you see, so small in vision they will ever sow confusion over land and foreign sea. In politics they reign supreme and great, to fool the innocent and rob their rights, spreading o'er the land vile human hate, to end in death and wasteful battle flights. So selfish are the politicians now, that neither soul nor body need not hope, if to their ways and schemes you do not bow with cheer, to fall in line with Partradote. These rascals have in hand the right of way, so gained by fraud and many studied tricks, and then, to keep the populace at bay, they threaten all good men with legal bricks. No wonder then the world is gone to hell, for good men have no place to move nor sit. This needs no vision of a William Tell, for you can feel or look just straight at it. A wonderful reform for all must be, to save the world for good, and make men right. There must be liberty for you and me. For this, all sober minds should strive and fight. Chapter 59. Marcus Gavey, look for me in the whirlwind, February 10, 1925. Fellow men of the Negro race, greeting. I am delighted to inform you that your humble servant is as happy in suffering for you and our cause as is possible under the circumstances of being viciously outraged by a group of plotters who have connived to do their worst to humiliate you through me, in the fight for real emancipation and African redemption. I do trust that you have given no credence to the vicious lies of white and enemy newspapers and those who have spoken in reference to my surrender. The liars plotted in every way to make it appear that I was not willing to surrender to the court. My attorney advised me that no mandate would have been handed down for 10 or 14 days, and is the custom of the courts, and that would have given me time to keep speaking engagements I had in Detroit, Cincinnati and Cleveland. I hadn't left the city of 10 hours when the liars flashed the news that I was a fugitive. That was good news to circulate all over the world to demoralize the millions of Negroes in America, Africa, Asia, the West Indies and Central America. But the idiots ought to know by now that they can't fool all the Negroes at the same time. I do not want at this time to write anything that would make it difficult for you to meet the opposition of the enemy without my assistance. Suffice to say that the history of the outrage shall form a splendid chapter in the history of Africa redeemed, when black men will no longer be under the heels of others, but have a civilization and country of their own. The whole affair is a disgrace, and the whole black world knows it. We shall not forget. Our day may be 50, 100 or 200 years ahead, but let us watch, work and pray, for the civilization of injustice is bound to crumble and bring destruction down upon the heads of the unjust. The idiots thought that they could humiliate me personally, but in that they are mistaken. The minutes of suffering are counted, and when God and Africa come back and measure out retribution, these minutes may multiply by thousands for the sinners. Our Arab and Rivian friends will be ever vigilant, as the rest of Africa and ourselves shall be. Be assured that I planted well the seed of Negro or black nationalism, which cannot be destroyed even by the foul play that has been meted out to me. Continue to pray for me and I shall ever be true to my trust. I want you, the black peoples of the world, to know that W.E.B. Du Bois and that vicious Negro-hating organization known as the Association for the Advancement of Colored People are the greatest enemies the black people have in the world. I have so much to do in the few minutes at my disposal that I cannot write exhaustively on this or any other matter, but be warned against these two enemies. Don't allow them to fool you with fine-sounding press releases, speeches and books. They are the VIPers who have planned with others the extinction of the black race. My work is just begun, and when the history of my suffering is complete, then future generations of Negroes will have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I know you, too, believe in time, and we shall wait patiently for 200 years, if need be, to face our enemies through our posterity. You will cheer me much if you will now do even more for the organization than when I was among you. Hold up the hands of those who are carrying on. Help them to make good, so that the work may continue to spread from pole to pole. I am also making a last-minute appeal for support to the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company. Please send in and make your loans so as to enable the directors to successfully carry on the work. All I have given to you. I have sacrificed my home and my loving life for you. I entrust her to your charge, to protect and defend her in my absence. She is the bravest little woman I know. She has suffered and scarified with me for you. Therefore, please do not desert her at this dismal hour, when she stands alone. I have left her penniless and helpless to face the world, because I gave you all, but her courage is great, and I know she will hold up for you and me. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death I shall come back to you to serve even as I have served before. In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. If death has power, then count on me in death to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake, or a cyclone, or plague, or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you. Would I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? Would I not, like Macbeth's ghost, walk the earth forever for you? Would I not lose the whole world and eternity for you? Would I not cry forever before the footstool of the Lord Omnipotent for you? Would I not die 1,000,000 deaths for you? Then, why be sad? Cheer up, and be assured that if it takes 1,000,000 years the sins of our enemies shall visit the 1,000th generation of these that hinder and oppress us. Remember that I have sworn by you and my God to serve to the end of all time, the wreck of matter and the crash of worlds. The enemies think that I am defeated. Did the Germans defeat the French in 1870? Did Napoleon really conquer Europe? If so, then I am defeated, but I tell you the world shall hear from my principles even to 1,000 years hence. I am willing to wait on time for my satisfaction and the retribution of my enemies. Observe my enemies and their children and posterity, and one day you shall see retribution settling around them. If I die in that land my work shall then only begin, but I shall live, in the physical or spiritual to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead wrap the mantle of the red, black and green around me, for in the new life I shall rise with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions up the heights of triumph with the colors that you well know. Look for me in the whirlwind or the storm, look for me all around you, for, with God's grace, I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom and life. The civilization of today is gone drunk and crazy with its power, and by such it seeks through injustice, fraud and lies to crush the unfortunate. But if I am apparently crushed by the system of influence and misdirected power, my cause shall rise again to plague the conscience of the corrupt. For this I am satisfied, and for you, I repeat, I am glad to suffer and even die. Again, I say, cheer up, for better days are ahead. I shall write the history that will inspire the millions that are coming and leave the posterity of our enemies to reckon with the hosts for the deeds of their fathers. With God's dearest blessings, I leave you for a while. Chapter 60. Marcus Gavey loves Morning Star. October 31st, 1927. I've waited patiently for you. And now you come to make me glad. I shall be ever good and true. And be the dearest, sweetest dad. You cheer my life with every smile. And make me feel much like a bird, that flutes and sings just all the while. Such songs as you have always heard. You are the beacon light, my dear, that guides me on the happy way. Such love as yours I would not share, but treasure in my heart all day. I dream of you each eve and morn. I picture you from distance far, and everywhere, where love is born. You are the brightest morning star. Chapter 61. Marcus Gavey Man to Man. October 25th, 1927. Yes, man to man is so unjust, until we know not whom to trust. For we have made of life a lie, in treating man less than fly. To tell the reason why it's so, into history we must go, revealing crime, just after crime, from Cain and Abel to this time. Our God made man in perfect form, and to the standard to conform. But in his ways of self alone, he crushed the good and built a throne, a regal personage is he, as proud and selfish as can be. Forgetting God he robs and kills, and lays the course of human ills. Is there no help that we can give, to brighten life and truth to live? Yes, there is much for you to do, in treating man as Christ did you. If we should change the old bad way, the good would shine in us each day. Then life would be a happy dream, a radiant, fair morning beam. Chapter 62. Marcus Gavey, Man's Immortality, September 14, 1927. Eternal is my lease on life, if courage I can find to live. My soul and mind are both in one, and nature but my elder self. Of all I see I am the Lord, including earth and stars and sea. From time immemorial I've been a part of Almighty God. He was the other self of me, the all-in-one, and I a part. There is no life without my own, and there's no life without the God. He is the source of all you see, divine, but I a part of him. Chapter 63. Marcus Gavey, Merry Christmas, October 4, 1927. Christmas has a charm so dear, coming once for every year, bringing Christ in thought unto, with my greeting true to you. For the everlasting truths, men may differ in their views. Still, at Christmas, it's all right. Merry Christmas to recite. Chapter 64. Marcus Gavey, message from Thames Prison, June 19, 1923. I am satisfied to be a victim of an international frame-up, a conspiracy, not only engaged in by members of the opposite race, but including selfish and jealous members of my own. It has taken my enemies more than ordinary effort to injure my fair name. They have tried to rob me of the precious treasure, but that cannot soil my soul and conscience. I am sorry that the name of the United States should be drawn into a frame-up and conspiracy to get me, but the government is not at fault. We have and must expect misrepresentations in government, as well as in other human activities, hence I shall not entirely blame the government for my present position. In the trial of the case, I have had occasion to observe the ferocious attacks and unfair methods of Assistant District Attorney Maxwell Mattuck and his hirelings. If he were a typical representative of our government, then I should have no hope for America, but I feel sure that we have men of honor in this government, and this great country who will jealously guard its fair name. Mattuck, through his agents, used the press to stir up white public opinion against me during the trial. They made a cowardly noise about the African Legion, which they know to be untrue. To imagine that Mattuck would be afraid of Negroes in an overwhelming population of a well-prepared race. The thing is shameful and a disgrace to white bravery. I will dismiss the evil thought for what it is worth. It shows, however, how scared some people are. I know I have been sacrificed by the jury to bolster up the reputation of Mattuck. I am no lawyer, but in the face of evidence and the conduct of the case, Mattuck had easily lost to the defense. His handling of the ease was a mean job and low down. It lacked dignity even though he was assisted by the shrewd and able jurist, Judge Julian Mack. The peculiar and outstanding feature of the whole case is that I am being punished for the crime of the Jew Silverstone, who during my absence in the West Indies took $36,000 of the Black Star money, without being able to account for it, and which has caused the ruin of the company. I was prosecuted in this by Maxwell Mattuck, another Jew, and I am to be sentenced by Judge Julian Mack, the eminent Jewish jurist. Truly I may say, I was going down to Jericho and fell among friends. The jury remained out for 11 hours after being directed twice by a skillful judge. After the verdict, there was not one member of the jury who could look me in the face. I am sorry for these 12 men, for the innocence of my soul shall rest with them, and haunt their consciences through the coming years. My work is just begun, and as I lay down my life for the cause of my people, so do I feel that succeeding generations shall be inspired by the sacrifice that I made for rehabilitation of our race. Christ died to make men free. I shall die to give courage and inspiration to my race. Returning thanks. June 20th, 1923. To the members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, I take this opportunity to return thanks to you for the splendid interest you have manifested in me during the trial of my case. I bear with me the kindliest feelings toward you. I commend to your care and attention my wife, who has been my helpmate and inspiration for years. She has suffered with me in the cause of service to my race, and if I have any sorrow, it is only on her account, and I cannot be alongside of her at all times to protect her from the evil designs of the enemy, but I commend her to your care and keeping, and feel that you will do for her as much as you have done for me. Her tale of woe has not been told, but in my belief that truth will triumph over wrong, I feel sure that a day will come when the whole world will know the story of her noble sacrifice for the cause that I love so much. With very best wishes, I have the honor to be your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Interest and sympathy. June 25, 1923. To the members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Liberty Hall, NY. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed by my wife of the keen interest and deep sympathy you have shown in my case and imprisonment. This, as I have always said, was to be expected. No one, in a day like this, can successfully lead a movement of reform like ours without making enemies and causing plotters to seek his ruin. Imprisonment or death means nothing to me in my service to our race. I am only expecting that you will hold fast to the glorious faith and work unceasingly for the triumph of our sacred cause. You must pray for strong men and women to grow up among you to continue leading the race as your martyrs and heroes fall. Fall they must, as they do appear, but there must be a continuous procession until the goal is reached. You must not mistake lip service and noise for bravery and service. We have been so deceived for too long. True courage, bravery and real manhood cannot fail to show itself when embodied in the individual. It has no time and no place, it is ever evident. Men and women who will bow, cringe and hide when the cloud seems dark are those whom we should avoid in choosing leaders. True leadership looks at dreadful odds, and smiles at them for the cause that needs assistance. I say to you, cheer up. A better and brighter day is in store, that day when Ethiopia shall in truth stretch forth her hands unto God. Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Arousing public opinion. July 1, 1923. Members and friends of the Negro race, I have been informed of your efforts on my behalf, and of holding a protest meeting to draw the attention of the public of our great country to the injustice that has been done me in the name of our great government. I appreciate very highly the step you have taken to arouse public opinion. I have an abiding faith in the justice of the people, and believe that when the truth is brought home to them they will not be slow to register their protest against any and all acts of injustice. I need not repeat that I have been framed up and sacrificed because of prejudice and the political and organization designs of my enemies. I believe that when my case is properly presented to the higher and responsible officials of our government they will see that justice is done, and that they will not hesitate in upholding the sacred principles of the Constitution. America is founded upon truth, liberty and justice, and these, I feel sure, will not be denied the lowest of her citizens. I desire that you be peaceful and loyal in your assembly, and that you be mindful of the fact that I am always willing to suffer for the cause of my race, and the general uplift of humanity. Be cheerful, be loyal, be firm, be men, is the prayer of your humble and obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. All is well. July 7, 1923. Fellow members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, it is indeed a pleasure to me to send you a message of love and cheer at this time, when you are all anxious to learn all pounds my condition. What more can I say to you than that all is well? I am not peeved nor sad because of my confinement. Surely not. And I hope you are not thinking thus of me. The road is hard and rocky, and we must make up our minds to travel the whole way. I am only a part of the journey, and the end is still afar. Our generation is only signaling to the watchman on duty, the sentinel that guards our entry into the realm of a future that shall give to the world a nation and a flag that shall compel the respect of all men. It is for you to keep up the fight. Be brave soldiers in the cause of African redemption, and never say die. With abundance of good wishes, I have the honor to be your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Insistence for Justice, July 16, 1923. To the Negro people of Liberty Hall and of the world, your insistence for justice on my behalf is very much appreciated by me. Whether your effort is successful or not will not disturb me in the conclusion I have reached. Our struggle for right and justice is eternal. So long as man through conceit and selfishness arrogates to himself the authority, because he is strong, to abuse and trample upon the rights of his fellows, we will ever find cause for protest. The strong, through their unfair methods and practice of injustice, will not always last. Their day and time will be numbered, so let us work and pray for the restoration of Ethiopia's glory, for in that time, and then only, will black men enjoy the full rights of liberty and justice. Keep up the spirit of service to Africa and to the race. Fight the good battle of organization to the end, and surely victory will crown our efforts. With deepest affection and best wishes, I remain, your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Posterity will not forget. July 22, 1923. Members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Liberty Hall, again it affords me a great deal of pleasure to salute you with a few words of comfort and cheer. Your splendid demonstration during my imprisonment for our cause will, I feel sure, go down in history as the sign by which we conquered. No other people or organization could have done more than you, under the circumstances, to prove your loyalty to one of your own who was called upon to pay the price, small though it be, for the advancement of African redemption. Posterity will not forget you, for truly the historian will dip his pen into the ink of truth and record your deeds as they stand out nobly, patriotically and loyally. Our cause is won because of our confidence, it is lost because of our lack of faith. But by your actions we know that Ethiopia will triumph and Africa will be free. It is a new experience to be in jail, but life is made up of variety, and I have absolutely no objection in knowing and seeing everything, so that I can, from a fullness of knowledge, better serve the cause of my race. It is not likely that our African jails of the future will be as massive as the one in which I now have my residence, but there will be improvements, I hope, for the accommodation of those who will be in for good and those who will be awaiting their turn of justice. If you can imagine what is in my mind, then you ought to be truly cheerful and happy. With love and best wishes, your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. The cost of service, July 29, 1923. Members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, I trust you are not overworried and disturbed over my continued confinement without bail, other than to realize that all those who make efforts to serve humanity are bound by the same law of suffering and injustice. I fully calculated the cost of service to my race, and know that what is being done to me is only a part of the price I must pay for daring to arouse the consciousness of 400 million Negroes to the hope of empire. But a few days ago my attention was drawn to the new slogan for Africa on the part of the Europeans: "Keep Africa for the white man." In this slogan lies the doom of our race. Because I attempted to combat the sinister effort with the retort of Africa for the Africans, I find myself where I am. You have enough intelligence to know that I am not here because I committed any crime against society or defrauded anyone, but because I have led the way to Africa's redemption. Keep your spirits high and yield nothing in the fight we are making to emancipate our race and free our motherland. With God's choicest blessings, I remain your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Anniversary of Convention, August 1, 1923. Officers, members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Liberty Hall, New York City. Today marks the anniversary day of our annual international convention, which is being celebrated all over the world. For reasons, we do not assemble ourselves in international conclave this year, but the divisions are holding local conventions. I trust, as you gather in your local conventions, that you will be mindful of the fact that our greatest work is still ahead. The best you can do today is to rededicate yourselves to the grand and noble cause of Africa's redemption. Personally and physically I am prevented from being with you, but in the spirit I am one of your assemble, and your joy shall be my joy, and your sorrow shall be my sorrow. We shall look forward to many more anniversaries of our convention, and wait and watch until the anniversary of our real emancipation and Africa's redemption comes around. Be of good cheer and remember that I am with you always. I pray God's blessing on your meeting, and hope for a speedy realization of our dreams. With my best wishes, I have the honor to be your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Holding the fort, August 2, 1923. To the members and friends of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, gratefully do I thank you for the wonderful spirit you have shown in continuing and promulgating the work and ideals of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Nothing in the world affords me greater pleasure than to learn of the spiritual earnestness of those of you who pledge yourselves to hold the fort for our ideals until our generations rise in their consciousness to the salvation of their own souls and the redemption of their own country. The wait seems long, and the distance is far, but nothing worthwhile is achieved in a day. Have patience, be strong and firm, and as surely as the night changes into day, so also shall our condition of oppression and wrong change into liberty and justice. Real members and company workers of the association as you are, make me feel that our time, energy and sacrifice are not in vain, but a meager contribution to a noble cause that shall live when all human opposition will have crumbled and the ashes of our enemies mingled with the dust. Time is eternal and the everlasting watchman, who stands at the gate of eternity, beckons to us, and we, in humble obedience, stretch out our hands as our princes rise from the dust of past ages. Why be sad? Have you not heard the news? It is not today, it is not tomorrow, but God knows when, and the time shall come when Ethiopia will be free and our race redeemed. Carry on the work of love. Hold high the banner of the red, black and green and stumble not until the Cape's silvery waters roll back the echo. Ethiopia, thou land of our fathers, carry on, is the wish and prayer of your obedient servant, Marcus Garvey, President General, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Chapter 65. Marcus Garvey, Mighty Three. Three ancient Negroes gathered at the old crossroads. An African, West Indian and American, they talked of separation days of slavery, and pledged ne'er more divided be in world of bravery. The tricks of olden times are ended now, they said, and they must show united front to one and all. No more will distance keep us down or ranks divide, so help our God. The three did swear and all decide. A bloody slave of sire made in ignorance, is sure not binding now, as then, they all agreed, to God above they looked, all three, in vision clear, and made a vow to save the race and have no fear. United stand the Negro man in deeds of love, a commonweal of race to urge, and then to gain. No more the three shall be apart in actions great, but, hand in hand, march on to glorious fate. This is the way for you and me in conflict strong, by men who dare our ranks divide with wanton rule. Bless ye, be firm, be strong, and stand, you mighty three. Press on, and look to God, till you are wholly free. Chapter 66. Marcus Garvey, Modern Men. The men you meet are liars of the time, as high as they may seem to you. A statesman's ways are all sublime, but ne'er a word of his is true. The preacher talks for form alone, and does like sinners bound for hell. To all these tricks the world is prone, although the beagle rings his bell. Between the state and Christian church, the poor are kept in their good place, and if they kick, they'll be in lurch, with judge who stares them in the face. It's God alone to save us all, for not in man can any trust. All mortals treat the rest like ball, they kick on field to yonder dust. Next when your prayers you do say, ask God to come himself to you, for just as night comes after day, all men will prove to be untrue. It may sound harsh to tell this tale, but every man can vouch for it, for he has had his timely sale of cruel conscience, bit by bit. Chapter 67. Marcus Gavey. Music in my soul. August 23, 1927. There's music in my soul today, a joy of heart not there before. This state of conscience I relay, to rich and proud and meek and poor. There's music in my happy soul, from heaven's realm doth truly flow. This music in my happy soul, my conscience tells me rightly so. My song of joy I sing to you, let peace and love forever be, among ye men of every hue, of every land and charted sea. I crave no other fortune great, but joy to live in peace with God. My hopes are fixed on his estate, in faith so true as prophets had. This music in my soul today, I spread in truth with love unfurled. On waves of cheer it goes, I pray, to reach around the belted world. Chapter 68. Marcus Gavey. Mussolini. Scourge of God, the day of gloom is here, zero Lord, and brought by wicked man to earth. The Mussolini murder sword has doomed the Savior's holy birth. The wrong that claims the tree of love has blessed the murderer's awful deed. What blasphemy of God above, to satisfy Caesar's greed, while sober men do seek the way of love and holy brotherhood. There comes another Roman day, to spoil and rob us of the good. Africa's Christian children cry, to save us Lord from wrong and sin, to lead us on, yea, not to die, but with the cross to make us win. The blacks of all the world do praise the Prince of Peace, for a love so dear, as Simon did in bygone days, so do for us, and be now near. The bluff of Rome's new human scourge has reached to heaven's inner gate. We pray he will not cross the gorge that shields our father's ancient state. Chapter 69. Marcus Gavey. Mystery. All life is mystery to man, who speculates the cause. His final clue is God alone, who made and holds the laws. From Africa to ancient Greece, the light of knowledge flew, but up to now the truth's revealed go back to what man knew. There is a God above all things, his wisdom is complete, as ages come and ages go, to leave us at his feet. Eternity will ever be the gauge of finite man, for a life to him is just a song, in passing with the clan. We come to live, then go again, and still some more are we, as nature blends in every form, beyond the land and sea. We're ever looking on before, to see life's moving train, and as we go we leave behind the same old human pain. Chapter 70. Marcus Gavey. Negro's greatest enemy. August 10, 1923. I was born in the island of Jamaica, British West Indies, on August 17, 1887. My parents were black Negroes. My father was a man of brilliant intellect and dashing courage. He was unafraid of consequences. He took human chances in the course of life, as most bold men do, and he failed at the close of his career. He once had a fortune, he died poor. My mother was a sober and conscientious Christian, too soft and good for the time in which she lived. She was the direct opposite of my father. He was severe, firm, determined, bold and strong, refusing to yield even to superior forces if he believed he was right. My mother, on the other hand, was always willing to return a smile for a blow, and ever ready to bestow charity upon her enemy. Of this strange combination I was born 36 years ago, and ushered into a world of sin, the flesh and left square bracket D the devil. I grew up with other black and white boys. I was never whipped by any, but made them all respect the strength of my arms. I got my education from many sources through private tutors, to public schools, to grammar or high schools and to colleges. My teachers were men and women of varied experiences and abilities. 4 of them were eminent preachers. They studied me and I studied them. With some I became friendly and after years, others and I drifted apart, because as a boy they wanted to whip me, and I simply refused to be whipped. I was not made to be whipped. It annoys me to be defeated, hence to me, to be once defeated is to find cause for an everlasting struggle to reach the top. I became a printer's apprentice at an early age, while still attending school. My apprentice master was a highly educated and alert man. In the affairs of business and the world he had no peer. He taught me many things before I reached 12, and at 14 I had enough intelligence and experience to manage men. I was strong and manly, and I made them respect me. I developed a strong and forceful character, and I maintained it still. To me, at home in my early days, there was no difference between white and black. One of my father's properties, the place where I lived most of the time, was adjoining that of a white man. He had 3 girls and 2 boys, the Wesleyan minister, another white man whose church my parents attended, also had property adjoining ours. He had 3 girls and 1 boy. All of us were playmates. We romped and were happy children playmates together. The little white girl whom I liked most knew no better than I did myself. We were 2 innocent fools who never dreamed of a race feeling and problem. As a child, I went to school with white boys and girls, like all other Negroes. We were not called Negroes then. I never heard the term Negro used once until I was about 14. At 14 my little white playmate and I parted. Her parents thought the time had come to separate us and draw the color line. They sent her and another sister to Edinburgh, Scotland, and told her that she was never to write or try to get in touch with me, for I was a nigger. It was then that I found for the first time that there was some difference in humanity, and that there were different races, each having its own separate and distinct social life. I did not care about the separation after I was told about it, because I never thought all during our childhood association that the girl and the rest of the children of her race were better than I was. In fact, they used to look up to me. So I simply had no regrets. I only thought them fresh. After my first lesson in race distinction, I never thought of playing with white girls anymore, even if they might be next door neighbors. At home my sister's company was good enough for me, and at school I made friends with the colored girls next to me. White boys and I used to frolic together. We played cricket and baseball, ran races and rode bicycles together, took each other to the river and to the sea beach to learn to swim, and made boyish efforts while out in deep water to drown each other, making a sprint for shore crying out, "Shark, shark, shark." In all our experiences, however, only one black boy was drowned. He went under on a Friday afternoon after school hours, and his parents found him afloat half-eaten by sharks on the following Sunday afternoon. Since then we boys never went back to sea. You are black. At maturity the black and white boys separated, and took different courses in life. I grew up then to see the difference between the races more and more. My schoolmates as young men did not know or remember me anymore. Then I realized that I had to make a fight for a place in the world, that it was not so easy to pass on to office and position. Personally, however, I had not much difficulty in finding and holding a place for myself, for I was aggressive. At 18 I had an excellent position as manager of a large printing establishment, having under my control several men old enough to be my grandfathers. But I got mixed up with public life. I started to take an interest in the politics of my country, and then I saw the injustice done to my race because it was black, and I became dissatisfied on that account. I went traveling to South and Central America and parts of the West Indies to find out if it was so elsewhere, and I found the same situation. I set sail for Europe to find out if it was different there, and again I found the same stumbling block double quote you are black. I read of the conditions in America. I read Up from Slavery by Booker T. Washington, and then my doom, if I may so call it, of being a race leader dawned upon me in London after I had traveled through almost half of Europe. I asked, where is the black man's government? Where is his king and his kingdom? Where is his president, his country, and his ambassador, his army, his navy, his men of big affairs? I could not find them, and then I declared, I will help to make them. Becoming naturally restless for the opportunity of doing something for the advancement of my race, I was determined that the black man would not continue to be kicked about by all the other races and nations of the world, as I saw it in the West Indies, South and Central America and Europe, and as I read of it in America. My young and ambitious mind led me into flights of great imagination. I saw before me then, even as I do now, a new world of black men, not peons, serfs, dogs and slaves, but a nation of sturdy men making their impress upon civilization and causing a new light to dawn upon the human race. I could not remain in London any more. My brain was afire. There was a world of thought to conquer. I had to start ere it became too late and the work be not done. Immediately I boarded a ship at Southampton for Jamaica, where I arrived on July 15, 1914. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Imperial League was founded and organized 5 days after my arrival, with the program of uniting all the Negro peoples of the world into one great body to establish a country and government absolutely their own. Where did the name of the organization come from? It was while speaking to a West Indian Negro who was a passenger with me from Southampton, who was returning home to the West Indies from Basutoland with his Basuto wife, and I further learned of the horrors of native life in Africa. He related to me in conversation such horrible and pitiable tales that my heart bled within me. Retiring from the conversation to my cabin, all day and the following night I pondered over the subject matter of that conversation, and at midnight, lying flat on my back, the vision and thought came to me that I should name the organization the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Imperial League. Such a name I thought would embrace the purpose of all black humanity. Thus to the world a name was born, a movement created, and a man became known. I really never knew there was so much colored prejudice in Jamaica, my own native home, until I started the work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. We started immediately before the war. I had just returned from a successful trip to Europe, which was an exceptional achievement for a black man. The daily papers wrote me up with big headlines and told of my movement. But nobody wanted to be a Negro. Garvey is crazy, he has lost his head. Is that the use he is going to make of his experience and intelligence? Double quote such were the criticisms passed upon me. Men and women as black as I, and even more so, had believed themselves white under the West Indian order of societal. I was simply an impossible man to use openly the term Negro, yet everyone beneath his breath was calling the black man a Negro. I had to decide whether to please my friends and be one of the black whites of Jamaica, and be reasonably prosperous, or come out openly and defend and help improve and protect the integrity of the black millions and suffer. I decided to do the latter, hence my offense against colored black-white society in the colonies and America. I was openly hated and persecuted by some of these colored men of the island who did not want to be classified as Negroes, but as white. They hated me worse than poison. They opposed me at every step, but I had a large number of white friends, who encouraged and helped me. Notable among them were the then governor of the colony, the colonial secretary and several other prominent men. But they were afraid of offending the colored gentry, that were passing for white. Hence my fight had to be made alone. I spent hundreds of pounds sterling helping the organization to gain a footing. I also gave up all my time to the promulgation of its ideals. I became a marked man, but I was determined that the work should be done. The war helped a great deal in arousing the consciousness of the colored people to the reasonableness of our program, especially after the British at home had rejected a large number of West Indian colored men who wanted to be officers in the British Army. When they were told that Negroes could not be officers in the British Army, they started their own propaganda, which supplemented the program of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. With this and other contributing agencies, a few of the stiff-necked colored people began to see the reasonableness of my program, but they were firm in refusing to be known as Negroes. Furthermore, I was a black man and therefore had absolutely no right to lead. In the opinion of the colored element, leadership should have been in the hands of a yellow or a very light man. On such flimsy prejudices our race has been retarded. There is more bitterness among us Negroes because of the cast of color than there is between any other peoples, not excluding the people of India. I've succeeded to a great extent in establishing the association in Jamaica with the assistance of a Catholic bishop, the governor, Sir John Pramall, the Rev. William Graham, a Scottish clergyman, and several other white friends. I got in touch with Booker Washington and told him what I wanted to do. He invited me to America and promised to speak with me in the southern and other states to help my work. Although he died in the fall of 1915, I made my arrangements and arrived in the United States on March 23, 1916. Here I found a new and different problem. I immediately visited some of the then so-called Negro leaders, only to discover, after a close study of them, that they had no program, but were mere opportunists who were living off their so-called leadership while the poor people were groping in the dark. I traveled through 38 states and everywhere found the same condition. I visited Tuskegee and paid my respects to the dead hero, Booker Washington, and then returned to New York, where I organized a New York division of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. After instructing the people in the aims and objects of the association, I intended returning to Jamaica to perfect the Jamaica organization, but when we had enrolled about 800 or 1,000 members in the Harlem district and had elected the officers, a few Negro politicians began trying to turn the movement into a political club, political faction fight. Seeing that these politicians were about to destroy my ideals, I had to fight to get them out of the organization. There it was that I made my first political enemies in Harlem. They fought me until they smashed the first organization and reduced its membership to about 50. I started again and in 2 months built up a new organization of about 1,500 members. Again the politicians came and divided us into 2 factions. They took away all the books of the organization, its treasury and all its belongings. At that time I was only an organizer, for it was not then my intention to remain in America, but to return to Jamaica. The organization had its proper officers elected, and I was not an officer of the New York division, but president of the Jamaica branch. On the second split in Harlem 14 of the members conferred with me and requested me to become president for a time of the New York organization so as to save them from the politicians. I consented and was elected president. There then sprung up 2 factions, one led by the politicians with the books and the money, and the other led by me. My faction had no money. I placed at their disposal what money I had, opened an office for them, rented a meeting place, employed 2 women secretaries, went on the streets of Harlem at night to speak for the movement. In 3 weeks more than 2,000 new members joined. By this time I had the association incorporated so as to prevent the other faction using the name, but in 2 weeks the politicians had stolen all the people's money and had smashed up their faction. The organization under my presidency grew by leaps and bounds. I started the Negro World. Being a journalist, I edited this paper free of cost for the association, and worked for them without pay until November 1920. I traveled all over the country for the association at my own expense, and established branches until in 1919 we had about 30 branches in different cities. By my writings and speeches we were able to build up a large organization of over 2 million by June 1919, at which time we launched the program of the Black Star Line. To have built up a new organization, which was not purely political, among Negroes in America was a wonderful feat. for the Negro politician does not allow any other kind of organization within his race to thrive. We succeeded, however, in making the Universal Negro Improvement Association so formidable in 1919 that we encountered more trouble from our political brethren. They sought the influence of the District Attorney's Office of the County of New York to put us out of business. Edwin P. Kilroe, at that time an assistant district attorney, on the complaint of the Negro politicians, started to investigate us and the association. Mr. Kilroe would constantly and continuously call me to his office for investigation on extraneous matters without coming to the point. The result was that after the 8th or 9th time I wrote an article in our newspaper, The Negro World, against him. This was interpreted as criminal libel, for which I was indicted and arrested, but subsequently dismissed on retracting what I had written. During my many tilts with Mr. Kilroe, the question of the Black Star Line was discussed. He did not want us to have a line of ships. I told him that even as there was a White Star Line, we would have, irrespective of his wishes, a Black Star Line. On June 27, 1919, we incorporated the Black Star Line of Delaware, and in September we obtained a ship. The following month, October, a man by the name of Tyler came to my office at 56 West 135th Street, New York City, and told me that Mr. Kilroe had sent him to get me, and at once fired 4 shots at me from a .38 caliber revolver. He wounded me in the right leg and the right side of my scalp. I was taken to the Harlem hospital, and he was arrested. The next day it was reported that he committed suicide in jail just before he was to be taken before a city magistrate. Record-breaking convention. The first year of our activities for the Black Star Line added prestige to the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Several $100,000 worth of shares were sold. Our first ship, the steamship Yarmouth, had made 2 voyages to the West Indies and Central America. The white press had flashed the news all over the world. I, a young Negro, as president of the corporation, had become famous. My name was discussed on 5 continents. The Universal Negro Improvement Association gained millions of followers all over the world. By August 1920, over 4 million persons had joined the movement. A convention of all the Negro peoples of the world was called to meet in New York that month. Delegates came from all parts of the known world. Over 25,000 persons packed the Madison Square Garden on August 1st to hear me speak to the first International Convention of Negroes. It was a record-breaking meeting, the first and the biggest of its kind. The name of Garvey had become known as a leader of his race. Such fame among Negroes was too much for other race leaders and politicians to tolerate. My downfall was planned by my enemies. They laid all kinds of traps for me. They scattered their spies among the employees of the Black Star Line and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Our office records were stolen. Employees started to be openly dishonest. We could get no convictions against them. Even if on complaint they were held by a magistrate, they were dismissed by the grand jury. The ship's officers started to pile up thousands of dollars of debts against the company without the knowledge of the officers of the corporation. Our ships were damaged at sea, and there was a general riot of wreck and ruin. Officials of the Universal Negro Improvement Association also began to steal and be openly dishonest. I had to dismiss them. They joined my enemies, and thus I had an endless fight on my hands to save the ideals of the association and carry out our program for the race. My Negro enemies, finding that they alone could not destroy me, resorted to misrepresenting me to the leaders of the white race, several of whom, without proper investigation, also opposed me. With robberies from within and from without, the Black Star Line was forced to suspend active business in December 1921. While I was on a business trip to the West Indies in the spring of 1921, the Black Star Line received the blow from which it was unable to recover. A sum of $25,000 was paid by one of the officers of the corporation to a man to purchase a ship, but the ship was never obtained and the money was never returned. The company was defrauded of a further sum of $11,000. Through such actions on the part of dishonest men in the shipping business, the Black Star Line received its first setback. This resulted in my being indicted for using the United States mails to defraud investors in the company. I was subsequently convicted and sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary. My trial is a matter of history. I know I was not given a square deal, because my indictment was the result of a frame-up among my political and business enemies. I had to conduct my own case in court because of the peculiar position in which I found myself. I had millions of friends and a large number of enemies. I wanted a colored attorney to handle my case, but there was none I could trust. I feel that I had been denied justice because of prejudice. Yet I have an abundance of faith in the courts of America, and I hope yet to obtain justice on my appeal. Association's 6 million membership. The temporary ruin of the Black Star Line in no way affected the larger work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which now has 900 branches with an approximate membership of 6 million. This organization has succeeded in organizing the Negroes all over the world, and we now look forward to a renaissance that will create a new people and bring about the restoration of Ethiopia's ancient glory. Being black, I have committed an unpardonable offense against the very light-colored Negroes in America and the West Indies by making myself famous as a Negro leader of millions. In their view, no black man must rise above them. But I still forge ahead, determined to give to the world the truth about the new Negro who is determined to make and hold for himself a place in the affairs of men. The Universal Negro Improvement Association has been misrepresented by my enemies. They have tried to make it appear that we are hostile to other races. This is absolutely false. We love all humanity. We are working for the peace of the world, which we believe can only come about when all races are given their due. We feel that there is absolutely no reason why there should be any differences between the black and white races, if each stopped to adjust and steady itself. We believe in the purity of both races. We do not believe the black man should be encouraged in the idea that his highest purpose in life is to marry a white woman, but we do believe that the white man should be taught to respect the black woman in the same way as he wants the black man to respect the white woman. It is a vicious and dangerous doctrine of social equality to urge, as certain colored leaders do, that black and white should get together, for that would destroy the racial purity of both. We believe that the black people should have a country of their own where they should be given the fullest opportunity to develop politically, socially and industrially. The black people should not be encouraged to remain in white people's countries and expect to be presidents, governors, mayors, senators, congressmen, judges and social and industrial leaders. We believe that with the rising ambition of the Negro, if a country is not provided for him in another 50 or 100 years, there will be a terrible clash that will end disastrously to him and disgrace our civilization. We desire to prevent such a clash by wanting the Negro to a home of his own. We feel that all well-disposed and broad-minded white men will aid in this direction. It is because of this belief, no doubt, that my Negro enemies, so as to prejudice me further in the opinion of the public, wickedly state that I am a member of the Ku Klux Klan, even though I am a black man. I have been deprived of the opportunity of properly explaining my work to the white people of America through the prejudice worked up against me by jealous and wicked members of my own race. My success as a left square bracket and organizer was much more than rival Negro leaders could tolerate. They, regardless of consequences, either to me or to the race, had to destroy me by fair means or foul. The thousands of anonymous and other hostile letters written to the editors and publishers of the white press by Negro rivals to prejudice me in the eyes of public opinion are sufficient evidence of the wicked and vicious opposition I have had to meet from among my own people, especially among the very lightly colored. But they went further than the press in their attempts to discredit me. They organized clubs all over the United States and the West Indies, and wrote both open and anonymous letters to city, state and federal officials of this and other governments to induce them to use their influence to hamper and destroy me. No wonder, therefore, that several judges, district attorneys and other high officials have been against me without knowing me. No wonder, therefore, At the great white population of this country and of the world has a wrong impression of the aims and objects of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and of the work of Marcus Garvey. The struggle of the future. Having had the wrong education as a start in his racial career, the Negro has become his own greatest enemy. Most of the trouble I have had in advancing the cause of the race has come from Negroes. Booker Washington aptly described the race in one of his lectures by stating that we were like crabs in a barrel, that none would allow the other to climb over, but on any such attempt all would continue to pull back into the barrel the one crab that would make the effort to climb out. Yet, those of us with vision cannot desert the race, leaving it to suffer and die. Looking forward a century or two, we can see an economic and political death struggle for the survival of the different race groups. Many of our present-day national centers will have become overcrowded with vast surplus populations. The fight for bread and position will be keen and severe. The weaker and unprepared group is bound to go under. That is why, visionaries as we are in the Universal Negro Improvement Association, we are fighting for the founding of a Negro nation in Africa, so that there will be no clash between black and white and that each race will have a separate existence and civilization all its own, without courting suspicion and hatred or eyeing each other with jealousy and rivalry within the borders of the same country. White men who have struggled for and built up their countries and their own civilizations are not disposed to hand them over to the Negro or any other race without let or hindrance. It would be unreasonable to expect this. Hence any vain assumption on the part of the Negro to imagine that he will one day become president of the nation, governor of the state, or mayor of the city in the countries of white men, is like waiting on the devil and his angels to take up their residence in the realm on high and direct there the affairs of paradise. Chapter 71. Marcus Garvey New Day. The Negro slept 1,000 years, while white men moved along, and so he sheds his bitter tears, as white men sing their song. Another day has just begun, for white and black alike. The white man greets it with his gun. Will Negroes ever strike? Chapter 72. Marcus Garvey Our Day. The bread of life is gift of God to man. The blood of Christ is solace grand. To eat the food of love divine brings hope that leads to glory's land. The glorious sacrament of Christ is tonic to the soul each day. A ransom in the blood of love is gain for those who humbly pray. As sons of Ham we eat the bread and drink the holy Christian blood. Our hope is in the grace of God, for sufferings thus understood. Our day will come with showers true, for God on evil things will frown. Almighty love is all we claim. All man destroys and keeps us down. Chapter 73. Marcus Garvey Peace Conference, November 30, 1918. Now that the statesmen of the various nations are preparing to meet at the Peace Conference, to discuss the future government of the peoples of the world, we take it as our bounden duty to warn them to be very just to all those people who may happen to come under their legislative control. If they, representing the classes, as they once did, were alive to the real feeling of their respective masses 4.5 years ago, today Germany would have been intact, Austria-Hungary would have been intact, Russia would have been intact, the spirit of revolution never would have swept Europe, and mankind at large would have been satisfied. But through graft, greed and selfishness, the classes they represented then, as some of them represent now, were determined to rob and exploit the masses, thinking that the masses would have remained careless of their own condition for everlasting. It is a truism that you fool half of the people for half of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people for all of the time, and now that the masses of the whole world have risen as one man to demand true equity and justice from the powers that be, then let the delegates at the Peace Conference realize, just now, that the Negro, who forms an integral part of the masses of the world, is determined to get no less than what other men are to get. The oppressed races of Europe are to get their freedom, which freedom will be guaranteed them. The Asiatic races are to get their rights and a larger modicum of self-government, We trust that the delegates to the peace conference will not continue to believe that Negroes have no ambition, no aspiration. There are no more timid, cringing Negroes. Let us say that those Negroes have now been relegated to the limbo of the past, to the region of forgetfulness, and that the new Negro is on the stage, and he is going to play his part good and well. He, like the other heretofore oppressed peoples of the world, is determined to get restored to him his ancestral rights. When we look at the map of Africa today, we see Great Britain with fully 5 million square miles of our territory. We see France with fully 3,500,000 square miles. We see that Belgium has under her control the Congo. Portugal has her sway over Southeast Africa. Italy has under her control Tripoli, Italian Somaliland on the Gulf of Aden, and Eritrea on the Red Sea. Germany had clamored for a place in the sun simply because she has only 1 million square miles, with which she was not satisfied, in that England had 5 millions and France 3,500,000. It can be easily seen that the War of 1914 was the outcome of African aggrandizement, that Africa, to which the wild man has absolutely no claim, has been raped, has been left bleeding for hundreds of years. But within the last 30 years the European powers have concentrated more than ever on the cleaning up of the great continent so as to make it a white man's country. Among those whom they have killed are millions of our people, but the age of killing for naught is passé and the age of killing for something has come. If black men have to die in Africa or anywhere else, then they might as well die for the best of things, and that is liberty, true freedom and true democracy. If the delegates to the peace conference would like to see no more wars, we would advise them to satisfy the yellow man's claims, the black man's claims and the white man's claims, and let all three be satisfied so that there can be indeed a brotherhood of men. But if one section of the human race is to arrogate to itself all that God gave for the benefit of mankind at large, then let us say human nature has in no way changed. And even at the peace conference where from the highest principles of humanity are supposed to emanate, there will come no message of peace. There will be no peace in the world until the white man confines himself politically to Europe, the yellow man to Asia and the black man to Africa. The original division of the earth among mankind must stand, and anyone who dares to interfere with this division creates only trouble for himself. This division was made by the almighty power that rules, and therefore there can be no interference with the plans divine. Cowardice has disappeared from the world. Men have died in this world war so quickly and so easily that those who desire liberty today do not stop to think of death, for it is regarded as the price which people in all ages will have to pay to be free. That is the price the weaker people of Europe have paid. That is the price the Negro must pay someday. Let the peace conference, we suggest, be just in its deliberations and in its findings, so that there can be a true brotherhood in the future with not more wars. Chapter 74. Marcus Garvey Politics. October 26, 1924. We are assembled here this afternoon under the auspices of the Universal Negro Political Union. This is the first of a series of meetings that the Union will stage in Liberty Hall during the present political campaign for the purpose of educating the members of the Union, the members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and the Negroes of Harlem generally as to the real meaning of politics and at the same time to prepare them to vote during the forthcoming national election. Politics is an important science. It is that science that protects those human rights that are not protected by law. It is the only medium or weapon needed, and for that reason the delegates representing the Negro peoples, not of this country, but all over the world thought it wise, good and proper this time we should organize within the Universal Negro Improvement Association, as an auxiliary, a distinct political institution that would be charged with the duty of protecting and looking after the political rights of the people there everywhere. The Union is firmly established all over this country. We have branches at the present time, organized by the 1,400 branches of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, all over the country, and we have given out from executive headquarters a program that is going to be followed during this campaign for the national election. And we want the Negroes, of Harlem to be well acquainted with what has been done and what should be done. It is for that reason that we call you here this afternoon. To be tricked no longer. The time has come for the Negro to stop allowing himself to be bamboozled and tricked and fooled by Tom, Dick and Harry. The time has come for him to settle down on a policy of his own, in politics, in religion, in education, in society, in every walk of life. The Jew has a policy in politics and religion. Every group has a policy in politics and religion, and we think the time has come for the Negro to have a policy in politics and religion. We have laid down already our religious policy. That was widely discussed during the convention and widely promulgated as a doctrine all over the world, and now we are laying down our political policy, and we want you to follow us lily and attentively this afternoon as we enunciate this policy in good old Liberty Hall. I feel sure that those of you who are members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and those of you who are members of the Universal Negro Political Union are going to exercise the franchise with telling effect during this election period. We want to say at the outset, however, that the Universal Negro Political Union is different from all other Negro political organizations. Nobody gives us any money. We support our own policies and pay for them, so that we can be in a position to talk and to demand what we want. Applause. Nobody pays us to talk. They could not pay us to talk. We talk because we feel the righteousness of our expressions. We talk because we feel it our responsibility to talk in the interests of the people whom we represent. No money takes. You know, some fellows thought we would never get into politics, but we take time doing everything. As we took time before we bought a ship, so we take time before we enter politics. But there is one thing about the Universal Negro Improvement Association and all things identified with the Universal Negro Improvement Association when we enter a thing we are in it to the death. Applause. And we are going to see it through. And so you realize that all over this country at this time the Universal Negro Political Union is taking a stand. The first speaker of the afternoon is Sir William Sherrill. Sir William Sherrill is the chairman of the American wing of the Universal Negro Political Union. You know, the Universal Negro Political Union is as universal as the Universal Negro Political Improvement Association. I am the Universal Chairman and Mr. Sherrill is the chairman of the American wing of the Union. The Universal Negro Political Union has as much interest in the politics of Haiti and Barbados and Trinidad and British Guiana and Jamaica as in any African state. Our duty is to put in office men who we believe will serve the interests of the Negro race. So when the next election comes off in Trinidad, you are going to find candidates representing the Universal Negro Political Union, just as we have candidates here endorsed by the Universal Negro Political Union. When the next political campaign starts in Jamaica, we are going to see to it that 14 black men get into the Legislative Council of Jamaica backed by the Universal Negro Political Union. Applause. And so Barbados and British Guiana. We are just out in politics now and we are going to clean up everything for justice and righteousness. Applause. Chapter 75. Marcus Garvey Propaganda. We are living in a civilization that is highly developed. We are living in a world that is scientifically arranged in which everything done by those who control is done through system, proper arrangement, proper organization, and among some of the organized methods used to control the world is the thing known and called propaganda. Propaganda has done more to defeat the good intentions of races and nations than even open warfare. Propaganda is a method or medium used by organized peoples to convert others against their will. We of the Negro race are suffering more than any other race in the world from propaganda to destroy our hopes, our ambitions and our confidence in self. Chapter 76. Marcus Garvey Race Problem Fallacy. Belief that race problem will adjust itself. A fallacy by Marcus Garvey. Some of our leaders in the Negro race flatter themselves into believing that the problem of black and white in America will work itself out, and that all the Negro has to do is to be humble, submissive and obedient, and everything will work out well in the sweet by and by. But the keen student will observe this, that a terrible mistake was made between 40 and 50 years ago when black men were elected to legislative assemblies all over the country, especially in the southern states and even at the national capital when representatives of this race occupied seats in Congress. The mistake was made as far as the white people were concerned. There was a state of disorganization in the nation, and in that state certain things happened by mere chance. In the chance, dozens of black men became senators and congressmen. This opened up to the eyes of the white nation the possibility of the black man governing the white man in these United States of America, the possibility of the black man making laws to govern the white man. This possibility drove them almost to madness, in suddenly rejecting the spirit of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence of Lincoln that all men are created equal. Hence a determination was arrived at, that never again would it be possible for the race of slaves to govern the race of masters within these United States of America. Some of us believe that this slave race of ours will live in the United States of America and in the future again become lawmakers for the white race, our slave masters of 60 years ago. Nothing of the kind has happened in all human history. There is not one instance where a slave race living in the same country, within the same bounds as the race of masters that enslaved them and being in numbers less than the race of masters, has ever yet ruled and governed the masters. It has never been so in history, and it will never be so in the future. The hidden spirit of America is determined that it shall never be, caring not what hopes and promises we get. But history has recorded where a race of slaves through evolution, through progress, has risen to the heights where they ruled and dominated those who once enslaved them. But that race of slaves has always had to betake itself to other habitats, usually their own native land, and there, apart from those who once enslaved them, developed a power of their own, a strength of their own, and in the higher development of that strength, and of that power, they, like others, had made conquests, who once enslaved them. So for us to encourage the idea that one day Negroes will rise to the highest in the administration of this white government, is only encouraging a vain hope. The only wise thing for us as ambitious Negroes to do, is to organize the world over, and build up for the race a mighty nation of our own in Africa. And this race of ours that cannot get recognition and respect in the country where we were slaves, by using our own ability, power and genius, would develop for ourselves in another country in our habitat a nation of our own, and be able to send back from that country from that native habitat to the country where we were once enslaved, representatives of our race, that would get as much respect as any other ambassadors from any other race or nation. Chapter 77. Marcus Garvey Rostista, the floor of a nation's strength, had thrown their valor and their might against the charging hordes of death, in history's most unequal fight. One man remained the last of them, to stand for Ethiopia. All else surrendered, died or fled. But he, the lion-heart Rostista, Graziani, Italian butcher, had valiant Dista quickly shot, to seal his lips and tie his hands, in fear of what he called a plot. With death of such a noble man, a reign has passed to history. But time will bring to us again more men to fight for victory. Chapter 78. Marcus Garvey Rosnanside. A king has fallen on the field of war, but not by shot, nor even through a broken shield. He died in exile awful lot. Rosnanside. Is he the greatest of his tribe, the man who led his valiant men, with W.E.B Pasha at his side? He died in Switzerland afar, a broken heart in his exile. He saw the end of that sad war, in which he fought without a smile. The brood of Italy had sent his liquid flames of steady death, and tanks had plowed and also rent the land and stole the hero's breath. This Mussolini, vile of heart, who plagues the world with devil tricks, has caused a king to lose his part in building glory with his bricks. The dream of Abyssinia, great, was dear to Nonsaidu's own heart, but he has met an awful fate, and failed in this to do his part. The Negroes of the world shall wait to take their stand against the foe, and when they fight to win their state, they'll make Italians drink their woe. A fascist king shall never rule the blacks of all the lands we know. The Negroes shall be no footstool, but give to all the seeds they sow. Let's honor non-Sidhu's fair name, and damn the Mussolini tribe. This Abyssinian's splendid fame shall live through pen of Negro scribe. Look out for time, that's coming soon, to strike Italian fascists down. To us 'twill be a glorious boon, to have them sprawling on the ground. Chapter 79. Marcus Gavey Revenge. Not yesterday, but centuries long. The Romans hated all of Negro blood, for Hannibal did slay the crew, as Carthage marched to martial song. Again Italy made them halt, when Menelik did crush them low. He proved the blacks were timely men, the heroes still without a fault. But Italy kept crying out, and longed for a day of victory. With Mussolini, courage came, to fight to win without a doubt. He used the weapons not allowed, and took advantage as they went. They crushed Selassie's mighty host, with blacks Badoglio followed. The blacks shall come together now, and they shall blast the way again. Revenge is sweet, the Romans say. Revenge is on the black man's brow. Zero sing the song of Carthage, great. Zero sing the song of Africa, free. The day will come to win again, and pass to Italy her fate. No man shall stop the moving throng that goes to snatch the victory. The world has bled the black man's heart, and downed him, too, with all the wrong. Come now and go in vision clear, right up to good Italy's mount, and let Italians ever feel the dash of weapons in their rear. If not on Ethiopian land, go, follow them where'er they go. Join English, French or Russian, too, and all together strike the band, that band of Roman renegades, bloodthirsty men of fascist creed. With Mussolini as their head, they'll die by gas and hot grenades. Revenge is all, it's written there, and blacks will ne'er forget the call. Like gods of old, let's live on high, and each one dream of glory, fair. The wrong of sin shall fall again, as its eyes rise toward the sun. So pledge your word to sacred trust, and hurl Italians to the plain. Chapter 80. Marcus Gavey Rise of the Negro, to rise and demonstrate en masse, his way to make the oppressor think. And so the Negro in his class sends forth his message to the king. The king, a symbol of the state, sends forth his men to find what's wrong, and back comes word of awful fate, on which the lives of men do hang. The state assumes its task at last, and makes an effort to amend the wrongs that reigned throughout the past by giving heed, the laws defend. Chapter 81. Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans, say, Africa for the Africans, like America for the Americans. This the rallying cry for a nation, be it in peace or revolution. Blacks are men, no longer cringing fools, they demand a place, not like weak tools, but among the world of nations great. They demand a free self-governing state. Hurrah! Hurrah! Great Africa waits. She is calling her sons, and none forsakes, but to colors of the nation runs, even though assailed by enemy guns. Cried loud, and shouted I in hurrah. Time has changed, so hail, new Africa. We are now awakened, rights to see. We shall fight for dearest liberty. Mighty kingdoms have been truly reared on the bones of black men, facts declared, history tells this awful, pungent truth. Africa waits to her rights forsooth. Europe cries to Europeans, ho. Asiatics claim Asia, so. Australia for Australians, and Africa for the Africans. Black men's hands have joined now together, they will fight and brave all death's weather, motherland to save, and make her free, spreading joy for all to live and see. None shall turn us back, in freedom's name, we go marching like the men of fame, who have given laws and codes to kings, sending evil flying on crippled wings. Black men shall in groups reassemble, Rich and poor and the great and humble, justice shall be their rallying cry. When millions of soldiers pass us by. Look for that day, coming, surely soon, when the sons of Ram will show no coon could the mighty deeds of valor do, which shall bring giants for peace to sue. Hurrah! Hurrah! Better times are near. Let us front the conflict and prepare. Greet the world as soldiers, bravely true, sunder not, Africa shouts to you. Chapter 82. Marcus Gavey. Shall the Negro be exterminated? The Negro now stands at the crossroads of human destiny. He is at the place where he must either step forward or backward. If he goes backward he dies, if he goes forward it will be with the hope of a greater life. Those of us who have developed our minds scientifically are compelled, by duty, to step out among the millions of the unthinking masses and convince them of the seriousness of the age in which we live. From Adam and Eve we are either on the way to a higher racial existence or racial extermination. This much is known and realized by every thoughtful race and nation, hence, we have the death struggle of the different races of Europe and Asia and the scramble of the survival of the fittest race. As we look at things we see that the great world in which we live has undergone much change since the time of the creation. When God created the world, and all therein, He handed His authority over to the two beings He created in His own image, namely, Adam and Eve. From the time of Adam and Eve the human race has multiplied by leaps and bounds. Where we once had two persons to exercise authority over the world, we today have 1,500,000,000 claiming authority and possession of the same world that was once the property of the two. The tragedy of race extinction. When the colonists of America desired possession of the land they saw that a weak aboriginal race was in their way. What did they do? They got hold of them, killed them, and buried them underground. This is a fair indication of what will happen to the weaker peoples of the world in another 200 or 300 years when the stronger races will have developed themselves to the position of complete mastery of all things material. They will not then, as they have not in the past, allow a weak and defenseless race to stand in their way, especially if in their doing so they will endanger their happiness, their comfort and their pleasures. These are the things that strike the thoughtful Negro as being dangerous, and these are the things that cause us who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association to be fighting tenaciously for the purpose of building up a strong Negro race, so as to make it impossible for us to be exterminated in the future to make room for the stronger races, even as the North American Indian has been exterminated to make room for the great white man on this North American continent. The illiterate and shallow-minded Negro who can see no further than his nose is now the greatest stumbling block in the way of the race. He tells us that we must be satisfied with our condition, that we must not think of building up a nation of our own, that we must not seek to organize ourselves racially, but that we must depend upon the good feeling of the other fellow for the solution of the problem that now confronts us. This is a dangerous policy, and it is my duty to warn the 400 million Negroes of the world against this kind of a leadership that will try to make Negroes believe that all will be well without their taking upon themselves the task of bettering their condition politically, industrially, educationally and otherwise. The time has come for those of us who have the vision of the future to inspire our people to a closer kinship, to a closer love of self, because it is only through this appreciation of self will we be able to rise to that higher life that will make us not an extinct race in the future, but a race of men fit to survive. The price of leadership. Those of us who are blazing the way in this new propaganda of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to enlighten our people everywhere are at times very much annoyed and discouraged by the acts of our own people, and that consciously or unconsciously they do so many things to hurt our deeper feeling of loyalty and love for the race. But what can we do? Can we forsake them because they hurt our feelings? Surely not. Painful though it may be to be interfered with and handicapped in the performance of the higher sense of duty, yet we must, martyr-like, make up our minds and our hearts to pay the price of leadership. We must be sympathetic, we must be forgiving, we must really have forbearance, so that when the ignorant and illiterate fellow who happens to be a member of your own race stands up, to block the passage of some cause that you believe would be to his benefit and to yours as a people, you will be able to overlook him, even though he fosters his opposition with the greatest amount of insult to your intelligence and to your dignity. The excuse that some of our most brilliant men give for not identifying themselves with race movements is that they cannot tolerate the interference of the illiterate Negro, who, being a member of the same organization, will attempt to dictate what you should do in the interest of the race. When his act is based upon no deeper judgment than his like or dislike for the person he is opposing, or the satisfaction it would give him to embarrass the person he feels like opposing, many an able leader is lost to his race because of this fear, and sometimes we must admit the reasonableness of this argument, but as I have said, leadership means martyrdom, leadership means sacrifice, leadership means giving up one's personality, giving up of everything for the cause that is worth while. It is only because of that feeling that I personally continue to lead the Universal Negro Improvement Association, because like every other leader, I have had to encounter the opposition, the jealousy, the plotting of men who take advantage of the situation, simply because they happen to be members of the organization, and that we may have to depend upon their vote one way or the other for the good of the cause. Not that some of us care one row of pins about what the other fellow thinks, but when it is considered that we can only achieve success through harmony and unity, then it can be realized how much one has to sacrifice as a leader for getting that harmony that is necessary to bring about the results that are desired. The white race, we desire harmony and unity today more than ever, because it is only through the bringing together of the 400 million Negroes into one mighty bond that we can successfully pilot our way through the avenues of opposition and the oceans of difficulties that seem to confront us. When it is considered that the great white race is making a Herculean struggle to become the only surviving race of the centuries, and when it is further considered that the great yellow race under the leadership of Japan is making a like struggle, then more than ever the seriousness of the situation can be realized as far as our race is concerned. If we sit supinely by and allow the great white race to lift itself in numbers and in power, it will mean that in another 500 years this full-grown race of white men will in turn exterminate the weaker race of black men for the purpose of finding enough room on this limited mundane sphere to accommodate that race which will have numerically multiplied itself into many billions. This is the danger point. What will become of the Negro in another 500 years if he does not organize now to develop and to protect himself? The answer is that he will be exterminated for the purpose of making room for the other races that will be strong enough to hold their own against the opposition of all and sundry. An appeal to the intelligentsia, the leadership of the Negro of today must be able to locate the race, and not only for today but for all times. It is in the desire to locate the Negro in a position of prosperity and happiness in the future that the Universal Negro Improvement Association is making this great fight for the race's emancipation everywhere and the founding of a great African government. Every sober-minded Negro will see immediately the reason why we should support a movement of this kind. If we will survive, then it must be done through our own effort, through our own energy. No race of weaklings can survive in the days of tomorrow, because they will be hard and strenuous days fraught with many difficulties. I appeal to the higher intelligence as well as to the illiterate groups of our race. We must work together. Those of us who are better positioned intellectually must exercise forbearance with the illiterate and help them to see the right. If we happen to be members of the same organization, and the illiterate man tries to embarrass you, do not become disgusted, but remember that he does it because he does not know better, and it is your duty to forbear and forgive because the ends that we serve are not of self, but for the higher development of the entire race. It is on this score, it is on this belief, that I make the sacrifice of self to help this downtrodden race of mine. Nevertheless, I say there is a limit to human patience, and we should not continue to provoke the other fellow against his human feelings, for in doing so we may be but bring lack down upon our own heads the pillars of the temple. Chapter 83. Marcus Garvey, Slavery. Slavery is a condition imposed upon individuals or races not sufficiently able to protect or defend themselves, and so long as a race or people expose themselves to the danger of being weak, no one can tell when they will be reduced to slavery. When a man is a slave, he has no liberty of action, no freedom of will. He is bound and controlled by the will and act of others, as of the individual, so of the race. Slavery is not a condition confined to any one age or race of people. Slavery has been since man in the different distribution of himself, scattered here, there and everywhere, has grown and developed, wherein one race will become strong and the other race remains weak. The strong race has always reduced the weak to slavery. It has been so in ages past, it is so now in certain parts of the world, and will be so until the end of time. The great British nation was once a race of slaves. In their own country they were not respected because the Romans went there, brutalized and captured them, took them over to Rome and kept them in slavery. They were not respected in Rome because they were regarded as a slave race. But the Briton did not always remain a slave. As a freed man he went back to his country, Britain, and built up a civilization of his own, and by his self-reliance and initiative he forced the respect of mankind and maintains it until today. Chapter 84. Marcus Garvey. Smell of Mussolini. When summer days had nearly passed away, and winter months had darkly come again, and when sweet spring does bring the laughing day, there still shall be a bloody, lingering stain, its name and character of Mussolini. The brute who killed with bombs of liquid flame, we ate him, yes we ate him, good and plenty, we ate the smell of that most brutal name. A Roman steeped in envy and murder, he stole the lands of all the Christian blacks, but he shall have his gaseous thunder, thrown back some day on mad Italians' backs, and when that day does really come, my men, we will give it to them with bolts of steel, and run the Italian out his bloody den. To make him see the Negro's commonwealth, 1,000 years may be the waiting time, to strike the brute that came from cursed Rome, but keep your courage high and quite sublime, for that great day to hit the trails for home, for every Roman soldier shall fall down, and lick the dust in very penitence. As Hannibal did make them kiss the ground, we too shall crush them in our self-defense. No one shall help an Italian man in any way of other human beings, for he is one with Mussolini's clan, that seek to change the world to Roman scenes. Let all Italians live and die in shame, for what their mad dog did to our dear home, their Mussolini's bloody, savage name smells stink from a guy's back to sinful Rome. No cause that links Italian liberty shall have appeal to us, in peace or war. No one will ask us in our sobriety to help the Italian, near or far. In clash of arms, on Europe's fields of blood, no help must Negroes give to Roman cause, for it must be forever understood that Italians keep no sacred laws. We shall march past the ancient Vatican, to sack the gates of Italian Rome, and make them feel the hand of vengeful man, who first was driven from his natural home, with English, German, French or other hordes. We'll march to crush the Italian dog, and at the points of gleaming, shining swords, we'll lay quite low the violent, Roman dog. Chapter 85. Marcus Gavey. Song of the Negro Maid. I look at man in grim dismay. He tried my virtue all to steal. My heart is full of joy today. No sin is on my soul I feel. The guiling tongue of Adam's son has left me free to see the light. The master saw or Satan won. In battles they did often fight. The white man forced my head to bow, my chastity to treat with scorn. But I am queen of self, and now I feel as pure as I was born. With firm respect I love my race. No one shall lead me thus astray. Of king to lose the ancient trace that makes me what I am today. Chapter 86. Marcus Gavey. Speech before incarceration, June 17, 1923. Among the many names by which I have been called, I was dubbed by another name a couple days ago. The district attorney, with whom I have been contesting the case for my liberty and for the existence of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, in his fervid appeal, in his passionate appeal to the gentlemen of the jury last Friday cried out, "Gentlemen, will you let the tiger loose? The tiger is already loose, and he has been at large for so long that it is no longer one tiger, but there are many tigers." The spirit of the Universal Negro Improvement Association has, fortunately for us, made a circuit of the world, to the extent that harm of injury done to anyone will in no way affect the great membership of this association or retard its great program. The world is ignorant of the purpose of this association. The world is ignorant of the scope of this great movement, when it thinks that by laying low any one individual it can permanently silence this great spiritual wave that has taken hold of the souls and the hearts and minds of 400 million Negroes throughout the world. We have only started. We are just on our way. We have just made the first lap in the great race for existence, and for a place in the political and economic sun of men. Those of you who have been observing events for the last 4 or 5 weeks with keen eyes and keen perceptions will come to no other conclusion that through the effort to strangle the Universal Negro Improvement Association, through the effort to silence Marcus Gavey, there is a mad desire, there is a great plan to permanently lay the Negro low in this civilization and in future civilizations. But the world is sadly mistaken. No longer can the Negro be laid low. In laying the Negro low you but bring down the pillars of creation, because 400 million Negroes are determined to be a man, to take a place in the world and to hold that place. The world is sadly mistaken and rudely shocked at the same time. They thought that the new Negro would bend. They thought that the new Negro was only bluffing and would exhibit the characteristic of the old Negro when pushed to the corner or pushed to the wall. If you want to see the new Negro fight, force him to the wall, and the nearer he approaches the wall the more he fights, and when he gets to the wall he is even more desperate. What does the world think? That we are going back to 60 years ago in America, going back to 85 years ago in the West Indies, going back to 300 years ago in Africa? The world is crazy if they indulge that thought. We are not going back, we are going forward. Forward to the emancipation of 400 million oppressed souls, forward to the redemption of a great country and the re-establishment of a greater government. Garvey has just started to fight. Garvey has not given his first exhibition of his fighting prowess yet. Men, we want you to understand that this is the age of men, not of pygmies, not of serfs and peons and dogs, but men, and we who make up the membership of the Universal Negro Improvement Association reflect the new manhood of the Negro. No fear, no intimidation, nothing can daunt the courage of the Negro who affiliates himself with the Universal Negro Improvement Association. The Universal Negro Improvement Association is light, and we have entered into light and shall not go back into darkness. We have entered into the light of a new day. We have seen the light of a new creation. We have seen the light of a new civilization, and we shall follow where that light leads. I was amused when my friend, the district attorney, said that he was more interested in Negroes than Marcus Gavey. They are so accustomed to the old camouflage that they believe they can plead it everywhere to the satisfaction of every Negro, and to everyone who comes in contact with them. That is the old camouflage that made them our missionaries 60 years ago. It is the same camouflage that will not stand today. It is impossible for a Negro to be more interested in a Jew than a Jew is interested in himself. It is impossible for an Englishman to be more interested in an Irishman than that Irishman is in himself. It is a lie for any Jew to say he is more interested in Negroes than Negroes are in themselves. It is an unnatural lie to talk about one race being more interested in another race than that race is interested in itself. But that only shows how desperate they are. Sometimes we have to beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Unfortunately, I did not have the last word and therefore I was silenced after I placed my defense in. But, nevertheless, the world will know tomorrow the outcome of this case wherein Marcus Gavey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association is involved. One way or the other, the world will not be disappointed. There is no verdict that would disappoint me. I tell you this, that there is to be no disappointment. If they were to give any other verdict than guilty, Marcus Gavey will be very much disappointed, Marcus Garvey knows them so well that Marcus Garvey will expect anything from them, so, whether they give a verdict of guilty or not guilty, it is immaterial to Marcus Garvey. The fight will just then be starting. Not fighting the government. Now, understand this is a fight to the finish. We are not fighting this great government, because all Negroes in America, all Negroes all over the world know that the greatest democracy in the world is the American democracy, the greatest government in the world is the American Republic. We are not fighting America, we are fighting hypocrisy and lies, and that we are going to fight to the bitter end. Now, understand me well, Marcus Garvey has entered the fight for the emancipation of a race. Marcus Garvey has entered the fight for the redemption of a country. From the graves of millions of my forebears at this hour I hear the cry, and I am going to answer it even though hell is cut loose before Marcus Garvey. From the silent graves of millions who went down to make me what I am, I shall make for their memory this fight that shall leave a glaring page in the history of man. They do not know what they are doing. They brought millions of black men from Africa who never disturbed the peace of the world, and they shall put up a constitutional fight that shall write a page upon the history of human affairs that shall never be effaced until the day of judgment. I did not bring myself here, they brought me from my silent repose in Africa 300 years ago, and this is only the first Marcus Garvey. They have thought that they could for 300 years brutalize a race. They have thought that they could for 300 years steep the soul of a race in blood and darkness and let it go at that. They make a terrible mistake. Marcus Garvey shall revenge the blood of his sires, so don't be afraid of Marcus Garvey. When Marcus Garvey goes to jail, the world of Negroes will know they have come at the wrong time. I appreciate the splendid way in which you have behaved and conducted yourselves during the trial. We shall observe to the letter of the laws of the great country, but Africa shall tell the tale. Marcus Garvey has no fear about going to jail. Like Max Winey or like Carson, like Roger Casement, like those who have led the fight for Irish freedom, so Marcus Garvey shall lead the fight for African freedom. I repeat that if they think they can stamp out the souls of 400 million black men, they make a tremendous and terrible mistake. We are no longer dogs, we are no longer peons, we are no longer serfs, we are men. The spirit that actuated George Washington in founding this great republic, the spirit that actuated the fathers of this great nation, is the spirit that actuates 6 million black men who are at the present time members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. It is the spirit that will actuate 400 million Negroes in the redemption of their motherland, Africa. Tell us about fear. We were not born with fear. Intimidation does not drive fear into the soul of Marcus Garvey. There is no fear, but the fear of God. Man cannot drive fear into the heart of man, because man is but the equal of man. The world is crazy and foolish if they think that they can destroy the principles, the ideals of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Chapter 87. Marcus Garvey Start. October 31, 1927. Today I start my life for good. I am determined now to find the value of my real manhood, and not to travel as if blind. I'm yet young in age and hope. I shall so think and do aright things human, and all in my scope, to make of life a shining light. There shall be no mistaken plan, for time does not permit to lose and win again the race of man. Hence, now I start, and rightly choose. I shall not travel wild to find that I have fallen almost flat, then rise to weep and leave behind that a coward was for that. So find yourself in early age, to know what you shall be in life. Then go and write on this single quote S page, the victories of your daily strife. For every man is battling you to cross the plain, with risk to win, and hoist the flagging colors blue. Then show the world where he has been. Chapter 88. Marcus Garvey Statement of Arrest. January 14, 1922. I believe that true justice is to be found in the conscience of the people, and when one is deprived of it by the machinations and designs of the corrupt, There can be no better tribunal of appeal than that of public opinion, which gives voice to conscience, and that is why I now appeal to the conscience of the American people for justice. I believe that all races have their peculiar characteristics. The Jew fights the Jew, the Irish fights the Irish, the Italian fights the Italian, and so we have the Negro fighting the Negro. As a Negro schooled in the Academy of Adversity, with the majority of my race, I have ever had a wholesale desire to work for the race's uplift. Recently out of slavery, we have had but a meager chance to rise to the higher heights of human development as a people. At emancipation we were flung upon the civilized world without a program. Unlike the Irish and the Jew, we had not national aspiration of our own. We were left to the tender mercies of philanthropies and humanitarians who helped us to the best of their ability. In the Negro's struggle to get somewhere, every member of the race took a selfish course all his own. There was no group program or group interest. The only cause that held us together as a people was religion. During the days of slavery, religion was the only consolation of the Negro, and then it was given to him by his masters. Immediately after the emancipation, when the Negro was thrown back upon his own resources, the illiterate race preacher took charge of us, and with the eye of selfishness he exploited the zeal of the religious. Our emotions were worked upon by our illiterate preacher leaders of the early days. The masses of us, having found new employment for which we received pay, were able to contribute to the partial upkeep of our own church life, thus making it profitable for the preachers of our race to exploit us in the name of God, without giving us a program by which we could redeem ourselves. After the illiterate preacher leader, came the illiterate race politician who also had no program for the higher temporal development of the race. He, like the preacher, and had his selfish plans of using and feeding upon the emotions of the people. These two illiterate parasites, who extracted all that was worthwhile from the people, traveled hand in hand until we reached the first milestone of higher intelligence. Then the illiterate preacher and politician had to give way to a more intelligent class, who, unfortunately, with only a few exceptions, scattered here and there, followed and are still following in the footsteps of the old preachers and politicians to plunder and exploit the masses, because they had no vision. And now I come to source of my troubles, in fighting the battles of the masses. I come to the people in the role of the reformer and say to the awake, the day is upon you, go forth in the name of the race and build yourselves a nation, redeem your country Africa, the land from whence you came, and prove yourselves men worthy of the recognition of others. This is the offense I have committed against the selfish Negro preachers and politicians who have for more than half a century waxed fat at the expense of the people. The shout goes up, we cannot allow Garvey to preach his reformation and expose us to the people. The people will become too wise. We will lose our standing among them and they will not support us. We must get Garvey. We must discredit him before the people. We cannot do it ourselves, because we have no power. We will frame him up, we will lay traps for him, we will state all manner of charges against him to various departments of government so that the government will prosecute him for us. Such have been the ravings, machinations and designs of a certain class of Negro politicians and preachers against me because of my reform work of 3.5 years among my people that has over 4 million followers. Jews, Irish and reformers of all races have had their troubles and trials with their own people, so I am satisfied to bear the persecution of my own that they might be free. I trust no one from the people would believe that I could be so mean as to defraud a fellow Negro, either directly or indirectly. I have an ideal that is far above money, and that is to see my people really free. Others of my race oppose me because they fear my influences among the people, and they judge me from their own corrupt, selfish consciences. There is an old adage that says, a thief does not like to see another man carrying a bag, and thus the dishonest ones of our preachers and politicians, believing that I am of their stamp, try to embarrass me by framing me up with the law. I have had to dismiss from the employ of the association, and caused the arrest of many dishonest preachers and politicians, and now their fraternities are out for revenge. Poor misguided mortals! How can they, when the conscience and soul of a man cannot be incriminated from without. The Negro ministry needs purging, and with the help of God and the people, we shall in a short while show to the world a new race by the purification of those who lead. I desire to say that I have a great amount of confidence in several of the preachers and politicians of my race today, but the great majority need purging, because among them we have gamblers, thieves, rogues, vagabonds, and these are the ones who are fighting me at this time. Chapter 89. Marcus Garvey. The future as I see it. It comes to the individual, the race, the nation, once in a lifetime to decide upon the course to be pursued as a career. The hour has now struck for the individual Negro as well as the entire race to decide the course that will be pursued in the interest of our own liberty. We who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association have decided that we shall go forward, upward and onward toward the great goal of human liberty. We have determined among ourselves that all barriers placed in the way of our progress must be removed, must be cleared away, for we desire to see the light of a brighter day. The Negro is ready. The Universal Negro Improvement Association for 5 years has been proclaiming to the world the readiness of the Negro to carve out a pathway for himself in the course of life. Men of other races and nations have become alarmed at this attitude of the Negro in his desire to do things for himself and by himself. This alarm has become so universal that organizations have been brought into being here, there and everywhere for the purpose of deterring and obstructing this forward move of our race. Propaganda has been waged here, there and everywhere for the purpose of misinterpreting the intention of this organization. Some have said that this organization seeks to create discord and discontent among the races. Some say we are organized for the purpose of aiding other people. Every sensible, sane and honest-minded person knows that the Universal Negro Improvement Association has no such intention. We are organized for the absolute purpose of bettering our condition, industrially, commercially, socially, religiously and politically. We are organized not to aid other men, but to lift ourselves, and to demand respect of all humanity. We have a program that we believe to be righteous, we believe it to be just, and we have made up our minds to lay down ourselves on the altar of sacrifice for the realization of this great hope of ours, based upon the foundation of righteousness. We declare to the world that Africa must be free, that the entire Negro race must be emancipated from industrial bondage, peonage and serfdom. We make no compromise, we make no apology in this our declaration. We do not desire to create offense on the part of other races, but we are determined that we shall be heard, that we shall be given the rights to which we are entitled. The propaganda of our enemies for the purpose of creating doubts about the work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Many attempts have been made to cast shadow and gloom over our work. They have even written the most uncharitable things about our organization. They have spoken so unkindly of our effort, but what do we care? They spoke unkindly and uncharitably about all the reform movements that have helped in the betterment of humanity. They maligned the great movement of the Christian religion. They maligned the great liberation movements of America, of France, of England, of Russia. Can we expect, then, to escape being maligned in this, our desire for the liberation of Africa and the freedom of 400 million Negroes of the world? We have unscrupulous men and organizations working in opposition to us, some trying to capitalize the new spirit that has come to the Negro to make profit out of it to their own selfish benefit. Some are trying to set back the Negro from seeing the hope of his own liberty, and thereby poisoning our people's mind against the motives of our organization. But every sensible, far-seeing Negro in this enlightened age knows what propaganda means. It is the medium of discrediting that which you are opposed to, so that the propaganda of our enemies will be of little avail as soon as we are rendered able to carry to our peoples scattered throughout the world the true message of our great organization. Crocodiles, as friends men of the Negro race, let me say to you that a greater future is in store for us. We have no cause to lose hope, to become faint-hearted. We must realize that upon ourselves depend our destiny, our future. We must carve out that future, that destiny, and we who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association Act pledged ourselves that nothing in the world shall stand in our way, nothing in the world shall discourage us, but opposition shall make us work harder, shall bring us closer together so that as one man the millions of us will march on toward that goal that we have set for ourselves. The new Negro shall not be deceived. The new Negro refuses to take advice from anyone who has not felt with him, and suffered with him. We have suffered for 300 years, therefore we feel that the time has come when only those who have suffered with us can interpret our feelings and our spirit. It takes the slave to interpret the feelings of the slave. It takes the unfortunate man to interpret the spirit of his unfortunate brother, and so it takes the suffering Negro to interpret the spirit of his comrade. It is strange that so many people are interested in the Negro now, willing to advise him how to act, and what organizations he should join, yet nobody was interested in the Negro to the extent of not making him a slave for 250 years, reducing him to industrial peonage and serfdom after he was freed. It is strange that the same people can be so interested in the Negro now, as to tell him what organization he should follow and what leader he should support. Whilst we are bordering on a future of brighter things, we are also at our danger period, when we must either accept the right philosophy, or go down by following deceptive propaganda which has hemmed us in for many centuries, deceiving the people. There is many a leader of our race who tells us that everything is well, and that all things will work out themselves and that a better day is coming. Yes, all of us know that a better day is coming. We all know that one day we will go home to paradise. But whilst we are hoping by our Christian virtues to have an entry into paradise, we also realize that we are living on earth, and that the things that are practiced in paradise are not practiced here. You have to treat this world as the world treats you. We are living in a temporal, material age, an age of activity, an age of racial, national selfishness. What else can you expect but to give back to the world what the world gives to you? And we are calling upon the 400 million Negroes of the world to take a decided stand, a determined stand, that we shall occupy a firm position. That position shall be an emancipated race and a free nation of our own. We are determined that we shall have a free country. We are determined that we shall have a flag. We are determined that we shall have a government second to none in the world. An eye for an eye. Men may spurn the idea, they may scoff at it. The metropolitan press of this country may deride us. Yes, white men may laugh at the idea of Negroes talking about government, but let me tell you there is going to be a government, and let me say to you also that whatsoever you give, in like measure it shall be returned to you. The world is sinful, and therefore man believes in the doctrine of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Everybody believes that revenge is God's, but at the same time we are men, and revenge sometimes springs up, even in the most Christian heart. Why should man write down a history that will react against him? Why should man perpetrate deeds of wickedness upon his brother which will return to him in like measure? Yes, the Germans maltreated the French in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, but the French got even with the Germans in 1918. It is history, and history will repeat itself. Beat the Negro, kill the Negro, burn the Negro, imprison the Negro, scoff at the Negro, deride the Negro. It may come back to you one of these fine days, because the supreme destiny of man is in the hands of God. God is no respecter of persons, whether that person be white, yellow or black. Today the one race is up, tomorrow it has fallen. Today the Negro seems to be the footstool of the other races and nations of the world. Tomorrow the Negro may occupy the highest rung of the great human ladder. But, when we come to consider the history of man, was not the Negro a power? Was he not great once? Yes, honest students of history can recall the day when Egypt, Ethiopia and Timbuktu towered in their civilizations, towered above Europe, towered above Asia. When Europe was inhabited by a race of cannibals, a race of savages, naked men, heathens and pagans, Africa was peopled with a race of cultured black men, who were mastering art, science and literature, men who were cultured and refined, men who, it was said, were like the gods. Even the great poets of old sang in beautiful sonnets of the delight it afforded the gods to be in companionship with the Ethiopians. Why, then, should we lose hope? Black men, you were once great, you shall be great again. Lose not courage, lose not faith, go forward. The thing to do is to get organized, keep separated, and you will be exploited, you will be robbed, you will be killed. Get organized, and you will compel the world to respect you. If the world fails to give you consideration, because you are black men, because you are Negroes, 400 millions of you shall, through organization, shake the pillars of the universe and bring down creation, even as Samson brought down the temple upon his head and upon the heads of the Philistines. An inspiring vision, so Negroes, I say, through the Universal Negro Improvement Association, that there is much to live for. I have a vision of the future, and I see before me a picture of a redeemed Africa, with her dotted cities, with her beautiful civilization, with her millions of happy children, going to and fro. Why should I lose hope? Why should I give up and take a back place in this age of progress? Remember that you are men, that God created you lords of this creation. Lift up yourselves, men, take yourselves out of the mire and hitch your hopes to the stars. Yes, rise as high as the very stars themselves. Let no man pull you down, let no man destroy your ambition, because man is but your companion, your equal, man is your brother, he is not your lord, he is not your sovereign master. We of the Universal Negro Improvement Association feel happy, we are cheerful. Let them connive to destroy us, let them organize to destroy us, we shall fight the more. Ask me personally the cause of my success, and I say opposition, oppose me, and I fight the more, and if you want to find out the sterling worth of the Negro, oppose him, and under the leadership of the Universal Negro Improvement Association he shall fight his way to victory, and in the days to come, and I believe not far distant, Africa shall reflect a splendid demonstration of the worth of the Negro, of the determination of the Negro, to set himself free and to establish a government of his own. Chapter 90. Marcus Garvey, the image of God. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. If the yellow man's God is of his race, let him worship his God as he sees fit. We, as Negroes, have found a new ideal. Whilst our God has no color, yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles, and since the white people have seen their God through white spectacles, we have only now started out, W.E.B, to see our God through our own spectacles. The God of Isaac and the God of Jacob, let him exist for the race that believes in the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. We Negroes believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Ghost, the one God of all ages. That is the God in whom we believe, but we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. Chapter 91. Marcus Garvey, the Love Emmy. October 31, 1927. Dedicated to Mrs. Amy Garvey. I wandered far in life's stern way, to seek the good of every day, but fell among the thieves of fame, who tried to rob my honest name. I found no brotherhood in man, but here and there a vicious clan. No truth, no love, no justice find their way into these groups and kind. But you have been a light to me, a fond and dear, and true amic. So what care I for falsest friend, when on your love I can depend? To steal one's wealth is always trash, or which some men have ne'er abash, but then to steal and blot a name, it takes the courage of a thane. But all they do is only naught, because the battle has been fought, and I have won your love, Emmy, the greatest treasure I can see. Chapter 92. Marcus Garvey, the world is hell. The world is hell as man shows it. The creatures are of steel. To live is of superior wit. To fail is thus to feel. No smile is genuine, my friend. It's all a pleasing lie. Be ever ready to defend, or shape your mind to die. Chapter 93. Marcus Garvey, those who know. You may not know, and that is all that causes you to fail in life. All men should know, and thus not fall. the victims of the heartless strife. Know what is right and wrong, know just the things that daily count, that go to make all life a song, and cause the wise to climb the mount, to make man know his task, indeed. For some are prone to waste all time. It's only few who see the need to probe and probe, then climb and climb, the midnight light, the daily grind, are tasks that count for real success in life of those not left behind, whom nature chooses then to bless. The failing men you meet each day, who curse their fate and damn the rest, are just the sleeping ones who play, while others work to reach the best. All life must be a full plan that calls for daily, serious work, the work that brings the best from man, the work that cowards often shirk. All honor to the men who know, by seeking after nature's truths, in wisdom they shall ever grow, while others hum the awful blues. Go now and search for what there is, the knowledge of the universe, make it yours, as the other, his, and be as good, but not the worse. Chapter 94. Marcus Garvey to think as man. Round and round the Negro goes, looking for a place of rest. Nowhere can he find the place, till he joins the Army West. This is due to lack of mind. Mind, without a will that counts. Let the Negro think as man, then for him there is no doubts. Chapter 95. Marcus Garvey Tragedy of White Injustice. 1. Lying and stealing is the white man's game, for rights of God nor man he has no shame. A practice it is throughout the whole world, and all great thunderbolts he has hurled. He has stolen everywhere, land and sea. A buccaneer and pirate he must be, killing all, as he roams from place to place, leaving disease, mongrels, moral disgrace left parenthesis 2. The world's history of him is replete, from his javelin bolt to new-built fleet. Ghosts he has robbed and crushed below, a friend and neighbor he has made a foe. From our men and women he made the slave, then boastingly he calls himself a brave. Cowardly, he steals on his trusting prey, killing in the dark, then shouts he hooray. 3. Not to go back to time prehistoric, only when men in nature used to frolic, and you will find his big, long murder list, showing the plunderings of his mailed fist. Africa, Asia and America, tell the tale in a mournful replica, how tribesmen, Indians and Zulus fell, fleeing the murdering bandit pell-mell. American Indian tribes were free, sporting, dancing, and happy as could be. Asia's hordes lived then a life their own, to civilization they would have grown. Africa's millions laughed with the sun, in the cycle of man a course to run. In stepped the white man, bloody and grim, the light of these people's freedom to dim. 5. Coolies of Asiaties they quickly made. In Africa's blacks they built a world trade. The red Indians they killed with the gun, all else of men and beasts they put to run. Blood of murder or Cain is on their head, of man and beast they mean to kill dead. A world of their own is their greatest aim, for which yellow and black are well to blame. 6. Out of cold old Europe these white men came, from caves, dens, and holes, without any fame, eating their dead's flesh and sucking their blood, relics of the Mediterranean flood. Literature, science and art they stole, after Africa had measured each pole. Asia taught them what great learning was, now they frown upon what the coolie does. They have stolen, murdered, on their way here, leaving desolation and waste everywhere. Now they boastingly tell what they have done, seeing not the bloody crown they have won. Millions of blacks died in America. Coolies, peons, serfs, too, in Asia. Upon these dead bones empires they builded, parceling out crowns and coronets gilded. 8. Trifling with God's holy name and law, mixing Christ's religion that had no flaw, they have dared to tell us what is right, in language of death, bullets, gas and might. Only with their brute force they hold us down. Men of color, yellow, red, black and brown, not a fair chance give they our men to rise. Christian liars we see in their eyes. 9. With the Bible they go to foreign lands, taking Christ and stealth in different hands. making of God a mockery on earth. When of the Holy One there is no dearth, they say to us, you, sirs, are the heathen, we your brethren Christian fellow man, we come to tell the story of our God. When we believe, they give to us the rod. After our confidence they have us won, from our dear land and treasure we must run. Story of the Bible no more they tell. For our souls redeemed we could go to hell. Oil, coal and rubber, silver and gold, they have found in wealth of our lands and told us, they claim the name of our country. All of us they make them their real football. 11. If in the land we happen to tarry, most of us then become sad and sorry, for a white man's country they say it is, and with shot, gas and shell, they prove it is. What can we do who love the gracious Lord, but fight, pray, watch and wait his holy word, his second coming we know to be true, then, he will greet the white man with his due hyphen left parenthesis 12. This Christ they killed on Calvary's cross, after flea's person around they did toss. White men the Savior did crucify, for eyes not blue, but blood of Negro tie. Now they worship him in their churches great, and of the Holy Ghost they daily prate. One God, they say, enough for all mankind, when in slavery the blacks they entwined. 13. Their churches lines of demarcation draw, in the name of Christ there is no such law, yet black and white they have separated, a Jim Crow God the preachers operated, then to heaven they think they will all go, when their consciences ought to tell them no. God is no respecter of persons great, so each man must abide his final fate. 14. We'd like to see the white man converted, and to right and justice be devoted. Continuing in land values to lie and steal, will bring destruction down upon his heel. All that the other races want, I see, is the right to liberty and be free. This the selfish white man doesn't want to give, he alone, he thinks, has the right to live. 15. There shall be a bloody mix-up everywhere, of the white man's plunder where, men of color the great cause understand and, unite they must, to protect their own land. No fools stand on argument must we make, between heaven and earth and off we take, our lands to deliver from foreign foes, caring not of trials and maudlin woes. 16. The privilege of men to protect home, was established before the days of Rome. Many gallant races fought and died, alien hordes in triumph ossified. Carthage did not crush ancient Greece for their believing in the golden fleece. No other race shall kill the sturdy blacks if on their tribal gods we turn our backs. 17. From Marathon, Tours, Blenheim and the Marne braver courage in man has been born. Africans died at Thermopylae's pass, standing firm for Persia men of brass. The black archers of Ethiopia stood at Marathon, proving their stern manhood. Senegalese held their own at Verdun, even though their praises are not now sung. 18. In the Americas' modern warfare, the blacks have ever borne their share, with Cortez, Washington, too, and the rest, we did for the others our truthful best. At Street Domingo we struck a clear blow, to show which way the wind may one day go. To St. Louverture was our leader then, at the time when we were only half men. 19. Italians, mentally put to chase, beating a retreat in an even haste. So down the line of history we come, black, courtly, courageous and handsome. No fear have we today of any great men from Napoleon back to Genghis Khan. All we ask of men is give a square deal, returning to others same right we feel. 20. With a past brilliant, noble and grand, black men march to the future hand in hand. We have suffered long from the white man's greed, perforce he must change his unholy creed. Stealing, bullying and lying to all, we'll drag him to ignominious fall. For men are wise, yes, no longer are fools, to hack grafters make of them still cheap tools. 21. Each race should be proud and stick to its own, and the best of what they are should be shown. This is no shallow song of hate to sing, but over blacks there should be no white king. Every man on his own foothold should stand, claiming a nation and a fatherland. White, yellow and black should make their own laws, and force no one-sided justice with flaws. 22. Man will bear so much of imposition, till he starts a righteous inquisition. History teaches this as a true fact. Upon this premise all men do act. Sooner or later each people take their stand to fight against the strong, oppressive hand. This is God's plan, raising man to power, as over sin and greed he makes him tower. 23. This trite lesson the white man has not learned, waiting until he gets his fingers burned. Millenniums ago, when white men slept, the great torch of light Asia kept. Africa at various periods shone, above them all as the bright noonday sun, coming from the darkened cave and hut, the white man opened the gate that was shut. 24. Gradually light bore down upon him. This ancient savage who was once dim, when he commenced to see and move around, he found the book of knowledge on the ground. Centuries of wonder and achievements were cast before him in God's compliments, but, like the rest, he has now fallen flat, and must in the Lord's cycle yield for that. 25. We shall always be our brother's keeper, is the injunction of the Redeemer. Love and tolerance we must ever show, if in grace divine we would truly grow. This is the way clear to God's great kingdom, not by the death traps of Argon or Som. When the terrible white man learns this much, he will save even the African Dutch. 26. South Africa has a grave problem now, in reducing the Negro to the plow. White men are to live in their lazy case while the patience of the goodly natives tease. They make new laws to have Africa white, precipitating righteous and ready fight. Around the world they speak of being so just, yet, in fact, no lone white man can you trust. 27. In Australia the same they have done. And so, wherever man's confidence won, this they call the religion of the Christ. And upon their willing slave try to foist. Only a part of the world can you fool, and easily reduce to your footstool. The other one half is always awake, and from it you cannot liberty take. 28. And now valiant black men of the West must ably rise to lead and save the rest. This is the ringing call Africa sounds, as throughout the godly world it resounds. Klansmen, black, educated, virile and true, let us prove to that we are loyal blue. We must win in the blessed fight of love, trusting on the Maker of men above. 29. The Christian world is yet to be saved. Man, since the risen Christ has not behaved, wanton, reckless, wicked, he still remains, causing grief, sorrow, tears and human pains. Can we show the godly light to anyone seeking for earnest truth while marching on? If so, friend, let us tell you now and here, for love, freedom, justice let's all prepare. 30. God in his glorious might is coming. Wonderful signs he is ever showing. Unrest, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods and storms are but revelations of heavenly forms. The proud white scientist thinks he is wise, but the black man's God comes in true disguise. God is sure in the rumbling earthquake. When he is ready, the whole world will shake. 31. The Armageddon is gathering now. The sign is on every oppressed man's brow. The whites who think they are ever so smart do not know other men can play their part. When the opportune time is almost here, black, yellow and brown will be everywhere. In union of cause they'll stand together and storms of the bully boldly weather. 32. Their gases and shots, and their rays of death, shall only be child's play, a dream of Seth. For out of the clear, sleeping minds of ages, wonders shall be written on history's pages. Our buried arts and sciences then shall rise, to show how for centuries we were wise. Silent tongues we kept, by God's true command, until of us, action, he did demand. 33. Under the canopy of nature's law, we shall unitedly and bravely draw. On the plains of God's green amphitheatre, swords, in rhythm with divine meter, Jehovah's day will have surely come. With angelic strains and seraphic hum, the guides of heaven will direct the way, keeping us from wandering far astray. 34. Like around the high walls of Jericho, march we, as Rio speeds through Mexico, trumpets loud will the guiding angels blow, and scatter the enemy to and fro. Heaven will have given us a battle cry. O brave soldiers, you shall never die. Rally to the command of heaven's king, as cherubim to him your tidings bring. 35. See the deadly clash of arms. Watch. They fall. There is stillness! Exclamation point hyphen. It is the funeral ball. A sad requiem now is to be sung, not by angels, but in their human tongue. The cruel masters of yesterday are done. From the fields of battle they have run. A brand new world of justice is to be. You shall be a true brother unto me. 36. This is a forecast of God's wrath. White man, will you turn from the evil path? There is still hope for you, among the good, if you will seek the bigger brotherhood. Stop your tricks, frauds, lying and stealing, and settle down to fair and square dealing. If not, prepare yourself for gloomy hell, as God announces the sorrowing knell. 37. Your lies, to us called diplomacy, are known by us, a brazen fantasy. You imprison men for crimes not so great, while on your silly wisdom you do prate. The masses are soberly watching you, they know that you are false and so untrue. The laborers of your race you oppress, as well as black and other men you distress. 38. If you were wise you'd read between the lines of feudalisms and others of old times. Men have fought against ugly royal gods, burying them 'neath European sods. Such to heartless masters the people do, from Syracuse to bloody Waterloo. Wonderful lessons for any sober man, who worships not idols or the god Pan. 39. In the vicious order of things today, the poor, suffering black man has no say. The plot is set for one against the other, with organization they mustn't bother. If one should show his head as a leader, whom we cannot use, the rest to pilfer, we shall discredit him before his own, and make of him a notorious clown. 40. In Africa we act plans to match him, while the native chiefs of their lands we trim. The blacks schooled in England are too smart. On the eye better than you scheme we'll start, and have them thinking away from the rest. This philosophy for them is best. Easier than we can rob the good lands and make ourselves rich without soiled hands. 41. We will so keep from them the Negro world that no news they'll have of a flag unfurled. Should they smuggle copies in, and we fail, we will send the sly agents all to jail. This is the white man's plan across the sea. Isn't this wily and vicious as can be? In other lands they have things arranged differently, yet they have never changed. 42. In America they have colored to tell what they know of the rest, whose rights they sell. The blacks they do try to keep always down, but in time they will reap what they have sown. No Negro's good life is safe in the States if he tries to be honest with his mates. In politics he must sell at the polls, to suit the white man in his many roles. 43. The West Indian whites are tricky, too. They have schemes curved like the horse's shoe. There is only one opening for the black, 3 other sides are closed up to his back, hence he never gets a chance to look in whilst staring at the world of mortal sin. Yes, this is the game they play everywhere, leaving the Negro to gloom and despair. 44. And now, white man, can we reason with you, for each race in the world to give it to? Africa for Africans is most right. Asia for Asiatics is light. To Europe for the Europeans. America for the Americans. This is the doctrine of the goodly clan, now fighting for the alien van. 45. Blacks do not hate you because you are white. We believe in giving to all men right. Some we do keep for ourselves to protect, knowing it as a virtue to select. We are willing to be friends of mankind, pulling all together with none behind. Growing in same goodness and fellowship, choosing but the Almighty to worship. 46. Let justice prevail, at home and abroad. Cease over the weak your burdens to Lord. You're but mortal man, like the rest of us. Of this happy truth we need make no fuss. All nature's kindly gifts are justly ours. Suns, oceans, trees, to pretty flowers. So we need not doubt the marvelous fact that God has given to each man his tract. 47. The common thief now steals a crust of bread, the law comes down upon his hungry head. The haughty land robber steals continents, with men, oil, gold, rubber and all contents. The first you say is a hopeless convict, while the latter escapes the law by trick. At grave, one-sided justice will not do, the poor call for consideration. 248. The rich white man starts the unholy war, then from the line of action he keeps far. He pushes to the front sons of the poor, there to do battle, die, suffer galore. As the guns rage, liberty loans they raise, and in glorious tones sing freedom's praise. This is the method to gain them more wealth, then, after victory they practice great stealth. 49. Those who make wars should first go to the front, and of gas, shot and shell bear there the brunt. In first lines of action they are all due, if to their country and people they are true. When this is demanded and right of all, there will be no more deadly cannonball. The downtrodden poor whites and blacks should join and prevent rich whites our rights to purloin. 50. Weeping mothers, tricked in patriotism, send their sons to fight for a liberalism. Into most far-off lands they go with pride, thinking right and God be on their side. When they get into the bloody trenches, they find of lies they had awful drenches. The people they were all supposed to kill, like themselves, had gotten of lies their fill. 51. In the private club and drawing room, white schemes are hatched for the nation's doom. Speculators, grafters, bankers all, with politicians joined to listen the fall, by stealing rights from other citizens, as if they weren't fit or true denizens. How awful is this daring story, that we tell to men young and hoary. 52. Crooked lawyers, friends and politicians, corrupt the morals of the good nations. Between them and others, fly plots they make, innocent citizens' money to take. From banks they find out your real account, then have you indicted on legal count. Large fees they charge, to have you surely broke, then, to prison you go, what a sad joke. 53. The white man controls cable and wireless, connections by ships with force and duress. He keeps black races of the world apart, so to his schemes they may not be smart. There shall be no Black Star Line ships, he says, for that will interfere with our crooked ways. I'll disrupt their business and all their plans, so they might not connect with foreign lands. 54. Black women are raped by the lordly white, in colonies, the shame ne'er reaching light, in other countries abuses are given, shocking to morality and God's heaven. Hybrids and mongrels are the open result, which the whites give us as shameful insult. How can they justify this? None can tell, yet, crimes of the blacks are rung with a bell. 55. White men newspapers subsidize and own, for to keep them on their racial throne. Editors are slaves to fool the public. Reporters tell the lie and pull the trick. The papers support only what they want, yet truth, fair play, and justice, daily flaunt. They make criminals out of honest men, and force judges to send them to the pen. 56. Capitalists buy up all blank space, to advertise and hold the leading place, for to influence public opinion, and or chief editors show dominion. The average man is not wise to the scheme, he, the reformer, must now redeem. This isn't a smooth or very easy job, for you, of your honor and name, they'll rob. 57. The bankers employ men to shoot and kill. When we interfere with their august will, they take the savings of deaf, dumb and poor, gamble with it here and on foreign shore. In oil, gold, rum, rubber they speculate, then bring their foreign troubles upon the state. Friends in government, they control at will, or they make, for others, our sons to kill. 58. The many foundations of researches, and the foreign missions and their churches, are organized to catch the mild converts who don't understand the way of perverts. Our wealth, when discovered by researchers, in lands of the native occupiers, is surveyed and marked to the river's rim till they dislodge a Prempray or Abdel Krim. 59. It is not freedom from prison we seek. It is freedom from the big thieves we meet. All life is now a soulless prison cell, a wild suspense between heaven and hell. Selfish, wicked whites have made it so. To the author and finisher we'll go, carrying our sad cares and many wrongs to him in prayers and holy songs. 60. This is the game that is played all around, which is sure one day to each race rebound. The world is gone mad with the money craze, leaving the poor man in a gloomy haze. There must be world reorganization to save the masses from exploitation. The cry is for greater democracy, a salvation from man's hypocrisy. 61. Out in this heartless, bitter oasis, there's now very little of human bliss. The cold capitalists and money sharks have made life unsafe, like ocean barks. The once dear, lovely Garden of Eden has become the sphere of men uneven. The good God created but an equal pair. Now man has robbed others of their share. 62. Shall there be freedom of liberal thought? No, the white man has all agencies bought, press, pulpit, law and every other thing, hence for public opinion he reigns king. This is indisputable, glaring fact. You may find it out with a little tact. College tutors and presidents are paid, so that in universities schemes are laid. 63. Cleopatra, Empress Josephine, were black mongrels like of the Philippine, mixtures from black and other races they, yet true, the white man's history will not say to those who seek the light of pure knowledge in the inquiring world, school or college. Napoleon fell for a Negro woman. So did the Caesars, and the great Roman. 64. Anthony lost his imperial crown to escape Cleo's fascinating FROWN. This truth the new Negro knows very well, and to his brothers in darkness he'll tell. No one can imprison the brain of man. That was never intended in God's plan. You may persecute, starve, even debase, that will not kill truth nor virtue efface. 65. The white man now enjoys his Vanity Fair. He thinks of self and not of others' care. Fratricidal course, out to hell doth lead. This is poison upon which the gentry feed. Blacks should study physics, chemistry, more, while the gold god all such sinners adore. This is no idle prattle talk to you. It has made the banners red, white and blue. 66. Out of the clear of God's eternity shall rise a kingdom of black fraternity. There shall be conquests or militant forces, for as man proposes, God disposes. Signs of retribution are on every hand. Be ready, black men, like Gideon's band. They may scoff and mock at you today, but get you ready for the awful fray. 67. In the fair movement of God's abounding grace there is a promised hope for the Negro race. In the sublimest truth of prophecy, God is to raise them to earthly majesty. Princes shall come out of Egypt so grand, the noble black man's home and motherland. The psalmist spoke in holy language clear, as Almighty God's triumph will declare. 68. In their conceit they see not their ruin. You soldiers of trust, be up and doing. Remember Belshazzar's last joyous feast, and Daniel's vision of the great beast. Weighed in the balances and found wanting, is the takel to which they are wanting. This interpretation of the prophet, black men shall never in their dreams forget. 69. The resplendent rays of the morning sun shall kiss the Negro's life again begun. The music of God's rhythmic natural law shall stir Afric's soul without divine flaw. The perfume from nature's rosy hilltops shall fall on us spiritual dewdrops. Celestial beings shall know us well, for, by goodness, in death, with them we'll dwell. 70. And how sad a finish! With battleship, artillery and gun, white men have put all God's creatures to run. Heaven and earth they have often defied doubt, taking no heed of the rebels that died. God can't be mocked in this daring way, so the evil ones shall sure have their day. You may rob, you may kill, for great fame, so says the white man, for this is his game. Chapter 96. Marcus Garvey traitors. In the fight to reach the top, the oppressed have always been encumbered by the traitors of their own race, made up of those of little faith and those who are generally susceptible to bribery for the selling out of the rights of their own people. As Negroes, we are not entirely free of such an encumbrance. To be outspoken, I believe we are more encumbered in this way than any other race in the world, because of the lack of training and preparation for fitting us for our place in the world among nations and races. The traitor of other races is generally confined to the mediocre or irresponsible individual, but, unfortunately, the traitors among the Negro race are generally to be found among the men highest placed in education and society, the fellows who call themselves leaders. For us to examine ourselves thoroughly as a people, we will find that we have more traitors than leaders, because nearly everyone who essays to lead the race at this time does so by first establishing himself as the pet of some philanthropist of another race, to whom he will go and debase his race in the worst form, humiliate his own manhood, and thereby win the sympathy of the great benefactor, who will dictate to him what he should do in the leadership of the Negro race. It is generally, you must go out and teach your people to be meek and humble, tell them to be good servants, loyal and obedient to their masters. If you will teach them such a doctrine, you can always depend on me to give you $1,000 a year or $5,000 a year for the support of yourself, the newspaper or the institution you represent. I will always recommend you to my friends as a good fellow who is all right. With this advice and prospect of patronage, the average Negro leader goes out to lead the unfortunate mass. These leaders tell us how good Mr. So-and-so is, how many good friends we have in the opposite race, and that if we leave everything to them all will work out well. This is the kind of leadership we have been having for the last 50 years. It is nothing else but treachery and treason of the worst kind. The man who will compromise the attitude of his country is a traitor, and even so the man who will compromise the rights of his race can be classified in no other way than that of a traitor also. Not until we settle down as 400 million people and have let the men who have placed themselves in the lead of us realize that we are disgusted and dissatisfied, and that we shall have a leadership of our own and stick by it when we get it, will we be able to lift ourselves from this mire of degradation to the heights of prosperity, human liberty and human appreciation. Chapter 97. Marcus Garvey Tribute to Hitler and Mussolini. Old Europe is a camp of armed men, of creatures cold and blue. They live to kill, and yet pretend they're friends to me and you. America no better off, is watching Asia, too, and all, combined, are mad, because of love and true. The human fellowship in God is lost to Europe's blood, for man is but an angry beast, who spoils, like Noah's flood. The light of all the world must come, to save the human race, for Europe is a den of wolves, unfit to see God's face. Chapter 98. Marcus Garvey True Solution of the Negro Problem. As far as Negroes are concerned, in America we have the problem of lynching, peonage and disfranchisement. In the West Indies, South and Central America we have the problem of peonage, serfdom, industrial and political governmental inequality. In Africa we have, not only peonage and serfdom, but outright slavery, racial exploitation and alien political monopoly. We cannot allow a continuation of these crimes against our race. As 400 million men, women and children, worthy of the existence given us by the divine Creator, we are determined to solve our own problem, by redeeming our motherland Africa from the hands of alien exploiters and found there a government, a nation of our own, strong enough to lend protection to the members of our race scattered all over the world, and to compel the respect of the nations and races of the earth. Do they lynch Englishmen, Frenchmen, Germans or Japanese? No. And why? Because these people are represented by great governments, mighty nations and empires, strongly organized. Yes, and ever ready to shed the last drop of blood and spend the last penny in the national treasury to protect the honor and integrity of a citizen outraged anywhere. Until the Negro reaches this point of national independence, all he does as a race will count for naught, because the prejudice that will stand out against him even with his ballot in his hand, with his industrial progress to show, will be of such an overwhelming nature as to perpetuate mob violence and mob rule, from which he will suffer, and which he will not be able to stop with his industrial wealth and with his ballot. You may argue that he can use his industrial wealth and his ballot to force the government to recognize him, But he must understand that the government is the people, that the majority of the people dictate the policy of governments, and if the majority are against a measure, a thing, or a race, then the government is impotent to protect that measure, thing or race. If the Negro were to live in this Western Hemisphere for another 500 years, he would still be outnumbered by other races who have prejudiced against him. He cannot resort to the government for protection, for government will be in the hands of the majority of the people who have prejudiced against him. Hence for the Negro to depend on the ballot and his industrial progress alone, will be hopeless, as it does not help him when he is lynched, burned, Jim Crowed and segregated. The future of the Negro, therefore, outside of Africa, spells rain and disaster. Chapter 99. Marcus Garvey Vision of Niagara, November 13, 1927. I stood at Niagara's Falls today, and viewed the wondrous work of God, the mighty river flowing by right o'erly, yes, dashing o'er the shaking sod. I looked again at nature, and I saw that God was everywhere in view. The roaring river was of ancient law, like sun, and moon and stars not new. I learned a valued lesson then and there, to see the waters fall below. For every drop was like a human tear, a shed in earthly passion's flow. At once I tossed my head above to look, to read the story of the sky. It was so plain, this nature's open book, I could not doubt, there was no lie. Again I looked with conscience, easy, at Niagara's angry surge, a living duplicate of Zambezi, at beach time's funeral dirge. And then I knew that all of life is one, a march from cradle to the grave, that every atom is a part of man, who passes coward and the brave. Chapter 100. Marcus Garvey wanting to desert, a Negro who got rich did stray, to claim he was not of the race, but all the world could only say, he was a fool and sore disgrace. You cannot change your skin, my man, for nature made you as you are. Your wish to break your Fatlier's clan is ignorance that goes too far. The woman of another race you choose to share your fortune with, and have her take your Motlier's place, may slay you as in Siren's myth. And when you find the deed unwise, it will be late, too late to mend. For then the race you did despise will count you out with traitor's end. Chapter 101. Marcus Garvey. What we see, to look into the world of sin, and see men shine like burning gold, to ask myself from right within, can I be just the same as bold? And out the answer comes to me, the same that governs them, does you. It's just the way you look, you see. But of all things, be good and true. Chapter 102. Marcus Garvey. White and Black, October 31, 1927. The white man held the blacks as slaves, and bled their souls in living death. Bishops and priests, and kings themselves, preached that the law was right and just, and so the people worked and died, and crumbled into material dust. Good God, the scheme is just the same today, between the black and white races of men, who galloped after fame. Canst thou not change this bloody thing, and make white people see the truth, that over blacks must be their king, not white, but of their sombre hue, to rule a nation of themselves? Chapter 103. Marcus Garvey. White man spirit of Mussolini. The white man stands with murder to his gaze, and looks with envy at all wealth. For gold he has a burning craze, that crowns him with his bloody stealth. From shore to shore he roams at large, with Maxim guns and poisoned darts. He sails aboard his nimble barge, to rip and bleed his victims' hearts. To India he goes with glee, for stores of shining, precious stones, and off to China for his tea, and Africa for ivory bones. The land he takes with gun in hand, and chains the natives to the heel. He often used the iron brand, to mark the slaves that he would steal. Through Egypt's land he beats the trail, that leads to blooming cotton fields. From ship to barge he goes on rail, that brings him on the natives' heels. The Sudanese, in fields of white, must pick the cotton at his will. Just he alone of all is right, when he had pleasure shoots to kill. The Congo Basin had its crime. The hands chopped off by Leopold. For rubber wealth, a franc and dime. The blacks were murdered stiff and cold, and Cecil Rhodes, in Kimberley, did flog the mining natives, too. At Ladies' Might, at Wimberley, where diamonds with the shades of blue, in old America of slaves, John Dawkins did his roaring trade. For Indians were killed by braves, who fought like Custis's brigade. The blacks were kept in clanking chain, 200 years, and little more. The bishops spurted the Lielish pain, and blessed the trips from Afric's steer. West Indian Diagrills were like the day, as slaves worked on and on to die. For sugar and old rum did pay, much more than barley and the rye. Great fortunes there were made in sin, by lords and gentlemen at large, whose homes you could not enter in, except you sailed in their good barge. But this, zero God, is known to you. So time will bring your message down, and then from out the azure blue, shall come the prince with heaven's crown. That day shall see the white man gone, to place in store for cruel man. For saints of earth were really born, to rise above the murder of his clan. Chapter 104. Marcus Garvey, White Man's Solution for the Negro Problem in America. Immediately after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation in America, the white man started to think how he could solve the new problem of the Negro. He saw that the Negro could not be slaughtered by wholesale killing and that it would be a blot on American civilization. He therefore had to resort to some means of solving the problem, which meant the extinction of the Negro in America. The plan he decided on was as follows. Now that America is undeveloped and we have but 34 million in population, 30 million being white and 4 million black, a number not large enough to develop the country as we want it, we will use the 4 million blacks until we have built up the country sufficiently, and when we no longer need their labor, we will throw them off and let them starve economically and die of themselves, or emigrate elsewhere, we care not where. Then no one can accuse us of being inhuman to the Negro, as we shall not have massacred him. A hearty welcome is extended to white people from all parts of the world to come to and settle in America. They come in by the thousands every month. Why? The idea is to build up a vast white population in America, so as to make the white people independent of Negro labor, thereby depriving them of the means of livelihood, the wherewithal to buy bread, which means that in a short while they will die of starvation. Those of us who study industrial conditions among the race must have noticed that Negroes in America have been thrown out of jobs that they occupied formerly, and their positions taken by European immigrants. Now if the white people have not reached the apex of their intention industrially, as far as the development of the country is concerned, and they have exhibited such a degree of prejudice since they started their plan, how much more prejudiced will they not become in the next 100 years when their population will be doubled by immigration and birth rate? This is the problem the Negro has to face in America. Chapter 105. Marcus Garvey, White Propaganda about Africa. This propaganda of disassociating Western Negroes from Africa is not a new one. For many years white propagandists have been printing toils of literature to impress scattered Ethiopia, especially that portion within their civilization, with the idea that Africa is a despised place, inhabited by savages and cannibals, where no civilized human beings should go, especially black civilized human beings. This propaganda is promulgated for the cause that is being realized today. That cause is colonial expansion for the white nations of the world. At the present time the world is not producing enough food to feed all its inhabitants. The strong are fed and the weak starve. That is why there are famines in certain countries, even though those countries produce certain things for human consumption. The strong go there and take the food and send it home, just as how Great Britain and France go into Africa, take out the products and ship them away to feed Europeans and leave Africans to starve. The strong will always live at the expense of the weak. This rush for territory, this encroachment on lands, is only a desire of the strong races, especially the white race, to get hold of those portions and bits of land necessary for their economic existence, knowing well that, in another 200 years, there will not be enough supplies in the world for all of its inhabitants. The weaker peoples must die. At present Negroes are the weakest people, and if we do not get power and strength now, we shall be doomed to extermination. Chapter 106. Marcus Gavey White, Sinful Church. The Church of God on earth today is scandal of the King. It teaches men to sing and pray, for gold and wealth to bring. It sanctifies the cause of war, and winks at evil deeds. It sends its saints and men afar to preach the victor's creeds. The blacks and weaker sets of men are robbed and killed galore. The church looks o'er commandments 10, as tyrants kill some more. The lands that God gave men to dwell are taken by the sword, as preachers go, their creeds to sell to those who heed their word. Almighty God looks down on earth to see the church in sin, and so we hope for cleansing birth to let the Master in. And when the gentle Jesus leads, the priests and pastors, too, shall see the growth of harvest seeds that blend with every hue. Chapter 107. Marcus Gavey Why Disconsolate? October 29, 1927. Oh, traveler, disconsolate. Thine heart may yet in solace be. So brood ye not as if from fate, ignoble thou canst not be free. Let's journey to the heights of love, and cast behind the fears of death. There is no death in life above, for a man is truly spiritual breath. You are an entity of grace, divine, yes, partly God in one. Your image is divine in race. Although you may be mortal man, go seek the knowledge of the law. Go make yourself the fort of earth. See then the light that Moses saw, that gave him vision of this worth. To be yourself in triumph great, you must the world in truth subdue. Stamp out the evil thought of fate, and manly courage then pursue. The vineyards of the world are yours. Go ye and have your rightful share. For nature opened all her doors to you, in love, beyond compare. Chapter 108. Marcus Gavey Why I had not spoken in Chicago since 1919. Why I had not spoken in Chicago since 1919. In 1919 the Chicago Defender, published by Robert S. Abbott, libeled the Black Star Line Corporation and me. Abbott has always, through rivalry and jealousy, been opposed to me, especially through my not being born in America and my criticism of his dangerous newspaper policy of always advising the race to lighten its black skin and straighten out its kinky hair. I am also hated by him because of my determination to dignify the term Negro as against his policy of referring to the race only as race men or race women, without defining what race, whether Caucasian, Mongolian, African or Negro. Action was brought against Abbott in New York and subsequently on other charges in Chicago. The libel suit of the Black Star Line was tried in New York in the fall of 1920 and judgment was returned in favor of the company. My suit in New York was deferred on the calendar for 1921 and the cases in Chicago against Abbott were listed for the fall of 1921. In the fall of 1919 I visited Chicago to address a series of meetings in the interests of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. During my stay in the city the following incidents happened. When the Black Star Line was incorporated in June 1919, I was told by its colored attorney in New York that among the states the corporation was permitted to sell stock was Illinois. On my preparing to visit Chicago in the fall he again assured me that it was legal for the company to sell stock in Chicago. On my going to the city the corporation sent one of its stock salesmen along with my party, consisting of 5 persons, my private secretary, my stenographer, the American leader of the association and the international organizer and myself. At the meetings where I spoke it was customary for the company, through its salesmen, to sell stock to the members of the organization. Not knowing the laws of Illinois and believing the advice of the attorney for the company, I allowed the salesman to sell stock for the corporation at the first meeting I address in the series. My name as president of the corporation, along with that of the treasurer or secretary, had already been signed to stock certificates in the New York office, and one of the books containing these stock certificates was given to the stock salesman by the New York office. He sold about $90 worth of stock at the meeting by filling in the people's names above the signatures and made his own entries on the counterfoil. The Chicago Defender, I was informed, employed a colored man, connected with a detective agency, to approach me at my lodgings the following morning after I had addressed a large assembly the night previous at the public school where the meetings were being held, to request me to sell him the shares of stock, $5 per share, in the Black Star Line. I told him that I did not sell stock, but that there was a stock salesman somewhere about the city who represented the company and who would attend to him. He said his wife attended the meeting I addressed the previous night and she was so impressed with the speeches and had become so interested to join in and help the race and the organization that she sent him right off as he came home from work to get the stock, and that he must take it home, for, you know, he said, when a woman wants a thing, she must have it. He implored me to try and find the address where he could locate the salesman. I hadn't the address, so I advised him to be at the meeting that night, when the salesman would be there. He said he would be at the meeting, but he wanted to give his wife the stock before for her satisfaction. My secretary, who had the telephone number of the local division of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, was out, and I advised the man, if he was in such a hurry, to wait in the parlor for the arrival of the secretary, who might give him the telephone number or address of the office. I left the man waiting. About 5 minutes later my secretary returned, and she informed me that she had given a man on the main floor the address of the local office, as he informed her that I stated he might find the stock salesman there. I dismissed the matter from my mind and never gave it another thought until at 8 o'clock that night, 5 minutes before I was scheduled to speak to a large audience of thousands that had assembled, when I was suddenly called from the platform by two white men in company with the colored man and informed that I was under arrest for violating the blue sky law or something to that effect. I never knew, at that time, that there was such a law as a blue sky law or gray sky law. I had been in the country just over a couple of years and all my time and attention were given to organization work, depending on others to inform me about the law. I was more interested in the good of humanity than the law. When I arrived at the police station, dressed in my evening clothes, I found out what it was all about. My secretary had me released under bond of $2,000 to appear in court the next morning. My release was at 10 o'clock that night, which was too late to address the meeting from which I was taken. The plan was to spoil my meetings and humiliate me the colored man's way of revenging his adversary. The next morning, when I arrived in court with a lawyer, who was attorney to a banker friend of mine in Chicago, who arranged the bail, I found the courtroom crowded with representatives of the Chicago Defender. The lawyer explained the situation of my not knowing that there was such a law to be violated. The court sensed the plot, and with the consent of the representative of the state attorney's office, the amount paid for stock was refunded by the stock salesman, and I believe I was fined $100 or the case dismissed. It was all done by the attorney in consultation with the judge, and I made no further inquiries. 3 days after this incident, on preparing to leave Chicago for Pittsburgh, where I had an appointment, I was served with notice of suit filed against me for a libel by Robert S. Abbott, editor and proprietor of the Chicago Defender. I was at a loss to know where at or how I libeled the man. I took the notice to an attorney, colored, whom I met on my first visit to Chicago in 1917, and whose wife had spoken in New York on special invitation before the members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. The notice or summons did not state in detail the nature of the offense. He was paid a retainer of $100 and instructed to register his appearance on my behalf immediately. He stated to me that no particulars were filed and that it was just an attempt to scare me. However, he would attend to the matter and keep me informed at my home in New York. I wrote to this attorney several times in 1920, and he informed me that nothing had been filed against me. The two cases I had against Abbott in Chicago were also deferred on the calendar, and I was told by the attorney that I be informed of the time of trial. I planned a 30-day trip to the West Indies and Central America in the spring of 1921. A month before, I wrote to the attorneys in Chicago about the cases, and I was informed that they would not be called in my absence. I also had the assurance of the New York colored attorney that the New York case against Abbott would not be called. As I have explained many times before, I was forcibly kept out of the United States for 5 months, during which time the two cases against Abbott in Chicago and the one in New York were allowed to go by default, without any information noticed to me about them, and the Abbott case against me in Chicago was allowed to go through trial and a default judgment taken for $5,000. A month after Abbott took out a body execution warrant against me. On my learning of the matter, I sought to open the case, and I was advised that a reopening would not be allowed. This accounts for my non-appearance in Chicago since 1919. Chapter 109. Marcus Garvey Wicked dies. October 18, 1927. There's a plot for you and one for me. Out in God's acre, that's lying die. You needn't think I cannot also see that the wicked shall most surely die. In the resurrection men shall rise, not those steeped in sin and lies, but the souls of love for good and truth shall blossom forth in spiritual youth. Chapter 110. Marcus Gavey World and View. October 18, 1927. The world is cold and terrible, you know, experience has taught the trapper so. We journey from our native coast to coast, to find little of which to gloat or boast. However, if we trust our conscience's guide, we sure shall have the truth and God beside. The surge of destiny is nature's light. It ne'er shall go astray if followed right. Chapter 111. Marcus Garvey You and Me. October 24, 1927. When we think of all the care that made life's burden great, we long for the passing year to close our sad book of fate. But if we should stop a while and think once the other way, life would be just all a smile as we go on day by day. We should never make day night, for to darken life come a single quote as good view. Round that turning is the light that shines as a guide to you. Think of all that's really good, then make it your daily rule. Smile with nature's brotherhood, and none make your footstool. A proverb for every day, and one more for each good night, should make life so pleasant, yea, would lead us to live all right. Turn not from sane rectitude, but make life just like a song. Go ye not with the multitude, to any path that's wholly wrong. Chapter 112. Marcus Garvey Your duty today. Believe in God. Lift yourself. Lift your family. Lift your clan. Lift your race. Lift your country. Lift your nation, and be an imperial whole. Chapter 113. Marcus Garvey Your duty tomorrow. With God's grace, look back and help for humanity's sake. Measure your charity by the acts of others toward you while you were climbing. Forget not the past with all its good and ill reports. Contemplate your future by the experiences you have had. If you must strike to live, strike hard and sure. Chapter 114. Marcus Garvey Your lesson. 1. The skies and stars are there, and sun and moon. They move and shine for you and me each day. Our journey here is short, exit is soon. In such a change to be I have no say. 2. But in the link between this life and death, I am the master of myself, I know. I gather knowledge with natural breath, and I shall surely reap just what I sow. 3. Yes, from the world I learn a lesson true. No race nor color proves me less in clan. I need not quibble for or curse my hue. That makes of me, like anyone, a man. 4. My God, so great, has made all things and me. My place and grip on life are ever here. so inferior being I ne'er shall be. I learn from nature grand, that's everywhere. Chapter 115. Marcus Garvey. Failing government. Our modern systems of government have partly failed and have wholly failing. We have tried various forms, but none has measured up to the ideal state. Communism was the last attempt, and its most ardent advocates have acknowledged its limitations, shortcomings and impossibility. The reason for all this failure is not far to seek. The sum total governmental collapse is traceable to the growing spirit of selfishness, graft and greed within the individual. Naturally, the state cannot govern itself. It finds expression and executes its edicts through individuals, hence the state is human. Its animation is but the reflex of our human characters. As a Nero, Caesar, Alexander, Alfred, William, Lewis, Charles, Cromwell, Napoleon, Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt or Wilson thinks, so expresses the majesty of the state. If we must correct the maladministration of the state and apply the corporate majesty of the people to their own good, then we must reach the source and there reorganize or reform. Under the pressure of our civilization, with its manifold demands, the individual is tempted, beyond measure, to do evil or harm to others, and, if responsible, to the entire state and people, and if by thus acting he himself profits and those around him, there arises corruption in government, as well as in other branches of the secular and civil life. All other methods of government having been tried and failed, I suggest a reformation that would place a greater responsibility upon the shoulders of the elect and force them either to be the criminals, that some of us believe they are, or the good and true representatives we desire them to be. Government should be absolute, and the head should be thoroughly responsible for himself and the acts of his subordinates. When we elect a president of a nation, he should be endowed with absolute authority to appoint all his lieutenants from cabinet ministers, governors of states and territories, administrators and judges to minor officers. He should swear his life as a guarantee to the state and people, and he should be made to pay the price of such a life if he deceives, grafts, bows to special privilege or interest, or in any way undermines the sacred honor and trust imposed upon him by acts of favoritism, injustice or friendly or self-interests. He should be the soul of honor, and when he is legally or properly found to the contrary, he should be publicly disgraced, and put to death as an outcast and an unworthy representative of the righteous will of the people. A president should, by proper provisions made by the state, be removed from all pecuniary obligations and desires of a material nature. He should be voted a salary and other accommodations so large and sufficient as to make it reasonably impossible for him, or those dependent upon him, to desire more during his administration. He and his family should be permanently and substantially provided for after the close of his administration, and all this and possibly more should be done for the purpose of removing him from the slightest possible material temptations or want. He, in turn, should devote his entire time to the sovereign needs and desires of the people. He should, for all the period of his administration, remove himself from obligatory, direct and fraternal contact with any and all special friends. His only friends outside of his immediate family should be the state. He should exact by law from all his responsible and administrative appointees a similar obligation, and he should enforce the law by penalty of death. His administrators and judges should be held to strict accountability, and on the committing of any act of injustice, unfairness, favoritism or malfeasance, should be taken before the public, disgraced and then stoned to death. This system would tend to attract to the sacred function of government and judicial administration, only men and women of the highest and best characters, whom the public would learn to honor and respect with such satisfaction as to obliterate and prevent the factional party fights of socialism, communism, anarchism, etc., for the control of government, because of the belief that government is controlled in the interest of classes, and not for the good of all the people. It would also discourage the self-seekers, grafters, demagogues and charlatans from seeking public offices, as the penalty of discovery of crime would be public disgrace and death for them and their families. The states should hold the wife of a president, and the wives of all administrative officials, solely responsible for their domestic households, and they should be required by law to keep a strict and accurate public account of all receipts and disbursements of their husbands during their administrative terms, and, if any revenue comes into the household other than provided by law, should be promptly reported to the responsible officer of the state for immediate action, and should the wife conceal or refuse to make such a disclosure, and that it be discovered afterwards, and it was an act of crime against the dignity and high office of the incumbent, she and her husband should be publicly disgraced and put to death, but any child or member of the family who, before discovery, reports the act, should be spared the disgrace and publicly honored by the populace for performing a duty to the state. The state should require that the husband and his consort, under the severest penalty for non-performance, report the full amount of his entire wealth to the state before taking office, and that all incomes and salaries legally authorized be reported promptly to the wife to enable her to keep a proper public account. Whenever a president or high official during his term has performed solemnly and truly all his duties to the people and state, and he is about to retire, he should be publicly proclaimed and honored by the populace, and all during his life he and his family should occupy a special place of honor and respect among the people. They should be respected by all with whom they come in contact, and at death they should be granted public funerals and their names added to the niche in the Hall of Fame of the nation. Their names should be placed on the honor roll of the nation, and their deeds of righteousness should be handed down to the succeeding generations of the race, and their memories sung by the poets of the nation. For those who have abused their trust, images of them should be made and placed in a national hall of criminology and ill fame, and their crimes should be recited and a curse pronounced upon them and their generations. Government left to the free and wanton will and caprice of the individual in an age so corrupt as this, without any vital reprimand or punishment for malfeasance, other than ordinary imprisonment, will continue to produce dissatisfaction, cause counter-agitations of a dangerous nature and upheavals destructive to the good of society and baneful to the higher hopes and desires of the human race. This plan I offer to the race as a means to which we may perfect the establishment of a new system of government, conducive to the best interest of the people and a blessing to our disorganized society of the 20th century. Chapter 116. Marcus Garvey in the fray. 1. Oh, when the Negro makes himself a man, the wicked world will see a new parade. The blacks will march in one tremendous clan, a great phalanx of noble fighting braves. 2. The day that Africa wakes, indeed, and black men cease to dream away the time, the scoffing tribes of other men will heed the race's claims of sober righteousness. 3. It's then for you to think and act today, and show of what good metal you are made. It's not what other men may do or say, but just how game you are to win the stake. Chapter 117. Marcus Garvey's legend, its influence, accomplishments, and effects on the Rastafarian movement and reggae musicians. Narrative format. A race without authority and power is a race without respect. Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Party. Introduction. Marcus Mosiah Garvey was a man that lived a life with a mission. Although his journey may have seemed impossible, his never-ending strength and dedication caused many people's dreams and wishes to become realities. Garvey is considered a prophet by his followers, because of the inspiration he brought to the black race. He took a group of people that thought they had no place in this world and united them together, which gave them pride in their race. He also had a tremendous effect on the creation of Rastafarianism. Even though he could not find enough support for his movement to succeed in Jamaica, Garvey gave Rastas the guidance they needed to rise above their oppressors, which led them to create a movement for the black race in Jamaica. When Marcus Mosiah Garvey passed away, his words were not forgotten. His message is still alive in reggae music, and his actions had greatly impacted the black race. Pargii, Marcus Garvey. His legacy. Marcus Garvey brought inspiration to many and spoke of many people's dreams and desires. He led the largest black movement in all of history, although there were many obstacles he had to overcome to successfully create the change he imagined. Marcus Garvey was born in Jamaica on August 17, 1887, in the little town of Street Hens Bay. He grew up in a family that had a very strong sense of closeness and unity, similar to most Jamaican families. He watched his father stand up for himself at all costs whenever he was struggling. This atmosphere encouraged Marcus to pursue his goals and not let anything stand in his way. This is how he found the courage to succeed in life, even if the color of his skin could hinder his success. Marcus expressed to his followers that the color of their skin signified a glorious symbol of national greatness. He brought hope to many people's lives. Rohan, page 4-6. When Marcus was 14, he had to drop out of school and get a job to help support his family financially. He got a job in Kingston, Jamaica at a printing press with his godfather. This taught Marcus the printing trade and many journalistic techniques that helped him out later on in life. By the time Marcus was 20, he became a master printer and got the stimulation to start organizing public meetings in favor of his fellow workers. This started his life as an orator. He also developed the speaking skills he needed in order to uplift a group of people that felt they had no opportunities in society. Through these public meetings and encouragement from a well-educated Negro, Dr. Love, Marcus realized that he had the chance to improve the life of black workers. This is when he realized he had to devote his life to establishing a program to enlighten all black people of their opportunities in this world. Rohan, page 11-14. Garvey then went to Costa Rica, where he anticipated making enough money to come back to Jamaica and start his organization. But he continued to travel and went to Limon, Panama, and London, where he established a few newspapers and saw the conditions of black people in various places. In 1914, Garvey came home to Jamaica and was ready to start his program and liberate his race. Garvey was determined that the black man would not continue to be kicked about by all the other races and nations of the world, and a new world of black men, not peons, serfs, dogs, and slaves, but a nation of sturdy men making their impress upon civilization and causing a new light to dawn upon the human race. Rohan, 16. With these motives, Garvey entitled his organization the Universal Negro Improvement and Conservation Association and African Communities League. He wanted to bring the black race together and show the people how to have race pride and love. Rohan, page 14-16. In Jamaica, Garvey started his movement but did not find the support he wished for from the black community. Many black people disliked him, because they did not want to classify themselves as Negroes. Ironically, in Jamaica his largest supporters were white. They wanted to better the life of the Negroes in Jamaica. This did not discourage Garvey, and he decided to see if he could receive more support for his program in the United States. He wrote to the founder of the Tuskegee Institute and received an eager invitation to come to the United States to share their ideas. He went to the United States on March 23, 1916, hoping to seek help from Booker T. Washington, but by the time Garvey got to the United States, Washington passed away. Rohan, page 18-20. When Garvey got to New York, he found many Negro Americans were eager to hear what he had to say, because he got there at a time when there were not many opportunities for black people. There was an enormous difference in the reaction of the Negroes in Jamaica and the United States, but Garvey saw the conditions in both countries to be the primary reason. It was just at the end of World War I, and many people in the United States did not have any way to improve their life. As well, with the abolishment of slavery, there was an increase in mobility out of the South. Rohan, page 21-22. Marcus was a powerful radical black leader that many found inspiring to follow. He established the Negro World newspaper so he could express his ideas and philosophies. Garvey's motto was, "One God, one aim, one destiny." Garvey also set off to establish his international organization, which he knew would rise, the U.E.B. Universal Negro Improvement Association. was founded in 1917 and contained 2,000 members within 3 weeks. Rohan, page 43, 46-46. The UNIA was established so Marcus could promote his famous slogan, Africa for the Africans, and encourage his Back to Africa movement. Garvey's organization was growing at such a large pace. He was even traveling around the United States to further branch out the association. The Negro's World carried news that spread the activities of the UNIA to many people. This helped keep the organization together and efficient. The newspaper encouraged the subscribers and let them express their ideas on various issues. If they wanted to mail in an article, it was accepted and appreciated. Clark, page 9. Garvey also formed the Black Star Line steamship company to transport black people back to Africa. There was stock sold for this company to any black person that had the desire to travel back to Africa. This was Garvey's way of putting his words in action. Clark, page 95. Many people thought the idea of actually buying a boat to transport people back to Africa was a ridiculous idea, but Garvey did not let this stop him. He purchased his first ship, named the Yarmouth, which could hold 1,450 gross tons. It took the Yarmouth time to get the necessary funds to go on its first voyage, but in November 1919 the ship was ready for its first voyage. Rohan, page 53. Later the Black Star Line bought 3 more ships, and with struggle these voyages continued to Africa. Most of Garvey's voyages, including his first, had a few problems it had to overcome before sailing out to the sea. Garvey had problems both insuring and financing the ships. Also, his only support came from his followers and was looked down upon by the majority of the population. On January 12, 1922, the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover arrested Garvey of mail fraud and stock irregularities related to the Black Star Line. J. Edgar Hoover was very eager to destroy all black radicals. He had strong intentions of terminating Marcus Garvey's movement. At first, he was looking to charge Garvey with criminal activity, but could only accuse him of mail fraud. Hoover sent secret agents into Garvey's gatherings to investigate his actions. Hoover went as far as trying to deny Garvey a visa when he was coming back to the United States from Central America and the West Indies. Garvey was able to get a visa, but Hoover did succeed in ending Garvey's career in the United States. When Garvey was arrested, he tried to appeal his convictions, but they were never accepted. President Calvin Coolidge altered his sentence and Garvey was deported back to Jamaica in 1927. Duchiel, 6-8. When Garvey returned home to Jamaica, there were many people that were enthusiastic about his arrival. This gave Garvey the courage and inspiration to continue spreading his ideas and gathering people together. Through all of Garvey's battles, he brought together a race that had no direction and gave them hope and opportunity. Even though he was forced to leave the United States, he accomplished the largest black movement in history. Garvey's emphasis on African nationalism is shown through his militant old Jamaican missionary hymn. Ethiopia, now land of our fathers, now land where the gods love to be, as storm cloud at night suddenly gathers, our armies come rushing to thee. We must in the fight be victorious, when swords are thrust outward to gleam, for us will the victory be glorious. When led by the red, black, and green, advance, advance to victory. Let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe, with the might of the red, the black, and the green. Rohan, 68. Garvey passed away on June 10, 1940. He was ill for a few years, but stayed strong on the outside. Clark, 343. Garvey never gave up hope on his movement, and his life impacted his followers when he was alive, and his legend lives on in his spirit. Pargii, Marcus Garvey's effect on Rastafarianism. Even though Garvey could not find as much support in Jamaica as he expected, he was inspiration to many Rastafarians. Garvey was a major part of the rise of Rastafarianism, and many Rastas look at Garvey as a prophet. In 1916, when Garvey was leaving Jamaica to go to the United States, in his farewell address he told many Garveyites, Look to Africa for the crowning of a black king, he shall be the Redeemer. Barrett, 67. When Garvey left for the United States, many of his followers still gathered together, but had no leader to follow. In 1930, Haile Selassie was crowned Emperor of Ethiopia. Prior to his crowning, many Garveyites forgot the message Garvey told them when he left, but when Selassie was crowned it was remembered by many Rastas. The Rastafarians named Haile Selassie their king with the inspiration of Garvey, reinforced by passages from the Bible. Barrett, 67, 80-81. Many Garveyites in Jamaica were the originators of the Rastafarian movement. Leonard Powell is known as the man that started the first branch of the Rastafarian movement, and he was a Garveyite as well. In the 1950s there were ships transporting some Rastas back to Africa. This became part of the philosophy of Rastafarianism. The doctrine of the God of Ethiopia and the inevitable return to Africa was sustained by a steadily growing movement of people. Keshmore, 5. For some Rastas, Africa is their desired destination, but others feel it is where their spiritual roots lie and it brings consciousness and hope. Garvey felt his movement was successful even if it was only in a spiritual sense, as long as people were encouraged by the ideas. Keshmore, 8. The Rastafarian movement has taken the idea of Ethiopianism and incorporated these beliefs and ideas into their everyday lifestyles. The Rastas accepted the idea of Ethiopia as being their savior with the influence of Marcus Gavey. His inspiring words has created an image of God to the Rastas. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. If the yellow man's God is of his race, let him worship his God as he sees fit. We, as Negroes, have found a new ideal. Whilst our God has no color, yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles, and since the white people have seen their God through white spectacles, we have only now started out, W.E.B, to see our God through our own spectacles. The God of Isaac and the God of Jacob, let him exist for the race that believe in the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. We Negroes believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, the one God of all ages. That is the God in whom we believe, but we shall worship him o the spectacles of Ethiopia. Clark, 382. These words gave the Rastafarians hope and motivation to find their God in Ethiopia and take pride in their race. It encouraged the people to believe that they can be their own leaders without the white majority telling them who to worship and follow. This idea was one of the principal philosophies of Garveyism. The Rastafarian religion allows its followers to choose their own paths to live their lives by. It does not have one strict set of commandments, but rather Rastas create their own ideals to follow. In the 1960s, Rastafarians sent 10 recommendations to the government in Jamaica, and Garvey stimulated the first recommendation. It stated, the government of Jamaica should send a mission to African countries to arrange for immigration of Jamaicans. Representatives of Rastafari brethren should be included in the mission. Barrett, 100. The government never established this mission, but some Rastafarian leaders went to Africa to get a sense of its culture. These recommendations helped the Rastas create their own set of commandments, and most people feel this voyage to Africa is very important. It is significant because it gives the people hope that one day they will find Zion. This term Zion is used to represent the Rastas' homeland and promised land. Barrett, 118. Another belief that many Rastas follow is that the white person is inferior to the black person. Barrett, 113. This idea of black supremacy was expressed in many of Garvey's writings and speeches. In the African Fundamental, Garvey begins by stating, the time has come for the Negro to forget and cast behind his hero worship and adoration of other races, and to start out immediately, to create and emulate heroes of his own. For many black people, the idea of black dominance is very hard to imagine because they have been oppressed for so many years. This concept is very important for many Rastas because it gives them a feeling of empowerment and dignity. This idea of white people being inferior can sound harsh to white people, but for a group of people that have been exploited for so long, it is a way to give them the power to stand up to their oppressors. Garvey felt that black people always had to be aware of white injustice. Garvey expressed these feelings in a poem entitled Tragedy of White Injustice. The message Garvey was sending was for black people to have faith in their race and not trust white people. An excerpt from the poem is, "Always be on your guard against him with whatsoever he does or says. Never take chances with him. His school books in the elementary schools, in the high schools, in the colleges and universities are all fixed up to suit his own purposes. To put him on top of other people. Don't trust him. Beware. Beware." For Rastafarians, along with many other black people, the white man is looked at as the oppressor. Due to this historical trend, it is hard for Rastas to befriend white people, but in today's society Rastas are more accepting towards white people on an individual basis. In some situations, white people would have to express to the Rasta that they are not prejudiced or racist towards the black race, before they will feel comfortable establishing a friendship. Part 115. The colors of the Rastafarian movement are red, black, and green. Each of these colors have their own unique meaning to Rastafarians. These colors also represented Marcus Garvey's movement. The red represents the church triumphant. This is the church of the Rastas. It also is a symbol for the blood of all persecuted black people. Jamaica's population is 98% African descent. This is why black is a very significant color to all Rastas. It represents the color of the skin of Africans. The color green represents the beauty and vegetation in Ethiopia. The color yellow or gold is also significant in the lives of many Rastafarians. It represents the wealth of their homeland. Rastas characterize their movement and identify with these colors. Some combined red, black, and green, and others associate with red, yellow or gold, and green. Marcus Garvey influenced Ghana, Mozambique, Kenya, and the ANC of South Africa to use these colors as their official colors. This made Rastafarians feel they were more connected to their brothers and sisters in Africa, because these colors represent their unique identity. Marcus Garvey's influence on the Rastafarian movement is portrayed in so many ways. Even though he himself was not a Rasta, he was born in Jamaica and showed Rastas they can succeed in uprising against their oppressors without any initial wealth or prestige. Garvey brought economic and cultural self-reliance into many people's lives. He started a movement that ended up being the largest black movement in history. As well, he gave Rastafarians the stimulation to create their movement and identify with their race. Part 80. Marcus Garvey's influence on reggae musicians. Reggae musicians feel that music is a way to spread consciousness to their listeners. The sounds and lyrics of reggae music have a very profound meaning to every individual listener. Music is a way for people to express their feelings. For black people, the oppression they have been through has led to this deep meaning behind reggae music. It is what opened their voices to the world and let other people hear their message. The music of Rastafarians is not only an artistic creation in the Jamaican society, but an expression of deep-seated social rage. Part 197. It is also about remembering the past. This is why many reggae musicians speak of the prophet Marcus Garvey. They do not want his memory to fade away with history. Even though he has passed away many years ago, his wisdom is constantly being spread. Burning Spear, also known as Winston Rodney, was born in Street Hens Bay, Jamaica, the same town Marcus Garvey grew up in. He is known as one of the originators of roots reggae. Throughout his illustrious career, Spear has spread love and peace through his music and has endeavored to educate and provoke free thought. His music is infused with a philosophy that combines roots, the idea that we are all one with each other and with nature, culture, the tie that binds us to the past, and history, the spiritual record of our quest for divine consciousness. Burning Spear is an artist that is determined to empower his listeners, and has three main themes in his music, which are the oppression of the black race, Marcus Garvey, and the repatriation of Africa. Rough Guide, 86. Marcus Garvey had a large effect on Burning Spear's music, mind, and life. Burning Spear got the motivation from Garvey to have direction in his music. This is why Burning Spear knew that he did not want to only sing to his audience, but be a teacher to them. Burning Spear spoke with many elders in his town and knew he needed to spread Marcus Garvey's word to as many people as he could. Many musicians felt they should not speak of Garvey because it was too philosophical, but once Spear opened the door by releasing an album in dedication to Garvey, more artists started speaking of him in their songs. Nazareth, page 122. Burning Spear expresses this feeling in his song, Old Marcus Garvey. No one remember old Marcus Garvey. No one remember him, no one. They've been talking about Paul Vogel. They've been talking about William Godton. They've been talking about Norman Washington Manley, including Bustamante. Noon remember old Marcus Garvey. Noon remember old Marcus Garvey. Then Burning Spear goes on to say, Children, 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 humble yourself and become one day somehow you will remember him you will. The end of the song shows that it is important for the youth to keep in mind the struggles that Garvey had to go through and the accomplishments he made for the black race. Spear also entitled one of his songs, Marcus Garvey. This song was written to show the dedication Garvey had to his people. The lyrics to this song started out by stating the fact that at one time Rastas were lacking the essentials to life, such as money and food. Then goes on to state, Son of Satan, first prophesies. Catch them, Garvey old. Catch them Garvey, catch them. Hold them Marcus, hold them. Marcus Garvey, Marcus. I feel these lines can be interpreted into different ways. One way is that Marcus Garvey tried to catch and hold the white race and not let them take over the black race and suppress them any longer. Another way I think one can interpret these lyrics is Marcus was trying to catch the black race and hold them together and unite the race as one. The important aspect of this song is the thought it provokes. It forces the listener to think of Garvey and the actions he pursued to fully understand the meaning behind the lyrics. After the release of this album, Burning Spear was now known as an African teacher and prophet. He is now determined to spread Garveyism. Spear states, Youths are not taught Marcus Garvey. I feel them never knew him, but I musically help people know Marcus. Spear feels the message of his music is so important to bring spiritual and cultural awareness. He wants to uplift his audience and give them knowledge. Spear says, People should know Rasta, but they don't take the time to gain full understanding. Culture and style is totally different from our historical view. For many people do things knowing that whatsoever they do is not right or appropriate, then they try to break it down, saying that it's part of the culture. I think it's about time we take a deep look and see what's going on in Rastafari, history and culture. This is why Spear refers to so many great leaders in his music and gains pride on his title as a teacher, not just an artist. Burning Spear is not the only reggae artist that refers to Marcus Garvey in their music. There are many examples where reggae artists are referring to Marcus Garvey as a prophet. For example, Max Romeo, Culture, Maccabee, and Muda Baruka are a few artists that have written songs on Marcus Garvey. Max Romeo's song, War in a Babylon, refers to Garvey as a prophecy along with Culture's song, To Seven's Clash. Culture's song shows Garvey's power, ability to influence a group of people, and expressed the feeling many Rastas have towards him, that he is a divine prophet. This shown in Culture's lyrics. Marcus Garvey was inside at Spanish Town District Prison, and when they were about to take him out he prophesied and said, As I passed through this gate, no other prisoner shall enter and get through, and so it is until now. The gate has been locked, so what? As well, in Maccabee's song, Garvey's Story, he speaks of Marcus's determination and suggests to Spike Lee to turn Garvey's story into a movie. This shows how Maccabee feels that people should be educated on Garvey's accomplishments. Muda Baruka also sings the songs dedicated to Garvey called Garvey. After reading the lyrics to this song I felt they were extremely powerful and bold. Muda Baruka is known for his dub and dancehall music. His music brings awareness and show passion. Barrow and Dalton, page 196. The song, Garvey, starts with these lyrics. Garvey, Garvey rise agent. Tech W.I from D's Evil Den. Garvey, Garvey rescued W.E.B. from dicey ideology. Marcus Garvey risen from birth. Like Moses picked from birth. Come children, say it loud. Make them know W.E.B. still black and proud. I'm black and I'm proud. I feel these lyrics are powerful because it shows that Garvey gave the Rastas the ability to be proud of their race and identity. I also think it is interesting how Mutabaruka tells the children to say it loud, I'm black and proud. This shows how he is trying to spread Marcus's message to the youth of today. This is so important because the youth is what needs to have the pride for it to continue. Mutabaruka also says, Africa for Africans. This is one of Marcus's famous slogans and the basic philosophy behind his movement. Mutabaruka looks at the world with an Afrocentric point of view. This is due to the influence of Garveyism has had on his life. He congregated at the Kingston Technical School and spoke with Marcus Garvey Jr., Amy Garvey, Marcus Garvey's son and wife, and fellow students to speak of books and many different aspects of the Back to Africa movement. This encouraged Mutabaruka to write this song about Marcus Garvey. He believes in the lyrics of his music and is very proud to be black. Many reggae artists speak of the Back to Africa movement throughout their songs. Some specifically talk about Marcus Garvey and others only focus on Africa. Marcus Garvey had an enormous effect on many reggae musicians and showed many black people that they have the strength to express their feelings and spread consciousness to a wide range of listeners. Marcus Garvey is displayed as a prophet in the eyes of many reggae musicians. Although Marcus Garvey has passed away, his spirit will live on through the many reggae artists that are expressing the importance of his movement. Part B. Conclusion. After reading this paper, one can clearly see the impression Marcus Mosiah Garvey made on the lives of so many people. Garvey's voyage to the United States created one of the most empowering movements in history. He enlightened so many black people and revealed to them that they can have respect and dignity in their race. Marcus created the UNIA and it had numerous goals he wanted it to achieve. In Garvey's words he says, "We've got to teach the American Negro blackness, black ideals, black industry, black United States, and black religion. Blacks of the entire universe, linked up with one determination, that of liberating themselves and freeing the great country of Africa that is ours by right." Meter and Bateman, page 1. These words gave many black people the ability to feel unified and equal. As you saw throughout this paper, Garvey did not only affect black people in the United States, but he gave Rastafarians in Jamaica the reassurance to create their own movement, the Rastafarian movement. Garvey was regarded second to Haile Selassie, the Rasta's King of Kings. Garvey's influence on the Rastafarians is still so apparent, because if one listens to the lyrics in reggae music they will hear Garvey's name or movement being acknowledged and spread. With the help of the Rastafarians, Garvey's name will never be forgotten and his legend will live on forever. BIBLIOGRAHP. Books. Barrett, Leonard, E. The Rastafarians. Massachusetts. Beacon Press, 1998. Barrow, Steve and Peter Dalton, Reggae the Rough Guide. London, Penguin Books Limited, 1998. Cashmore, C.E., The Rastafarians. London, Publishing Minority Rights Group, 1984. Clark, John, H., Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa. New York, Random House, 1973. Cronin, Edmund, D., Black Moses. London, The University of Wisconsin Press, 1969. Internet, websites. Marcus Garvey, Life and Lesson, editorial by Marcus Gavey, African Fundamentalism. Marcus Garvey, Life and Lesson, editorial by Marcus Gavey, Tragedy of White Injustice. Rastafarianism. Rasta Symbols. Mutabaruka interview, Carter Van Pelt, 1998, African Teacher, Michael Henningsen, August 25, 1997. The Music Monitor, The African Teacher, Burning Spear, James Shields. Rhythm and News Magazine, Sizzling Conversation with Burning Spear, George Fletcher. LexisNexis. Duchiel, Mitchell, Black Moses, Red Scare, The Clash of Marcus Garvey and J. Edgar Hoover, Horizon, page 01, The Washington Post, February 12, 1997. Nazareth, Errol, Spear carries message. Reggae legend inspired by the ideals of Marcus Garvey. Entertainment, page 7, World Beats, Toronto Sun Publishing Corporation, August 15, 1997. Weiss, Hetty, Black Star Line. Preparing to sail, FDR critic single quotes notebook, page 43, Chicago Sun-Times, Incorporated, December 21, 1995.